Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, American Comics. Omniscience, Omnipotence, begins with the aged of Wolverine. Chapter 81. It's like under a night sky dyed with thick ink. In the gloomy cemetery, weak moonlight spilled into the garden, covering everything with a shallow silver veil. The air around you is extremely humid. The wind blowing and the cold is blowing, and everything is silent. Harvey. In front of Dent's grave. Bruce. Wayne's heavy gasps became more pronounced. His pupils shook, and he suddenly reacted as he looked at the empty coffin in front of him. Harvey. Dante didn't die. The corpse that should have been buried has disappeared. Not true. Then, Catwoman's pretty face suddenly became serious. Although I also feel that the scene in front of me is extremely strange, I have naturally had the courage and heart beyond ordinary people to be able to blend in the shadows of Gotham for so many years. She squinted her eyes and leaned down and reached out to grab a little of the cover by Chen and Bruce. Wayne shoveled dirt. The slender white fingers twisted and rubbed them delicately, and then put them on the tip of the nose to sniff lightly. This dirt has not been excavated for a long time, at least for a month. Catwoman raised her eyes that were usually full of charm, but now looked serious and serious, that is to say, when burying the coffin, Harvey. Dante was no longer lying in the coffin. He wasn't buried. As soon as she said it, she was immediately met with Bruce Wayne's objection. Impossible. He twisted his brows and mused, I saw Harvey with my own eyes. Dante's death, he lost it right before my eyes. Roar stopped beating, how can he still be alive? Bruce. When Wayne said this, his tone was very determined. For a person who has watched the loss of vital signs with his own eyes, it is naturally difficult for him to believe that the other party is actually alive. Catwoman Selina heard the other party's rebuttal and didn't say more. Glanced at the empty coffin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and walked to the inside of the coffin, 527, and leaned over to check it. All the silk cloth inside is very neat, and there is no trace of heavy weight. She slowly closed the distance, her eyes carefully observed, and she opened her mouth to recount the information she had gathered. Speaking, the tall nose also sniffed lightly. And there wasn't any smell. Not even a smell that no one else had touched. At this point, Catwoman straightened up and looked at Bruce Wayne. At least it's certain that this coffin never had any bodies placed. Quote. Even before the burial, whether it was opened or not is a question. Then, she turned her gaze to Chen. Chen, I want to hear what you think about this matter. Although Catwoman and Chen have had several unpleasant troubles with each other. But it is undeniable that when dealing with the Riddler before, this guy showed a super high detection ability. For this, Catwoman Selina is convinced. Bruce, who has the same understanding of Chen. Wayne looked at him with the same expectant expression. Yet the next second, Chen-Tien's brows furrowed, and then he slowly spoke, and his answer was unexpected, Harvey. Dante was already dead, but the body was not buried in a coffin. This statement came out, be it Bruce Wayne and Catwoman Selina both had puzzled and surprised expressions on their faces. Who could be the body that should have appeared in the coffin, but is now gone, and all the Harvey Dent in Jessica's mouth? Bruce Wayne immediately questioned with strong doubts. In fact, he had already accepted Catwoman's statement a little. After all, a body was not brought for burial, did not appear in the coffin that should have appeared. Exclude the very few people who have a special fetish for corpses. There is only one possibility left. That is, he is not dead at all. Otherwise take Jessica and Harvey. How could Dante's feelings not give him a funeral after his brother died? So, Bruce Wayne questioned Chen as he spoke his analysis. Harvey in Jessica's mouth. Who is Dent? The answer is simple, it's herself. Chen-Tien's expression was calm, and his tone did not fluctuate, because he was just telling the truth. As for the bodies that disappeared inside the coffin, I should be clear, Harvey Dante was not buried at all. His body was never put in a coffin. He continued to speak slowly. Bruce. After hearing Chen say this, the expression on Wayne's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flickered. He definitely understood what Chen was trying to say. If the other party's statement is correct, it means Harvey in Jessica's mouth. Dante simply doesn't exist. And in the same way, she's been saying lately, Harvey Dante will create panic and chaos throughout Gotham, most likely Jessica herself planned. For this case, Bruce Wayne wouldn't believe it. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Jessica, who had always been kind by nature, a woman he had loved deeply, would do such a thing. As the thoughts progress, Bruce Wayne's gaze became more and more gloomy, and a pair of eyes seemed to turn into a deep swamp. Bruce, the truth of the matter is like this, believe it or not. Chen to Bruce Wayne's questioning did not take it to heart at all. He can feel the emotions in the other party's heart, and such a situation can only be said to be concerned and chaotic. After all, at this time, the young Batman still suffered too little damage. It is also normal to be unable to accept the woman you have loved for a while, and to degenerate into an evil riot initiator. And, you didn't mean tonight, Harvey. Is Dante going to start a riot in Gotham? Chen then added. Just look at the past. Hear this. Bruce Wayne turned and left. Well, like you said, what you see with your own eyes is more real than anything. Quote. He was ready to head to Harvey tonight, where Dante will appear. This is where Jessica told him. After taking a look at Catwoman, Chen immediately raised his feet and followed. He is with Bruce Wayne's deal was to solve Jessica's illness. And if there is a riot tonight, it will naturally have nothing to do with Jessica, so naturally I have to go. And it's too late to find the Flash even if you go to Central City, so why not go see Bruce Wayne and his crazy Gotham? As for Catwoman, after seeing Chen and the others leave in a hurry, she thought about it for a while and followed. After all, she was with Bruce Wayne, but an ally. You can't just sit idly by. Meanwhile, bang! In the city of Gotham shrouded in night. Harvey, the riot that Dante spoke of has begun. In the city, there are shocking explosions everywhere, and the ground trembles, and it can even be said that the roar is not heard at all. Appalling. There are countless people who go to the streets with guns and riot, and what is even more terrifying is that these people, simply aimless, running around. When I see something, I rush in and smash it. Seeing ordinary residents in panic, they brutally injured and caused death and injury. Men and women, the elderly, the sick, and the disabled, do not let go. If a beautiful woman is unfortunately caught by them, there will be countless people scrambling and flocking to it. Such a scene can be said to be seen on dozens of streets in Gotham. It was a riot that spread across nearly half of Gotham. Although the police station was prepared, as soon as the riot began, countless police cars sounded their alarms, flashing police lights and speeding through the streets and alleys, rushing to the location where there was a riot. But there are too many people who are helplessly involved in the riot. The scope is too wide. Even if all the police officers of the Gotham Police Department are sent to participate in the crackdown, they still feel difficult in the face of the rioting crowd. Then, three figures landed on the eaves of the tall buildings overlooking the street in Gotham. They are naturally Chen and Catwoman and Batman Bruce, who have changed into their battle uniforms. Wayne. Crazy Gotham, it's terrifying. Chen looked at the riotous crowd all over the street and shook his head. In such a depressing environment, there are many people who will not miss any opportunity to release stress. They took the opportunity to take to the streets with the team, venting the anger that had been squeezed for a long time. I don't believe that such a riot could have been planned by Jessica. Bruce Wayne looked at the scene in front of him like hell on earth, still muttering incredulously. Subsequently, he did not forget his identity as a vigilante and took out the hook claw. No matter what the truth is, these guys in front of you should be solved as soon as possible. However, as soon as his voice fell, rumble. A terrifying explosion, 10 times louder than all previous explosions, suddenly came from the city center and resounded throughout the Gotham night sky. You can even see the fire of the explosion, soaring into the sky, and even the ground trembles. That's the direction of my old house. Bruce. When Wayne heard this movement, he turned his head and looked at the change in his face. Even from a distance of dozens of streets, you can see the blazing fire. That place is the old home of the Wayne family. Arkham. It was his mother's old home, the Arkham family's turf. However, the old house was uninhabited many years ago because of a murder. But Bruce Wayne does not tolerate others destroying Arkham, a place that is part of the Wayne family. Even if few people in family history choose to recognize. Thinking, he hurriedly jumped downstairs. In the process of falling, the cloak made of special memory molecular materials behind him instantly energized and turned into the shape of a paraglider. At night, Batman is like a bat with its wings gliding, easily gliding from dozens of high-rise buildings to the road. Batman of this period had not yet built a Batmobile, so he could only borrow a car at random on the side of the road and sped in the direction of his old home. Chen and Catwoman glanced at each other. Then they followed. The other side, Batman Bruce of the motorist sedan. Wayne, all the way to the throttle, rushed to the scene in a short time. A flick to stop. Then he kicked the car door directly and quickly jumped down. The old house in front of him is covered in raging fire, emitting endless firelight, shrouding everything hundreds of meters around in a hot and heat wave, while dyeing everything with a layer of orange. Who did it? Bruce. Wayne's eyes reflected the sky, and he was furious. Then, brother, I think you are so wrong. This is a complete point of no return. Nope, the city is rotten and there is no cure. Only after all are knocked down can you be reborn. Bruce. Wayne suddenly heard a loud argument between male and female voices. Looking for prestige, he easily caught a car parked right in front of the burning house of the fire. Inside the car were sitting two figures, a man and a woman. They are entangled with each other, constantly angry and arguing. Bruce. As soon as Wayne saw them, his face changed dramatically. He recognized the identity of the other party. It was Jessica and her brother, Harvey Dent. Harvey. Dante really didn't die, and he also planned tonight's riot. Bruce. As Wayne's thoughts progressed, the expression on his face became more gloomy, and his eyes were rage and complex. He was angry because the other party started a riot. Angry after blowing up his old house. Also because I don't understand why Harvey, who is clearly in great difficulty, does not die. Dent. It will suddenly become what it is. He was about to succeed to the mayor before, but he was a man who enforced the law impartially and was jealous as a hater, and regarded Gotham as his home. It can be called the opposite of the Dark Knight Batman, the light knight who walks in the sun. It is also because of this that he will win the majority of supporters in the mayoral election. Outcome. Because after experiencing a life and death, did you change your temperament greatly? Bruce. Mumbling and sighing, he had already taken a step and approached the car in which the brother and sister were riding. And opposite, the arguing in the car became more and more intense. No, brother, if we really go this way, we can't turn back. Jessica's voice was filled with crying. What do you understand? What do you understand? There is no hope for the city anymore. My previous insistence didn't make any sense at all. Fark. Harvey. Dante seemed indignant, hissing and going crazy with tone. In the end, he didn't even seem to be able to bear Jessica's bitter pleading anymore, and actually raised his gun. Harvey. Stop. Bruce. When Wayne saw this picture, his heart immediately tightened, for fear that the other party would hurt Jessica, and suddenly accelerated and rushed over. Directly pulled the door open and pulled Harvey off the main driver's seat. Dent. Poof. However, when he pulled the man, he found that the other party's limbs were weak and fell directly to the ground. Bruce. Wayne looked at the figure that fell at his feet, his pupils shrank sharply, and his heart shook. That's not a living person at all. It's the dead Harvey Dent. He had long since turned into a cold corpse, and his burned face was crawling with maggots. An unconcealable rancid smell came from the surface, and the thick juice splashed on the ground as it had just fallen. Harvey. Is Dante really dead? Bruce. Wayne looked at the corpse at his feet, and for a moment, it was difficult to come back to his senses, immersed in the accident. Since this guy is really dead, so who caused the chaos in Gotham City tonight? Just as he was stunned. Inside the car, Jessica in the sub-seat. Dante raised his gun towards Bruce. Under the blazing light of the burning fire of the old house on the side. Her eyes were red and the tears on her face were crystal clear, and the scar on her left cheek from the burn was unusually hideous. The Dark Knight Bruce Wayne, good night. Jessica. Dante had a strange smile on his lips, and his brother Harvey's deep voice sounded in his throat. Words fall. She pulled the trigger sharply. The muzzle sprays sparks, and the bullet spins and shoots out rapidly. Bang. Under the dark night, a huge old mansion burned with a roaring fire, and the heat was rolling in, and the crackling sound of something being burned continued one after another. Jessica in the car had tears on her face and pulled the trigger with a sly smile on her face. Bang. The huge amounts of pistol roar echoed in the open space in front of the old mansion, wafting into the night sky. The muzzle spewed flames, and the bullet spun out of the chamber and went straight towards Bruce. Wayne shoots away. Bruce. Although Wayne was surprised, in the other party's hand, the muzzle of the black hole was aimed at him, and Harvey came out of his mouth. When Dante spoke, he already reacted. The legs moved together, wanting to flash to the side. Unfortunately, Jessica shot too fast and hardly hesitation. Next second, the bullet still hit Bruce. Above Wayne's chest. Clang. Fortunately, he is now wearing a Batman battle suit, and he has bulletproof materials on his chest as a barrier. The bullet kinetic energy is huge, but it doesn't really run through his body, it's just Bruce. Wayne felt like he had suffered a motherly blow, although the dull pain instantly spread to his whole body, and even roar-sucking stopped. But not to the point where life is at risk. It's just that Jessica in the car saw that a shot did not work, and the expression on her face did not change in any other way. She just pressed down the muzzle and prepared to continue shooting. The eyes are indifferent, like looking at a dead man, and the slender fingers pull the trigger again. Bang! Another gunshot. Bruce, though, after seeing through the movements of the woman in the car, Wayne rolled to the side without hesitation. Everything happened too quickly, and he was still a little confused when dodging. Harvey. Dent is really dead. The brother who has been nagged by Jessica is naturally just out of her fantasy, and at this moment, the riot in the entire Gotham is really set off by this once kind woman. Bruce Wayne. At the moment, he only felt that his thoughts turned into a mess with the impact of one thing after another. I can't figure it out at all. Or, even if he had heard Chen say it before, at the moment he had even witnessed it, the truth was already in front of his eyes. But Bruce Wayne instinctively didn't want to admit it. The woman who has always trusted and entrusted her emotions unexpectedly became like this. Harvey. Dante, the man he had high hopes for, and even hopefully, that Gotham would not need Batman, died. And his sister has also become one of the sources of chaos in Gotham. Bruce Wayne couldn't even find any exact words to describe his mood at the moment. I just feel that there is something that I have always kept in my heart, and with all this and everything happening, it shattered into powder. Bang! Right in Bruce. While Wayne was in his thoughts, Jessica, who had a strange smile on her face, stood up directly from the car. The muzzle in his hand was still pointed at him. Another shot. However, Bruce is already prepared in his heart. Wayne had already avoided the muzzle in the latter's hand in advance when the other party raised his hand. His body is strong, and his strength and fighting skills can be said to be the pinnacle among ordinary people, but in the end, he is still an ordinary person. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on reaction and speed to really avoid a loaded bullet. But as long as you dodge the muzzle of the gun pointed at you, you can prevent the bullet from hitting you. This is great for Bruce. Wayne said it was a breeze. Bang bang. After Jessica missed another shot, she looked even more hideous and fired several shots in succession. It's just Bruce. Wayne's figure is agile, and under the blazing fire behind him, he is as dexterous as a real bat. Easily dodged the woman's gunshot. Jessica, wake up, you shouldn't be like this. Bruce Wayne tries to shout roar between shots to regain Jessica's original personality. However, Jessica, whose temperament changed greatly and was full of sly smiles, was not moved at all. Bang! Click click. Jessica, who fired the last shot and pulled the trigger to find that the magazine was empty, threw the gun away. Jessica, she's with me now. With disgust in her eyes, she stared at Batman, who had finally stood still, and Harvey Dent's voice came out of her mouth, Bruce Wayne, you coward. Hugh wants to defile my sister. Word-by-word sounds, even with Harvey. Dante himself is no different. Jessica, hurry up and get back to your senses. You can't go on like this. I know you're sad that the abominable Riddler killed your brother, but if you do the same, won't you also become the Riddler's kind? Bruce. After hearing the other party's words, Wayne became more and more anxious to persuade. Bruce. I can't control it. Then. The strange smile on Jessica's face suddenly disappeared, her eyes quickly turned red, 2 lines of tears flowed, and her voice trembled and despaired. However, it's only half a sentence. Gotham is finished, Bruce, don't you understand? Jessica's expression became distorted again. No one can save this city. Because everything here is rotten to the bone. Even if a twisted seed grows, it can only produce twisted flowers. In her throat, Harvey. Dante's voice grew more and more intense. Everything needs to be torn down and restarted, Bruce. Harvey. Dante, let Jessica out, I'm going to talk to her. Bruce. Wayne ignored the other party's crazy words and just spoke so coldly. He knows that a person has a split personality, that is, there are two personalities that do not affect each other and are independent. In the case of one of the personalities showing excitement, be submissive to the other person and not continue to resist the aggravated stimulus. Bruce. Gotham is not so chaotic because of the existence of any evil. Quote. Jessica still has Harvey in her mouth. Dante's crazy voice. Nothing cleans up the criminals, and the city will be in better condition. Stop trying to save the city. It's Sinley. As she spoke, her eyes widened, and there was madness rolling inside. Your appearance makes those who shouldn't have stayed feel that bats can save everything. But, I'm going to end it all now. The voice fell. Jessica was already holding a remote control in her trembling hand. We planted a bomb here, and it will make those people understand that Batman can't save Gotham City, he can't even save himself. The smile on the woman's face suddenly became more and more distorted. Good night, Dark Knight. Quote. No, calm down, Jessica. Bruce. Seeing this, Wayne couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted to stop the other party. It's just that Jessica is not moved at all, and her finger has already pressed the button on the remote control. However, the next second, Jessica's fingers froze, and the whole person froze in place. Bruce. Wayne was also stunned when he saw this. Suddenly, everything around fell silent, except for the crackling of the burning old mansion. The flames of the blazing flames will stand opposite Bruce. Wayne and Jessica cast two dark shadows on the ground that were constantly swinging. Trample, trample, a sound of footsteps from Bruce. Wayne came from behind. He turned his head to look. The person who came was really Chen. Bruce, you should believe what I say this time, right? Chen came over and patted Bruce. Wayne's shoulder calmly said, everyone always has the darkest side hidden in their hearts, but they just need an opportunity to release proudly. Anybody is so. Bruce. Wayne heard the sound with an extremely complicated expression, glanced at Jessica, who was already frozen in place, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He spoke softly, a little tired. You necromancer, let me go. Do you think that by speaking full of great reasoning, you can hide the fact that you are also a butcher? It's all homicide, what's the difference between us? You two are the scum who should be removed. Jessica still uses Harvey. Dante's voice scolded. It seems that in this, Harvey. Dent's it seems, are maggots wriggling in the bottomless abyss. You'd better send her to Arkham Asylum. This kind of thing with split personality, the brain has been damaged, and it is not only a psychological problem. Chen stopped what the other party said and turned to Bruce. Wayne laughed. Quote, Bruce. Wayne took a deep look at Jessica, who had a twisted expression at the moment, and took a breath. Okay, but before then, can you help me recover her? Saying that, he immediately added, I am willing to pay 1,000,000 knives for this. He already knew that Chen could control the mind. Meanwhile, Bruce. Wayne couldn't accept to continue looking at Jessica as she was now. Yes, Chen thought for a while and frowned, but I don't need money, I just hope you can find what I want quickly. Quote. Immediately, he took out the pre-drawn picture of kryptonite and handed it to Bruce. Wayne. After the other party takes it. Chen walked slowly to Jessica. What are you trying to do, strange necromancer? In the frightened gaze and scolding of the other party, he gently raised his hand and pointed at the center of the woman's eyebrows. Jessica's second personality, Harvey. Dante, suddenly realizing that he was going to be erased, immediately cursed. Shet, you necromancer, let go of your hands. I understand the essence of Gotham City, and now I am the most sober. Why do you always have so much hostility towards someone who holds the truth? As a result, the cursing in the other party's mouth did not continue, and the words in the mouth were instantly replaced by a scream. Chen didn't care at all about what the other party said. No matter what she scolds, it doesn't matter. Suddenly the mind ability. Next second, the scream stopped abruptly. Jessica's character returns, and the crazy subpersonality born after the Riddler's attack suddenly disappears without a trace. His originally distorted hideous face immediately relaxed, and then his whole body slumped directly on the ground. Bruce, I'm sorry. Jessica raised her head, and her whole pretty face was once again covered with tears. Poof. The voice did not fall. Jessica lost consciousness and passed out on the ground with her eyes closed. Jessica. Bruce. Seeing this, Wayne rushed up and hugged the unconscious Jessica, confirming that the other party was only unconscious and the rest of his vital signs were stable. Only then did he raise his head and say to Chen Tian seriously, "Thank you." Then, Catwoman arrived in a hurry, and after seeing Chen Tian's move, she couldn't help but scold secretly, "Freak." At the same time, he was angry, and he obviously came with him just now. Then, in the blink of an eye, Chen Tian had disappeared. When I came here, I found that this mysterious teenager had already come to the scene by himself. However, Catwoman's expression when she looked at Chen Tian also changed, and she always felt that the other party had a mysterious charm that attracted her. And when Chen Tian heard the word freak, he couldn't help but turn his head and ridicule Catwoman. "Little cat, is it not well behaved again?" After this sentence, Catwoman Selina paused, pursing her lips and being a little speechless. Does this guy have to tease her every time? However, she also inexplicably found that she didn't seem to be so resistant to Chen Tian's slightly offensive words. Then his face became strange. Secretly said, "Oops." Then, but there was a long siren sounding, starting from far and near. Finally, the police began to come this way. "It's time for us to go." Chen Tian immediately spoke. "Good, Bruce." Wayne nodded, put Jessica in a safe and conspicuous location, and waited for the police car to come into view before he left. Not for a while. The police arrived and indeed found Jessica lying on the ground as soon as possible. Why is the mayor here? It must have been kidnapped by those rioters. Hurry up and see if the mayor is okay. Time is ticking. In Gotham City, the grand riot was finally subsided with the assistance of the Dark Knight. Afterwards, a rooftop overlooking all the previous riot streets. The three of Chen Tian stood here at the Demon King of this devastated city after experiencing chaos and madness. Alas, Bruce. Wayne looked at it for a long time and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. I thought that this city would be crazy, but I didn't expect that the people around me would also have such an encounter. When I learned that Jessica was even the initiator of this riot, I almost wondered if there really was no light in the world. What I'm doing, doesn't it really make sense? Chen Tian did not speak. Just thought to myself, Bruce. Wayne, aren't you a madman? At this time, Wayne's cell phone rang. AFU, what's wrong? He picked up the phone. Chen Tian didn't listen to the other side of the phone. But I also know that at this time, Batman's butler, Alfred, called, and 9 out of 9 would be because of Jessica's affairs. When Bruce Wayne hung up the phone, he was ready to turn around and leave. I have something urgent, let's go first. Just after turning his head and saying a word, he jumped directly off the genius. The cloak stirred, raised his hand and shot out a hook claw. The rope contracted, and the figure moved quickly in one direction. It soon disappeared into the thick night. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, knowing that this night would make young Batman grow a lot. Then he looked at Catwoman Selina, who was still next to him. Looking at each other, the bumpy lines outlined by the tights swept over. He smiled and said, I have no place to live, can I go to your place? Catwoman took 2 steps back, looking a little entangled, and then smiled, catch up with me, you will come. Quote, quote. When the words fell, he jumped downstairs. Next second, Chen Tian also jumped down, accelerated slightly, and quickly pasted it. Subsequently, Catwoman felt a heat behind her, and a force came from her waist, carrying herself to the deep space. You still fly. She felt the oncoming air current, looking at the gradually approaching moon, her eyes were shocked. Chen Tian smiled and spoke softly, exhaling hot air, take me to your house. Meanwhile, in Gotham City, in a corner. Ooh. There was a figure lying on the ground, covering his head and crying, his shoulders constantly shrugging. It seems that something extremely terrifying has happened, and I am terrified. Cries echoed through the laneways. At this time, a policeman carrying a flashlight came from the mouth of the alley. He hit the pillar of light in his hand on the figure and walked up quickly. Sir, What happened? Need help? The policeman asked in a deep voice. Gotham is not going to be alive tonight. Ha 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 ha. However, the figure suddenly raised its head, and the cry suddenly turned into wanton laughter. Boom! The torch fell to the ground and smashed. The policeman retreated in horror, and his abdomen was quickly stained red with blood. The one who looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. His expression was crazy, and his eyes were extremely hideous. With a Joker look, roar, on the night sky of Gotham City. Suddenly, a strong air flow surged out of thin air, and it seemed that something was flying by at high speed. It's a pity that no matter who looks up, there is nothing to see, only a thick dark cloud that has been torn open by something to open a ravine. And Chen perceived Catwoman's body that was trembling for shock or other reasons, and smiled slightly. The two of them are flying at high speed. Chen had distorted the refraction of light around his body, so he wasn't worried about them being seen. Then, under Catwoman's command, they flew to the apartment where she lived. Not outdated. Two people have already arrived at their destination. Chen entered the room from the windowsill. I took a look at the layout of Catwoman's boudoir. It is a girly pink decoration. The walls are plastered with posters of various charming actresses. There was also a black cat lying on the ground, looking at the strange man who had returned with his owner suspiciously. And Catwoman Selina next to her is still shocked by the flight just now. She never imagined that she would one day soar into the sky in such a way. Thinking, Catwoman looked at Chen Tian's gaze and became more and more shocked. How can humans actually complete flight on their own? Chen, how many secrets do you have? At this moment, she was extremely curious about the young and mysterious-looking man in front of her. Catwoman thought back to the ability she had known to the other person. Not only can you use magical witchcraft-like abilities to manipulate other people's minds. And from Bruce, the super self-healing ability that Wayne learned about and the terrifying power that is far beyond human beings. Plus, the flight ability that I just experienced myself. Time. The Chen in Catwoman's eyes was suddenly filled with an inexplicable magic power. Mighty, mysterious, unknown. Chen felt that the woman had developed a strong curiosity about herself, and immediately smiled. What necromancer will do? I'm afraid it will be beyond your imagination. He used a joking tone. Actually, before today, I had a hard time believing it. Catwoman looked at Chen took off her mask with a black cat, and revealed a face with delicate features. A pair of watery eyes with a hint of softness that turns thousands of times. But now I'm willing to see it. A touching smile also bloomed on her face. With that, she picked up her black cat and put it out the window. Close the windows and close the curtains. Turning around again, Catwoman looked at Chen bit her red lips, and her eyes flashed with a smile. Chen was slightly stunned when he saw this. How do you feel like you've been hooked? He is going to be pushed back to the rhythm. For a while, the young man's face suddenly froze. Catwoman Selina also narrowed her eyes when she saw him standing in place, and a trace of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. Could it be that your charm is no longer good? She raised her eyes, her eyebrows raised slightly, and then she felt that she understood. No, this little guy must be scared. After all, it's just an 18-19-year-old boy, and in fact, compared to other places, it's just a little harder. Thinking, Catwoman's mind suddenly appeared of Chen shy and helpless appearance when facing her mature big sister. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a smile of style, and his jewel-like clear eyes looked at the teenager on the other side. She raised her eyebrows defiantly, and gently teased, Chen, can you do it? And Chen naturally took the other party's expression completely into his eyes. At the same time, the ability of the mind is also telling him what Catwoman thinks in his heart. Knowing that he was looked down upon, he suddenly became angry. In the end, Chen raised an eyebrow and took a step forward. Deonightly line. Next second, the lights went out. There was a burst of shock in the darkness roar. Meow, meow. At night, the black cat that was locked out of the window made a long bark. It is clear that it is late autumn and winter, but its call makes people feel a breath of spring. Not far from the apartment, there is a construction site. It was clearly late at night, but there was still a pile driver running. While working, a dull crashing sound is constantly heard. I don't know if the surrounding residents will complain about them. Meow. After a while, the black cat outside the window suddenly let out a sharp chirp again. It seems to have been stimulated by something, frightened. Blah blah. It turned out that it was the dark clouds over Gotham City, which had never dispersed, and finally brewed. A sudden rain fell on the entire city. The rain drenched the streets of the city and flowed through the hidden alleys. Penetrate into those gaps between masonry. Left a slippery and muddy place. Even every little grass on all the meadows was covered with raindrops. This night, Chen showed Catwoman all his abilities. The hardness of the body of steel, super speed and super strength. And the terrifying resilience of the super self-healing factor. There are even tiny electric currents that lightning ability can make. Catwoman Selina had obviously been mentally prepared before this, but she really realized tonight what is called ebb and flow. Blossom thanks. Meanwhile, Marvel Universe. New York City, the drenched estate, where all the lights have been extinguished. Wanda tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, her brows furrowed as if she was annoyed. The light and smooth close-fitting silk pajamas on the body outlined the girl's posture delicately. Chen disappeared again. I haven't seen him for a long time. Thinking, the girl sighed faintly and turned over again. As for the others, they have long been asleep. And they didn't notice that outside the manor, a figure hurriedly walked by. The man walked all the way to the alley in the distance and dialed the phone. Chief Hill, it's me. The phone was connected, and the voice of the Hill agent came from the other end. We found that the Chen Tian seemed to have suddenly disappeared again, and no matter where we looked, we couldn't see him. The man said a lot in one breath. Are you sure? In the earpiece, Hill's tone became solemn and asked quickly. I'm sure. This SHIELD person in charge of scouting, the tone is affirmative. Okay, I see, you guys continue to watch, don't get close, and don't be discovered, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Yes, sir. Then, Hill, who was sitting in the office, hung up the phone, and then couldn't help but take a deep breath. The delicate brow slowly frowned. Chen Tian disappeared again. What is he going to do? Copying ability again? Time. Countless questions flashed through her mind. What is certain, though, is that there may be a lot of things involved. Thereupon, Hill quickly collected his thoughts and came to Nick with a solemn face. Fury's office. Report the news you just received to the other party. Chen Tian, that guy disappeared again. Still no one saw how he disappeared. Nick. When Fury learned about this, his face was also not relaxed, and his eyes were cloudy. Now that the vast majority of people with special abilities on the entire planet are being monitored by us, it is certain that Chen Tian has not touched them. He muttered in a deep voice, where can Chen Tian go? Including the last time he disappeared, I don't know where this guy went, and his strength has increased a lot since he came back. Quote. Could it be that there are still many super ability people we don't know? Time. Nick Fury only felt his head getting bigger and bigger, and his heart getting more and more irritable. After pondering for a while, he said to Hill again, let your people observe for 2 more days, and they must stare at that drunk manner. Quote. Said Nick. The haze on Fury's face deepened. If Chen Tian still doesn't appear, then we can't wait any longer. At this point, he paused and took a deep breath. When the time comes, go directly to Charles. Charles. Isn't this clearly about tearing his face and directly fighting Chen Tian? Hill was stunned when he heard this, and immediately thought of the consequences of such an action. But Chen Tian has not shown that he intends to shoot SHIELD. She looked at Nick. Fury, word by word, said seriously, actually, I think he prefers to live in peace. Although we, SHIELD, have suffered blows, it is also based on the fact that the people of the contingent actively violated the territory of the other side. Chen Tian has not touched SHIELD since he issued his second warning. Quote. Nick. Fury listened to Hill's words, his face darkening. Subsequently, enough. Boom. He got up abruptly, slammed the table in front of him, and stared at the woman in front of him with a gasp. You don't understand anything. Don't let me hear such ridiculous words again. As long as we don't provoke Chen Tian, we'll be fine. Big joke. Nick. Fury's face was hideous, and he snorted coldly twice. Mutant will not never learn to live together peacefully. As long as they have extraordinary ability, they will one day show their minions to the world. Didn't we not believe in mutant, and even let the smartest of them into Congress, and the result? They didn't even be able to live peacefully between their own races, and the whole of America was stirred into a pot of porridge by this group of mongrels. Mamja Fark. Chen Tian must deal with it, must make him pay the price. Every word he said was full of fire. Subsequently, the office fell silent. Nick, Fury and Hill looked at each other, neither of them continuing to speak. But the eyes are full of Fertat. Then, there was a knock on the door. Hawkeye Barton pushed the door in, noticed the tense atmosphere of the scene, and raised an eyebrow. Then walked to Nick. Fury approached and handed the report in his hand to the table. Head, after our debugging, it is confirmed that the brainwave strengthening machine in the underground secret room of the Xavier Genius Academy is still working normally. At the same time, Hawkeye opened his mouth to report. However, because it has not been in operation and warranty for too long, some parts of the machine have become old and rusted, and parts need to be replaced for repair. Otherwise it's easy to break, but overall there is no big problem. Finished talking, he noticed that Hill was staring at him with a strange gaze, with complicated eyes. Hill, what's wrong? Hawkeye asked. However, Hill agent didn't answer at all, turned around and strode away. She already knew what Charles's intention was to capture him. This made her more and more interested in Nick. Fury was dissatisfied. And Nick. Fury took a deep look at the back of her departure, then set his eyes on Hawkeye. If Hill doesn't follow orders by then, it's up to you to capture Charles. His face was ugly, and he said in a deep voice, we need him to start the brainwave strengthening machine. Nick. Fury understands that Hill, despite his ability, is definitely not a good subordinate who will dedicate himself to completing tasks. She has her own subjective thoughts and will not think that she will follow orders. Therefore, the person who completes the task needs to choose someone else. Hawkeye Barton in front of him is a good subordinate. Sure enough, Hawkeye heard Nick. After Fury gave himself the task, he nodded without hesitation, yes, sir. Go down, Nick. Fury waved his hand. After the other person leaves. As if he had lost all his strength, he leaned back in the chair behind God. Staring at the file sent by Hawkeye in front of him, he put his hand to his chin, his eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. The other side. DC Universe. The rain fell all night and finally stopped near dawn. The clouds dispersed to reveal a clear sky. A sun slowly rises in the sky. Inside the apartment room, from the gap in the curtain, sunlight cast a pillar of light into the room, just spilling on Chen Tian's face. After some hard work, he slowly opened his eyes. Listening to the even sound of roar sucking in his ears, he glanced sideways at Catwoman, who was sleeping dead, and chuckled. Subsequently, Chen Tian put on his pants, went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. With a pleasant face, he lit a cigarette. Although he doesn't usually smoke much, at the moment this scene always feels that it is complete to accompany one. Roar. Chen Tian turned his back to the railing, let out a long puff of smoke, and his gaze gently swept over Catwoman Selina's face. Her eyes were closed at the moment, her thick and slender eyelashes were slightly down, and her white face was dyed with 2 shades of red. It seems to sleep deeply. Like a child who is overtired after playing crazy. I didn't expect this trip to be unexpected. Chen Tian brought the cigarette to his mouth, shook his head with a smile, and sighed with emotion. Then, Catwoman Selina seemed to feel Chen Tian's gaze, her long eyelashes twitched, and then sat up. Li Hao lightly hit Hatcher, bleary-eyed, raised his hand and stretched his posture. Good morning. Chen Tian smiled at this lazy little meow and spoke softly. Catwoman sniffed and glanced at each other. I saw a young man on the balcony, leaning on the railing, bathing in the sun, his eyes were clear, and his beautiful face was covered with a warm smile. She paused. HMPH. Then he snorted softly in a little annoyance, pulled up the quilt that had just slipped off to wrap himself, and continued to lie on his side with his back to Chen Tian. Catwoman felt the slightest pain that was still there, and did not want to pay attention to him, leaving only the back of an angry roar. Obviously it looks so clean, but it won't be gentle. A bad man with a different appearance. She whispered resentfully. Chen Tian scratched his head a little embarrassed when he heard these 2 sentences through his extraordinary 5 senses. The cigarette in my hand is almost finished. Chen Tian extinguished the cigarette butt. Selina, I have something to do next to go to Central City, and I may have to come back later. Although last night was not shallow, Jean Bruce. Wayne began searching for kryptonite for himself. I also realized that the little cat who looks wild, but is actually very well behaved when it is time to behave. But he did not forget that his goal this time was divine speed. That's the most important thing. Well, be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. Hearing that Chen Tian was leaving, Catwoman Selena's resentment seemed to be much weaker, and although she did not look back, her tone was much softer. Good. Chen Tian nodded gently. Next second. Roar. The figure of the young man on the balcony suddenly flickered and turned into a residual image, and instantly disappeared in place. In the sky, a sharp sonic boom suddenly fell. At the speed of Chen Tian now, it has crossed countless distances in just a few tens of seconds, from Gotham City to the sky above Central City. He floated, overlooking this great city by the sea. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In many DC events, the Flash has taken on many important roles because of its speed. Barry Allen, right here, 600th World, Center City. The city has developed well in various fields over the years. It has become the center of commerce, architecture and art in the whole country. Known as the Jewel of the Midwest. Although with the development of the times, the opening of Wedge Rock City, a large number of factories and commercial activities have been transferred to Wedge Rock City. As a result, all aspects of the development of Central City began to decline slightly. But the city's heritage remains, with its own advantages. At the moment ideographic period. In front of a museum in Central City. Chen Tian was standing quietly, looking up at the museum with the Flash logo in front of him. The lightning of this universe has been around for a long time. He murmured. Before coming here, Chen Tian has gone out of his way to look up information about the Flash. The museum's history and location are what he searched online. Thereupon, after arriving at the confines of Central City, Chen Tian immediately came to the museum. According to newspaper records in Central City, the Flash came out almost 9 months ago as a vigilante with extraordinary abilities to fight criminals in Central City. Chen Tian recalled the information he had collected before, and then began to analyze it in his mind. But by time and reasoning, Barry Allen should have gained divine speed because of that laboratory accident about 10 months ago. Quote. Then, after a series of psychological battles, I decided to become the Flash. Chen Tian thought, although I don't know what kind of appearance and identity he will exist in this universe now. But now there's good news that wherever criminals appear, the Flash will appear. Then, I just need to wait for the criminal to appear. As his thoughts progressed here, he showed a smile. Moreover, in this case, as long as the criminal appears, the Flash will naturally activate ability, and I can copy his divine speed power as soon as possible. I don't have to go out of my way to approach him. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian set his sights on the Flash Museum in front of him. This museum was created by Center City specifically for the Flash. Although he has only appeared for a few months, he has already solved many problems for Central City. That's why he got the honor of having the government of a city build a memorial museum for him 2 months ago. Then again, Central City is also a city with a very high crime rate. Chen Tian suddenly laughed. Maybe it's superhero and all kinds of troubles. There is a law of mutual attraction, that's why they were born in places where trouble often occurs. Quote. Mumbled. He had already walked towards the Flash Museum in front of him. Since you have come, you naturally want to take a look. Maybe you can find more clues about the Flash in it. Thereupon, with that in mind, Chen Tian went to the entrance of the museum, bought a not cheap ticket, and walked into the museum. As he walked, he couldn't help but slander. I said that I was grateful for the Flash, but is this definitely not a new means of collecting money from the Central City government? Dedicated to leaks for fans of the Flash. It is estimated that the Flash himself will be charged tickets when he comes here. Shaking his head, Chen Tian continued to walk a little further. Immediately at the main entrance of the museum hall, I saw the statue of the Flash. It's a big guy 3 meters tall. The Flash's red battle suit and the yellow lightning logo on the chest are reproduced. The whole statue shows a posture of running forward. The workmanship is quite fine. Chen Tian praised, did not make too much observation, and continued to walk into the hall. He quickly read everything in the Flash Museum. In fact, there is not much to see. After all, How long was the Flash in this central city? It's only a few months. The objects that can be put on display in the museum, except for the sculptures at the entrance of the hall, are all kinds of newspapers left behind after the Flash successfully captures the criminals. And various weapon fragments that have left traces when the opponent shot. Oh, there are also several photos of the Flash taken by journalists. As for the rest, there really is nothing. Shish. After visiting the entire museum, Chen gasped when he remembered the tickets he needed to buy before entering the museum. Slaughtered. He frowned and didn't mutter. Although Chen is not short of money now, as long as he wants, he can even get countless wealth. But those things, for Chen, are no more than one of the tools to complete the means. But, Rao is so, which does not mean that Chen himself likes this feeling of being wronged. It's one thing not to care about money. Being wronged is another matter. Speechless, Chen couldn't help but whisper. Immediately, having already visited the entire museum, he was ready to leave the museum. However, just as he walked towards the museum hall. But when he arrived at the back door, there was a strong and incomparable fluctuation of killing intent. Chen, who has the ability of the mind, has a strong sense of crisis and murder. I've just arrived in this central city, and I've been targeted. Chen, who felt the murderous opportunity, was immediately puzzled. Logically speaking, no one in the 600th world should hate me, Gotham and Metropolis don't, and Central City shouldn't be. Quote. The reason why he came up with such an idea is because he has no enemies in the 600th world. Or rather, there are no enemies who are still alive. There is even a psychic ability in hand, and no one remembers him at all. All the guys who have been provoked in the 600th world have become dead bodies at this moment. That's why Chen is weird. Moreover, after I came to Central City, I didn't show my ability. How did it get topped? And this killing force is still so strong. He frowned suddenly, and looked in the direction from which the sense of crisis came. Definitely ideographic period. Chen was only puzzled by this sudden killing intent. I don't know where it came from, but there was no panic. And just as Chen turned his head, I saw a masked figure slowly walking out of the back door and standing in front of a photo of the Flash. Then the person who couldn't see the face clearly stared at the photo of the Flash, and the feeling of crisis on his body became more and more deep. Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that this guy is not coming at me, but has a conflict with the Flash. The mind goes on and on. Chen released the mind fluctuations and shrouded the past towards the other party. Immediately, on this guy with a covered face, he detected an extremely terrifying killing intent. Obviously, this killing intent is aimed at the Flash. Is it the Flash's old rival? Chen noticed this and immediately began to search his mind for all kinds of information about the Flash. See if you can find this person's existence in various versions of the Flash comics and film and television series. It's a pity. Then, Chen secretly sighed. It's still not sure what the situation is in the central city of this universe. Quote. The Flash in different universes has its own differences. There are even universes where there are multiple the Flash at the same time. It's not even clear what version the Flash is, let alone its opponent. Thinking of this, Chen eyes flickered. If I can, I hope to find the Flash Barry Allen. He is definitely the most potential being in the Flash. After all, a lot of messes in the Justice League are finally left to him who can go back in time to solve. It was when Chen was on his mind. The masked figure standing in place suddenly sensed something and projected his gaze towards Chen. Chen was not panicked at all. However, when he looked at the masked man, Chen found that the other party's eyes were filled with a cold as ice murderous intention, which was obviously not something ordinary people could have. The other side, the masked man standing in front of the Flash photo did not react strangely after withdrawing his indifferent gaze. Just began to lift his feet and walk towards the outside of the museum hall. Perhaps, follow this guy and find the Flash. Chen thought so, just about to catch up. Rumble. A violent explosion suddenly spread, and the ground trembled. I could smell a very clear smell of gunpowder, which diffused in the air. At the same time, there are many other visitors in the museum, who were really frightened by the explosion. Time. Roar, cries, screams. All kinds of voices with negative emotions spread in the museum in an instant. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and hurried over in the direction from which the explosion came. After walking a few steps, I saw rubble everywhere. The flash sculpture at the entrance of the hall was blown to pieces. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Meantime, it seems that the guy just did it, and he has such a strong hostility to the Flash, it will definitely not be a simple look at the Flash's photos. Chen Tian relied on the information he had in his hands and immediately reasoned the truth. It's just that he didn't rush to pursue the other party. After all, the person is here to target the Flash, so he will naturally lead the Flash out after the action. And that's what Chen Tian wants. Thereupon, Chen Tian is not in a hurry, but waits for the moment when the Flash appears. Not for long, police from Central City arrived at the scene. The museum hall was quickly blocked, and Chen Tian stood not far away and watched. Then, a familiar name sounded in his ears. Barry. Come over here. This is the name of the Flash. Chen Tian's eyes lit up and looked in the direction from which the voice came. I saw a thin young man, following the usual guidance of the scene, coming to the shattered the Flash sculpture. I didn't expect the person I was looking for to come to me so quickly. Quote. Chen Tian recognized the identity of the other party. Exactly the Flash Barry. Allen. The other side. Barry. Allen took the camera and walked to the scene of the explosion. He is a physical evidence scientist at the police department. It is the person who investigates the crime scene. Barry. After greeting Roar with the staff present, Allen crossed the cordon, narrowed his eyes, and leaned over to observe the shattered statue of the Flash. Then, the camera in Huki's hand began to record all the details of the scene. Not far away, Chen Tian has turned on supervision, opposite Barry. Allen's body, zoomed in to the extent that he could directly observe the cells in his body. The activity of cells in his body, as well as the metabolism speed of various tissues and organs in the body, far exceeds that of ordinary people. However, all cells in such an internal environment, the rate of aging is slower than that of ordinary people. After noticing the difference in the other party's body, Chen Tian slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. Now it can be determined that this person is the Flash of this universe and there is no situation of duplicate names. Quote. I didn't expect to be so lucky in this search for someone. Before he even began to set out to look for it, the other party took the initiative to send it to him. Thoughtful, Chen Tian urged supervision again, magnifying Barry's view. Allen. It has come to a point where you can observe things at the nanoscale. Barry. Every cell of Allen, in Chen Tian's eyes at this moment, is enough to have a grinding disk file size. Meantime, he also observed a special energy similar to lightning in the nucleus of the other party. It seems that this is the speed of God, Chen Tian muttered. Between the words, there was a feeling of expectation. Just find Barry. Allen, the next successful replication of the divine speed power will be a sure thing. And, now it's time to run into criminals targeting the Flash. As long as you follow each other, then you can quickly complete the copy. Thinking, the smile on Chen Tian's face was even bigger. Meanwhile, Barry. Allen also completed the collection of physical evidence at the scene. See, Joe is an adoptive father. West came over, and he immediately asked, is anyone injured at the scene? Nope, Joe. West's expression was a little solemn. Obviously, the guy who planted the bomb came to blow up the statue of the Flash, and I don't know who the Flash has a grudge against. Barry. When Allen heard this, his eyes narrowed and flickered, as if he was thinking about something, and fell silent. I don't know. Maybe the Flash has been in the limelight lately and accidentally provoked someone. After a short while, he smiled. Subsequently, Barry, who has already taken physical evidence, Allen, began to find the tourists who stayed at the scene to take notes. Chen Tian is naturally among them. Barry Allen took a pen and paper and a tape recorder and found Chen Tian. Did you see anything suspicious before the explosion? He asked. I saw a masked man in front of the Flash for a long time. As soon as he left, the sculpture exploded. Quote, Chen Tian's answer almost said that the masked man was the one who did it, and directly said it to the other party. After all, the person he needs now, the Flash, to get out of the criminal as soon as possible, and then launch ability to replicate himself. If you can, Chen Tian still likes to choose a way that doesn't hurt an anger, and copy it to ability. You go and take out the monitoring before the explosion first, and then go over when I finish the record. Barry Allen suddenly turned to Joe. West said. Forthwith. The latter also heard Chen Tian's words, so he didn't say anything more, turned around and went to the monitoring room. And Barry Allen, on the other hand, immediately continued the work of the pen admission certificate just now. The tourists present were recorded last night, and the evidence collection was completed. Barry Allen sorted out all the transcripts and prepared to go to the monitoring room to see the masked man Chen Tian had mentioned earlier. Monitoring is also an important evidence to solve a crime. As a result, he just turned around. Boom! On another street not far away, there was a huge amount of explosion again. Even the ground, and all the objects in the museum, are trembling. Something happened again. When Allen heard the voice, the expression on his face suddenly froze. When he first heard that the criminal who planted the bomb had come specifically to target the Flash, he had been in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, after a while, there was another explosion. Thereupon, at the moment when the explosion sounded, Barry Allen didn't even have half a point of hesitation, directly dropped the thing in his hand, took a step and rushed in the direction where the explosion came. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, the entire ground was shaking, and even all the items in the Lightning Museum were trembling. Did that guy do it again? Barry, who was about to walk towards the monitoring room, Allen, immediately realized that the person who caused this second explosion was most likely the same person who caused the museum explosion. And that guy, apparently for the Flash, coming. This makes Barry Allen's heart tightened. He was already jealous as a hater, and if the people in the city were implicated for his own sake, he couldn't accept it. Thereupon, Barry Allen walked quickly to an unoccupied corner. A golden arc flashed on his body. The next moment, roar! The thing in his hand fell to the ground, and he himself was wrapped in endless golden arcs, turning into an afterimage that ordinary people could not capture, and rushed straight out in the direction from which the explosion came. Keep an eye on Barry Allen's Chen Tian. Because of his super speed, his reaction power is beyond ordinary people, so he still sees the former figure that rushed out in front of him. It's just that you can see Barry, who can see it, but burst out with divine speed. Allen, in Chen Tian's eyes, is not clear where to go. There is still an afterimage. This means that the Flash's speed is much faster than the current Chen Tian. I'm looking forward to speedy power more and more. Chen Tian was not surprised by this. The speed force of God was about to be copied than him, naturally the stronger the better. But now that his goal has appeared, he naturally can't stay in place all the time. Immediately, everyone else in the hall panicked and shouted. Chen Tian also quietly retreated to a corner where no one noticed, controlled the position to distort the light, and his figure gradually became transparent and disappeared in the eyes of ordinary people. Subsequently, roar! The people in the museum hall felt a strong wind blowing fiercely in the museum. Everyone was even more shocked for a while, thinking that there was another explosion at the scene, fearing that they would be affected by it, and squatting down with their heads in pieces. However, after a while, they found that they were all safe. Could it be that there is a problem with the air conditioning in the museum? For a time, some people couldn't help but wonder. More people were worried, and there were one explosion after another in the city, and it was not known whether there would be casualties. Meanwhile, on the street a few streets away from the Lightning Museum, rumble, rumble, violent outbreaks are still happening. One after another, gunpowder smoke is everywhere. Countless buildings shattered into huge potholes in the firelight, and large pieces of building debris splashed out. The whole street was frightened and ran away holding their heads. Rumble. This is a tall building that has already exploded once before, and the middle section of the tall building with a huge gap has exploded again. Huge amounts of concrete, glass, and steel bars splashed rapidly, and at the same time, the building could no longer support it, and the first half of the explosion was already smashing towards the crowd on the road. Meanwhile, there are also many people in this section of the building that is smashed down. When it lands, I'm afraid it will affect at least hundreds of thousands of people. On the street, in the tall buildings, all the people who could not avoid it were already desperate and let out miserable screams. Roar! Just in time, a burst of brilliant golden brilliance flashed by. Those people on the streets, who were already obviously unable to escape, all disappeared in an instant. Another moment, Barry Allen had just moved the people from the street, one by one, to a safe area. The golden lightning on his body flickered continuously. The divine speed force was once again triggered. Roar! He once again rushed towards the building that had been blown up and smashed into the ground in the first half at a speed infinitely close to the speed of light. At the moment, in Alan's eyes, everything that happened was like being pressed to play a movie 1,000 times slowly, and all the movement was frozen. The next moment, he accelerated again, stepped over the flying rubble in the air, and rushed into the half-cut building that had smashed into the ground. Golden brilliance shines across the entire building. The people inside the building, who were more desperate than everyone else, only felt a flower in front of them. When I came back to my senses, I found myself in a park 2 streets away from the explosion. Are you all right? Less than 3 seconds passed since the explosion and the building was about to topple, and hundreds of thousands of people were all moved to a safe area 2 streets away. Rumble. Right at this time, everyone in the park felt a tremor on the ground, looked up, and saw 2 streets away, raising a skyrocketing dust and fog. I immediately reacted. This is the sound of the building falling to the ground just now. It's the Flash. The Flash saved us. There are people who quickly return to their senses after experiencing life and death, and immediately think of the truth. The other side. The stealthy Chen was long overdue. Tisk. I'm still nowhere near the speed of the Flash. He looked at the empty street in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The current Chen simply can't keep up with the Flash. Roar. This is the horizon, and once again a narrow golden lightning bolt spreads constantly. Chen narrowed his eyes. This is the Flash deliberately slowing itself down. Quote, quote. The golden lightning on the horizon is just golden lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Chen Tian's eyes, the figure of the Flash can be clearly seen. You know, when the Flash burst out at full speed before, even when he looked over, there were afterimages. I didn't expect that the guy the Flash would not only protect the lives and safety of the people in Central City, but also treat their psychology. Chen Tian laughed dumbly at the thought of this. Barry. Alan deliberately exposed himself after saving those people. It's all about appeasing victims who have been in danger, telling them that you're all right with me. Right at this moment, the Flash. Thank you. Chen Tian heard the golden lightning bolt that appeared on the horizon in the park 2 blocks away. Roar raised the name the Flash. They were cheering Roar for the Flash, and their faces were full of excitement. When Chen Tian saw this scene, his face smiled even more. In Central City, the Flash will indeed be welcomed. Subsequently, he was ready to set off, heading towards where the Flash was in the distance, closer to the past. After all, Chen Tian's copying ability can only work when it is close to a certain distance from the copying party. At a minimum, it needs to be within a range where you can feel the fluctuation of the other person's ability. However, Chen Tian didn't have time to leave yet. Those in the safe area suddenly stopped their joy about the Flash. Roar. I saw the golden lightning on the horizon stop abruptly. Then, a dark blue electric light actually flashed over an extremely long distance at an incredible speed. Rumble. The dark blue electric light was menacing, and it actually directly knocked the Flash dozens of meters away. The latter could not react at all and slammed into a wall. Dense cracks spread out on that wall in an instant, and smoke and dust were everywhere. That guy just now is also the owner of Divine Speed Force. No wonder there is so much hostility towards the Flash. Chen Tian watched this scene from a distance and was a little surprised. It seems that in this universe, there are now 2 divine speed powerers. Then his eyes fell on the Flash, which was slightly embarrassed against the wall, and suddenly thought of a sentence. I'm Barry Allen, the fastest man in the world, however. Every season someone is faster than me. Looks like. Now Barry Allen meets a new God Speed Force owner. Judging from his confused situation, this guy obviously doesn't know anything about it, and it is estimated that he is the first time he has encountered other divine speeds. Chen Tian looked at Barry Allen behaved and made such a judgment. And those who were saved by the Flash were shocked to see that there was anyone who could have the Flash's speed. At the same time, I began to worry about the Flash in my heart. Because they can clearly feel that the dark blue figure has obvious hostility to the Flash. As for Barry Allen himself, after he got up from the ground, he shook his head, stood up and looked around with a twinkle in his eyes. As someone who had just faced that dark blue figure, Barry Alan naturally knew that the Comer was not good. In the moment before the collision, he already felt a wave of hostility coming from the surface. Meantime, Barry. Alan was still on the other party's body, feeling an extremely familiar breath. He was surprised to find that the ability aura emanating from the other party was exactly the same as his own. It's all Godspeed. And right in Barry. Alan was amazed. Roar! A brilliant blue light flashed, and a figure he had never seen before appeared in front of him. This is a masked man wearing black leather and carrying claw-shaped instruments on his hands. As soon as the masked man appeared, he looked at Barry defiantly. Alan glanced. A dark blue arc suddenly erupted from his body. Roar! The next moment, the other party's figure was only a blue light flashing between the cities. That's him, Barry. At this moment, Alan determined that the initiator of the two explosions just now was this guy. Moreover, the purpose of thinking about the other party is to lead out yourself. As for why this masked man did this, Barry. Alan felt that there was no time to dig deeper now. Catch this guy first. Roar! Barry. Alan's body suddenly shone with a golden arc, and instantly burst out of divine speed. Directly chased towards the blue figure. Suddenly, between the entire central city, there was a scene of a golden light flashing rapidly, chasing the dark blue light. And Chen, who was in the distance, originally wanted to keep up. It's just that as soon as I was about to leave, I found myself thinking too much. This speed is also much worse. Chen sighed helplessly. He found that at this stage he was far from keeping up with the Flash's speed. The golden, blue, and two flashing figures, dragging the taillight, quickly disappeared into Chen field of vision. And when Chen felt helpless, he had already guessed the identity of the dark blue lightning guy. If nothing else, this guy is a speedster. Chen looked at the direction in which the flash and the dark blue lightning disappeared, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered. Speeder, a Godspeed power owner from another Earth. His purpose in traveling through different universes is to plunder the abilities of other speedsters. And this time the other party deliberately sent Barry. Alan led it out, naturally on top of the latter's divine speed. Meanwhile, one gold, one basket and two figures, in the central city, the city is chasing each other. Each of them has their own divine speed power to the extreme. The speed of forward travel is also constantly approaching the speed of light. Each left behind him a ripple of gold and dark blue. Therainto. Chen didn't guess wrong. The man who ran in front, surrounded by dark blue lightning and burst out at extreme speed, was the one who was the speedster. Hunter. Zolomon. He came here to plunder Barry. Alan's supernatural power. While at the exit of a highway, the speedster defiantly glanced back at Barry, who had been chasing after him. Alan. Next second, the blue arc on the speedster's body suddenly became more and more dazzling, and his legs were running to the extreme. Speed up abruptly, leaving a dark blue trail behind him, the air rippled. Roar! He rushed into the city. Barry followed behind him. Alan at the moment, it has been determined that the ability that the other party has is the same speed as himself. In terms of speed, it turned out to be comparable to itself, and even vaguely exceeded a little. However, since they have already set their eyes on each other, it is impossible to give up so easily. Barry. Alan also suddenly increased his explosive speed at this time. An increasingly dazzling golden arc flashed in every corner of the body. Roar! Barry. Alan also exploded abruptly, dead behind the speedster. Two figures who don't know how many times the speed of sound and are constantly approaching the speed of light, like a terrifying wind, passing through the city's large and small file-sized roads. When the figure burst past, the fierce wind brought by it lifted the tables and chairs on the side of the road, and the items in the hands of passers-by. People turned their heads and couldn't see the figures of the two at all, only felt that the air currents around them instantly became extremely violent. Clearly in front of their eyes. But there are places that cannot be seen with the naked eye. The speedster and the Flash are racing like crazy. However, the speedster running ahead is about to recircle back to its original route. But he suddenly noticed that on the route he was going to take, there was a figure standing in the center of the road, as if waiting for him. I don't know if it's or not, this partner of the cosmic speeder. The speedster was in his heart and thought to himself. However, he didn't care about this figure. It only takes him an instant to overtake this figure. However, What the speedster didn't know was that the figure standing in front of him was Chen. The latter predicts the route that the other party is likely to pass through the psychic fluctuations of the speedster. So I chose to wait here in advance and wait for the rabbit. But the speedster naturally didn't know what Chen thought, and didn't even look at Chen more. He glanced back, followed by the flash behind him, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, accelerate again. Roar. The figure flashed over, bringing a terrifying air current, directly passing by Chen side. The next moment, Barry Allen also noticed Chen and recognized the latter as the person who cooperated with him in taking notes during the day. But I didn't think much of it in my heart. It is probably just a coincidence. Otherwise, ordinary people can't see their speed at all, and it is possible to block the way of the two of them. Roar. The next moment, Barry on Allen's body, a brilliant golden electric light erupted, suddenly accelerated, and also carelessly swept past Chen with a fierce wind. There are only speeders in sight. And Chen stood in place, his clothes and hair were blown around by the fierce wind brought by the two speeders passing by. The corners of his mouth slowly outlined a satisfied smile. Just after the two of them passed by Chen side. In his mind, two cold prompts that copied the effect of ability suddenly sounded one after another. Battle detected. Rewarded. Godspeed Force Barry Allen. Battle detected. Rewarded. Godspeed Force Hunter Zolamont. Battle detected. Rewarded. Godspeed Force Barry Allen. Battle detected. Rewarded. Godspeed Force Hunter Zolamont. 1 gold, 1 blue, 2 flashing electric lights, bursting beyond Superman's speed of the figure burst from Chen side. In his mind, the cold prompt sound of copying the ability to take effect successfully sounded one after another. 2 divine speed forces are copied at the same time. After Chen heard 2 prompts, Rao's eyes lit up. Originally, his goal was just to gain a divine speed power and feel that it was enough. After all, even if it is just a Godspeed force, when it is first obtained, it can have a speed close to the speed of light. Moreover, there is also good room for growth after that. In Chen expectation, after obtaining the power of divine speed, there is also the blessing of Krypton's bloodline. Maybe he can reach the level of going back in time in a very short time. However, now I have obtained 2 divine speed powers, which completely overjoyed Chen. This is related to the fact that after harvesting several super strengths, these abilities can be superimposed on each other. If nothing else, then the current Chen already has twice the speed of the divine speed. Perhaps, now I have a speed faster than the speed of light and can travel through time and space. Chen eyes couldn't help but widen and began to feel the changes in his body. Since then, he found that among all the cells in his body, there were already 2 more divine speed forces. They are gold, which comes from the Flash's supernatural power. There is also the blue divine speed power that belongs to the speedster. 2 different colors of divine speed force, in his nucleus, formed a small arc, constantly flashing. Between every cell, terrifying energy bursts out. At the same time, under the action of these 2 divine speeds, those cells began to transform rapidly. Originally, Chen body, after obtaining a new bloodline with 3 bloodlines integrate, all the cells had already obtained 5 or 3-0 to metamorphosis. Whether it is vitality or the energy contained in cells, it is not comparable to ordinary humans. Even the average mutant is far inferior to Chen. It can be said that even if Chen is a single cell, the energy contained in it can be larger than the cells of ordinary human whole body combined. And in his body, there are hundreds of millions of cells. At the same time, these cells also have extraordinary activity. Every cell has the potential to completely divide into a body. This also means that the previous Chen, as long as only one cell remains, he can be reborn through this cell. Even more terrifying than the so-called blood rebirth. However, it was this kind of cell with such terrifying activity and potential, when he harvested 2 divine speeds. It can actually enhance its internal energy and cell activity again. This is the horror of divine speed. In Barry, after Allen obtained the power of supervision, no matter how many injuries he suffered, it only took 1 day to fully repair. If those minor injuries are minor, it may only take a few seconds, or even an instant, to recover. Because of his cell activity and metabolic rate, under the blessing of divine speed, far beyond ordinary people. And now, Chen Tian has obtained 2 divine speed powers at the same time. Its already terrifying cell activity has been sublimated. Definitely ideographic period. The increase in cell activity brought about by the speed force is not the biggest surprise for Chen Tian. What excites Chen Tian the most is the speed blessing brought by the speed of the divine speed. However, just when Chen Tian felt that the strengthening brought by the speed of God was enough, he suddenly found that there was a new change in his body. That is the brand new bloodline in his body, which is composed of 3 bloodlines and integrates, and under the action of the divine speed force, it actually began to accelerate the improvement speed of Chen Tian's body. Moreover, it has doubled by a whole. It's incredible. Originally, when I harvested the speed power, I thought that I could just give me speed. Chen Tian felt his already terrifying enough strength improvement speed, and once again rose a level, shocked. But now, not only the 2 divine speed powers that I have unexpectedly gained, but I can greatly increase my speed and improve my timely combat power. Moreover, can you improve the speed of my strength after that? He took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. This trip, it's really the right one. However, just when Chen Tian was already satisfied. But I found that after I harvested the divine speed power, the changes in my body were far from stopping. Just now, it was the divine speed force that acted on his new bloodline, making the latter move faster. And now, with the Kryptonian bloodline, this new bloodline that will maximize the potential has actually begun to increase its divine speed. In Chen Tian's cells, those constantly flashing gold and blue arcs, under the action of the bloodline, began to rapidly integrate. 2 colors, slowly integrated into a white new God speed power, burst out with more power. Yes, after Chen Tian made this discovery, he was stunned for a moment, and then the joy on his face became more and more intense. Although the divine speed force is an ability, it is also an objectively existing independent energy body like the bloodline. Therefore, the divine speed power is also like the bloodline, and it can receive the blessing of the bloodline. He was lamenting. The 2 divine speed forces in all cells are also beginning to rapidly integrate. In the nucleus, white arcs are getting more and more. Then, Chen Tian seemed to have a feeling. It's like, if I can use the God speed force, then I can accelerate the speed of the 2 God speed forces integrate. He looked at the 2 divine speed forces that gradually integrated and made such a discovery. In that case, Chen Tian muttered, looking up in the direction where the flash and the speeder had disappeared. Then let's race, hurriers. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a white shining arc gradually appeared on his body. Roar. Next second, Chen Tian's figure suddenly turned into a blur, and he rushed out at a speed that was only a little limited distance from the speed of light. Roar. For a while, the air in the entire central city was torn up because he started running. The terrifying wind began to roar, and even the clouds in the sky began to drift with his movement. Before Chen Tian couldn't keep up with the flash and the speedster. But in the blink of an eye, he had already begun to approach the latter at a speed almost twice that of the other 2. The other side. Roar. The flash berry. Alan's body shone with golden arcs, and the whole person turned into a golden stream, bursting out of his maximum speed, chasing the speedman in front of him. He frowned, his eyes stared seriously at the speedster running in front of him, the whole person exuding a blue arc, and the mood in his heart gradually became heavy. For the first time, this is the first time since he obtained the power of divine speed that he has met someone whose speed is not inferior to himself. Even, Barry, Alan also felt that the speedster, who had been keeping a distance from him, had not actually burst out at full speed. Because, even if there is a small difference between the speed of the 2, under such a high-speed run, the distance between the 2 of them will also slowly change. But not at all. Barry, Alan couldn't help but roar in his heart. Since he started chasing this guy, the distance between them has not even changed in the slightest. Then the facts speak for themselves. The other party is better than himself in terms of speed. Deliberately maintaining a distance is completely to play on himself. Who the hell are you? Barry. After Alan made such a discovery, the emotions in his heart became more and more urgent. You know, when he just obtained the power of divine speed, he could feel that he had become the fastest running person in the world. However, the guy who suddenly appeared with the blue divine speed power actually hit himself in the face. And at the end of the day, Barry Allen is just a young man who has just graduated and entered society. When I found such a situation, I naturally felt unwilling to admit defeat. Moreover, even without talking about it, as a police worker, Barry Allen also has no intention of sparing the perpetrator who caused explosions in the city and caused panic. Even if there is no The Flash, then the 2 bombs placed by the other party in the city today are not as simple as just causing panic. Directly may lead to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. Unforgivable. Barry. The more Allen thought about it, the more angry he felt, and in an instant, the shining golden arc on his body became more and more dense. The speed under your feet begins to gradually increase. Because of his mood at the moment, he broke through a bottleneck. Roar. The 2 streams turned into 2 streams dragged out 2 rapid trajectories, like 2 meteors, shuttling through the streets and alleys of the central city and various roads. The surrounding past, in their eyes, has become a blur of different color blocks, which is constantly receding at an unimaginable speed. Barry burst out suddenly. Allen, also in the process, began to gradually close the distance with the speedster. However, right at this time, the speedster running in front suddenly looked back and smiled. Didn't speak, but there was contempt in this smile. Barry, seeing this, Allen couldn't help but frown, and suddenly felt wrong. Really, just as the 2 sides chased each other to the edge of the city, the speeder who had been running in front of him actually accelerated again. The dense blue arc wrapped around its body became more and more dazzling at this time. The blue trail dragged behind him became more and more dazzling. Roar. The speedster began to turn direction and run towards the suburbs outside the central city. At the same time, the distance between you and the Flash has once again been opened. Barry. Seeing this, Allen couldn't help cursing, and quickly gritted his teeth to frantically maintain his speed and chased after the other party. And after the rapids distanced, they once again maintained the distance between themselves and the Flash within a fixed range. He was really playing the Flash, deliberately provoking him. You stop me. On the trail lined with farmland on both sides of the suburbs, Barry Allen couldn't help but roar. Outcome. The next moment, the speedster running in front actually suddenly slowed down and stopped. Rumble. As he forcibly stopped, the air in front of him was actually blasted out with a violent bang at this time. Even the ground, which could not withstand it, collapsed into a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters, and the dust flew. Ha! Seeing this, the Flash snorted suspiciously, and then forcibly stopped his figure. Rumble. The same bang, the same dust and fog. Roar. At this moment, behind them, the fierce wind brought by the running finally caught up, directly blowing away the dust that filled the air. Barry Allen looked at the person in front of him with serious eyes. And the rapid one also slowly turned around. The twins stood in confrontation. You're a special person, I can feel it. Just when we were chasing, you broke through the limit several times. The speed started to get faster. Then, the speedster spoke, although the mask could not see his face clearly, but he could hear the smile in the words. That's why I've been playing with you for so long, just hoping to see what kind of breakthrough you can reach. Quote. But unfortunately, after chasing for so long and improving so many times, your speed is still too slow for me. Saying that, the speedster shook his head with slight disappointment. Why are you blowing up the streets? Barry Allen paused when he heard this, did not dwell on the problem of speed, but wanted to know the reason for the other party's crime. You should know very well in your heart that it is just to lure you out. Quote. The speedster tilted his head, deprive you of your divine speed. Quote. Is it because of this reason that so many people are in danger of putting their lives in danger? Barry Allington was angry. The other party is completely a guy who regards human life as grass. The golden arc on the body suddenly shone dazzlingly, and the figure burst into terrifying speed, suddenly rushing towards the other party. Roar. Dodge. Hunter, the speedster on the opposite side, also chuckled, and the blue arc on his body jumped, and the same explosion disappeared in place. Roar, roar, roar. The brilliant light of gold and blue is suddenly intertwined. Constantly spin, sublimation. In a very small range, the two burst out at an extraordinary speed and chased frantically. The air within a radius of thousands of meters was triggered by the two of them spinning and chasing among the rice fields, and began to converge towards them, forming a tornado that exuded terrifying power. The crops in the surrounding rice fields were also uprooted by the strong wind and floated towards the tornado. However, whether it's a long-distance chase or a clash at a very small range, Barry Allen is only a little bit behind in any case, but he can't touch each other. This actually means that there is a huge gap between the two sides. The speedster is just teasing him. Barry. The anger in the heart of Allen is getting heavier. Yet at this very moment, a white light flashed in the sky. Rumble. Barry running at high speed. Allen suddenly felt an oncoming gust of wind, directly knocking them out. What is that thing? Hunter the speedster turned to see Barry. Allen was hit by a white light and shocked in his heart. How can there be a speed in this world that I can't see? He didn't see clearly what that white light was. Yet the next second, as the speedster turns his head back, the shock in my heart suddenly turned into horror. The figure came around in front of him sometime. When I turned my head, I saw that the man had already run in front of him. When did he come over? Was that white light just now him? Seeing this, Hunter the speedster's face changed greatly, and he panicked in his heart, and he slipped under his feet and fell to the ground. Rumble. The whole person, who was originally running at high speed, fell directly into the rice field that had been bald next to him, and the land was washed out of a shallow ditch. Hunter the speedster groaned in pain and stood up, and then he saw a familiar figure. The expression on his face slowly froze, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The owner of that figure is Chen. Before he was in the city with the Flash, he met the beautiful boy. How did he catch up with himself? He is also a Godspeed power owner. And even then it is impossible that someone will run so fast. Hunter the speedster was full of shock. They had just run from the city center to this place a long time early. It is impossible for the other party to run here in such a short time. However, Hunter could not have imagined that the running speed of the young man in front of him had long been able to transcend time and space. This can't be. Speedster Hunter looked at Chen standing in front of him, and finally couldn't help roar shouting. Stand up abruptly. Snap. In an instant, a dense, dazzling blue arc suddenly erupted from his body. The next moment, roar, the speedster suddenly burst out of his fastest speed. Even the surrounding air was lifted, layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. And his whole person turned into a residual image wrapped in terrifying speed. Rushed straight towards Chen. The distance of more than 10 meters, but you can cross it in an instant. However, Chen watched the other party rush towards him, smiled lightly, and the white arc on his body flashed. Roar. The whole person actually moved half a meter to one side lightly, and easily avoided the impact of the speedster. Seeing this, Hunter the speedster tightened his brows, cursed secretly, and suddenly stopped as he rushed forward. The figure burst out again, rushing towards Chen again. And when Chen saw such a situation, the expression on his face did not even change in the slightest. Roar. White electric current flashes intermittently. He moved half a meter to the other side again. Once again, it was easy to avoid the impact. Why? Until now, Hunter the speedster still didn't want to believe reality, and he roared and rushed towards Chen again and again. Every time I burst out my full speed. In the air, countless roar whistled the fierce wind that tore the heavens and the earth, and the endless air flow floated in all directions. Moment. Around Chen, a dark blue arc flashed in the sky, and everywhere his eyes could see, it was dense, illuminated along with the surroundings. In an instant, Hunter the speedster had already hit Chen surroundings thousands of times from different angles. However, in the face of such an offensive, Chen can be said to be not panicked at all. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest, and the white divine speed power arc on his body flickered slightly. The body moves small one after another, avoiding the impact again and again. Hunter the speedster couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. Boom. After the last impact, it was still avoided by Chen. Hunter the speedster finally had to let himself accept the truth. That is, the young guy in front of him really surpassed Z in speed. Finally, he stopped the impact and stood opposite Chen, panting, staring at Chen standing in place with extremely complicated eyes. And aside, the Flash Barry Allen has been watching the two clash. The shock in my heart is incomparable, but it is also very complicated. The anger that had appeared because the speed of the speedster was faster than himself before, but now it became obviously low. Because Barry Allen was shocked to find that when the speedster launched an impact on Chen, the speed of the eruption was far faster than himself. This surprised him immensely. In the chase just now, Barry Allen has broken his speed several times. Although in the end, he still failed to catch up with the speedster. But in Allen's opinion, the gap between himself and the other party should not exist much. But when I look at it now, I know that I am naive. The speed of the other party's burst out at the moment is even higher than he imagined. However, even so, the speedman couldn't catch up with Chen in the impact just now. So Barry Allen felt like he had been hit hard. Although Hunter the speedster just now did not hit the teenager once. But every time the other side fails, Barry Allen felt a sledgehammer hit him hard. The speed of the speedster is already much faster than himself. However, even so, he is still far from being comparable to Chen. And Barry Allen became the most delicious existence among the three. Looking at the speedman who had given up on fighting Chen, Barry Allen himself couldn't help but scold secretly. Meantime, he also recognized the boy with the white divine speed, which was clearly the boy he interviewed when he made a record today, Chen. Come to think of it, Barry. The expression on Allen's face became more and more complicated. Hey Barry, met here again. Then, Chen, who looked at the speedman who had stopped, finally had free time and headed towards Barry Allen snorted roar. The latter did not respond, just looked at him and slowly frowned. Who the hell are you? Hunter, the speedster standing opposite him, couldn't help but ask his own questions. Me. Hearing this, Chen turned his head and raised his eyebrows. I'm just an ordinary possessor of divine speed. When Hunter the speedster heard him say this, his face became even more ugly in an instant. Is this called ordinary? He couldn't help but curse secretly in his heart. To know, in order to achieve faster speed, Hunter the speedster even traveled through one universe after another to deprive others of their divine speed. And so much has been done to make it faster. However, after years of hard work to finally reach the current step, he suddenly ran into this teenager and was easily defeated by him. How difficult and unwilling Hunter the speedster is in his heart can be imagined. It's just that if I can take this person's divine speed power into my pocket, then my own speed can also be increased to a terrifying level. While he was extremely depressed in his heart, he also had thoughts about Chen divine speed. It's just that now is not the best time. If this person wants to resist, I can't catch up with him. You have to find another opportunity. The most important thing I need to do now is to be able to escape from the hands of this teenager in front of me. Come to think of it, Hunter the speedster decided to temporarily control the greed in his heart. Next second, a dark blue arc began to flash on his body, ready to run at any time. No matter how fast a person with divine speed is, there will always be times of negligence. He couldn't believe that Chen could keep an eye on him. The other side, Chen can actually clearly perceive the idea of Hunter the speeder. But he didn't panic in the slightest. Because the current Chen wants to catch up with him, it is simply a breeze. And while Hunter the speedster was about to flee, behind him came Barry Allen's voice. Chen, I remember your name. Barry Allen looked at Chen. His eyes were complicated, and the expression on his face was not good. When the museum exploded, and then when the street exploded, you were all the time. Obviously have ability. Why didn't you go out together to save people at that time? Meanwhile, roar, Hunter, the speedster who has been in a state of preparation for the start, turn around and run. At his speed, he had already rushed out of the distance, leaving a dark blue trail in the night. That guy is going to run. Barry Allen was shocked roar loudly when he saw this. However, Hunter the speedster ran with his attention on Chen, and it was as he spoke. Wait for Barry Allen reacted when he returned. Hunter the speedster has disappeared without a trace, and there is no way to capture the other party's figure. He's faster than me, and now there's no way to catch up with him. Barry Allen felt helpless and suddenly seemed depressed. Right at this moment, he felt his shoulder being gently grabbed by a hand. It's okay, that guy is not much faster than a turtle in my eyes. Quote. He can't run. Chen Tian's voice in Barry. A whisper sounded in Alan's ear. Next second, the latter has not even reacted yet. He only felt a terrifying force that was transmitted. At the same time, there was a white divine speed arc, which spread to his body. Roar. Moment. Barry. Alan's intuitive self experienced unprecedented speed. Everything that was blurred around, even if he turned on the divine speed power, he couldn't see it clearly at all. Chen Tian, with his speed of movement, turned out to be far beyond Barry. Full speed when Alan runs on his own. How can your speed be so terrible? Barry. Alan couldn't speak at all in the high-speed movement that exceeded his limit, and could only raise his shocked eyes and look at Chen Tian's side face. Ready, it's time to accelerate. Feel Barry. With Alan's shocked gaze, Chen Tian suddenly smiled, just starting, let you get used to it. Quote quote. Barry. When Alan heard this, people were stupid. What the? It could be more. The thought is not lost. Roar. Chen Tian with Barry. Alan, speed up again. The white divine speed arc shines madly and dazzlingly. The speed is already close to the speed of light, and only the limit distance remains. The speed of the two is bursting wildly. But a few moments later, Barry. Alan suddenly found that the back of Hunter, the speedster who had escaped in advance, had appeared in his field of vision. Ahead, Hunter, the speedster who was running at high speed, felt the terrifying oppression coming from behind, and the corners of his mouth suddenly froze because Fang Kai successfully escaped. Looking back at the moon. How did it still catch up? How terrifying is his speed? Hunter the speedster looked at the face behind him that was constantly approaching him, and his face was twisted in his heart and collapsed. He had been running for several seconds in advance. Actually caught up. You know, for the owner of the divine speed force, even if it is only for a second, it is a gap-like gap. Hunter, the speedster, felt that he had just been able to advance a few seconds, and even if the other party was faster than himself, he should not be able to catch up. And, what made him even more devastated was that Chen Tian actually had someone in his hand. This is so insulting. Hunter the speedster couldn't help but complain loudly in his heart. However, next second, roar, Chen Tian saw Hunter the speedster appear in front of him, and he actually exploded again and accelerated again. It turned out to be closer in an instant. You're running too slow. Let's do it together. With the words, Chen Tian's hand snapped and also grabbed the shoulder of Hunter the speedster. Hunter, the speedster, couldn't help but tighten his heart the moment he felt caught. Subconsciously, you have to resist. Pity. Although the God Speed Force has the ability to move at super high speed, it does not mean that their physical fitness is very strong. In fact, except for the faster metabolism in the body structure of the Speedy Force is no different from ordinary people. They are able to move at extremely high speeds entirely because of the power of divine speed. In the process of high-speed movement, the body will not be injured because of this, also thanks to the power of divine speed. And the current Chen Tian, not to mention the terrifying improvement brought by the new bloodline. Just mention a few super strengths, the power that can be possessed is not comparable to Hunter the Speedster. So, Hunter the Speedster's resistance was doomed to be futile. Even if he struggled, he was completely ignored by Chen Tian. The next moment, roar, the white divine speed arc emitted dazzling light around it. Chen Tian took the two possessors of divine speed power and quickly ran towards the direction in front of him. In the night, on the wilderness, a white light with a white trail was left. Roar, roar, everything is sweeping behind him at an unimaginable speed. Not even close. Still not enough. Feeling his speed at the moment, Chen Tian slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the more he ran, the faster the two divine speed forces copied in his body would integrate. At the same time, his movement speed is also climbing. However, when the speed of light was approaching, Chen Tian's increase in speed began to slow down. Even though the two divine speed forces in the body have never stopped the speed of integrate, the speed increase is not at all as fast as at the beginning. Perhaps, a person's movement speed, want to break through the speed of light, there is a threshold. Chen Tian couldn't help but analyze in his heart. After all, the faster an object moves, the more it is affected by gravity and magnetic fields. And a speed of light, let alone a speed. Crossing this threshold, you can even travel through time and space. Therefore, feeling his speed, getting closer and closer to the speed of light, Chen Tian couldn't help but be anxious in his heart. Perhaps, when the two divine speed forces in my body complete integrate, I will be able to break through the speed of light. He thought silently. Meantime, he is also doing his best to urge his own speed. Try to speed up the integration of the new God speed force. Roar. Three figures, at a speed that others could not see, galloped at a speed. And the speedster hunter he held in his hand had completely forgotten to resist at this moment. Feel the speed you've never felt before. Even the speed that even dares to imagine. His eyes widened, and he was terrified in his heart, and it was also complicated to the extreme. In order to increase his speed to the peak, he has been constantly shuttling through different spaces since a few years ago, plundering the divine speed power of other speedsters. After countless efforts, we have achieved today's speed. This is what he is most proud of. However, the pride in the heart of Hunter the Speedster, but at this time, it was completely crushed into slag by Chen Tian's performance. The speed of this teenager is simply terrifying. As for Barry, Alan is directly numb. Such a terrifying speed, is it real? Just when the other two people fell into an incomparable shock, a smile suddenly appeared on Chen Tian's face. It's done. At this moment, the two divine speed forces in his body finally completed the complete integrate, and all turned into beating white arcs. Meanwhile, Chen Tian felt his speed and finally broke through a bottleneck. The movement speed that had been increasing at a slow progress before was sublimated at this moment. Shave. Time. Chen Tian's moving figure approached the speed of light infinitely, and he burst out again, and his speed skyrocketed. Faster than the speed of light. And in the next second. Roar. The surrounding space was distorted at this time. The three of Chen Tian were clearly moving forward, but the retreating scenery around them paused abruptly. Then, like a frozen painting, all the colors that belong to the surrounding environment are suddenly stretched, distorted, shape-shifting, and shape-shifted by the power of invisible. What's going on? Chen Tian found that his speed suddenly changed after breaking the speed of light. He was already ready to stop his movement at the first moment. But at this moment, space and time seemed to have no meaning. Without space, there will be no movement. Without time and time, there will be no speed. He and Barry, Alan, and Hunter the Speedster. As the surroundings change, I only feel that my body is like an eraser, squeezed, stretched, and stirred by the power of invisible. In the real world, the three have disappeared. Sudden change. Let the flash Barry, Alan and Hunter the Speedster both immediately hung in their hearts. What they have experienced at this moment is too strange and unimaginable. They had never experienced anything like this before. As for Chen Tian, he didn't feel much surprise. Because he knows that when an object moves faster than the speed of light, it can achieve the effect of traveling through time and space. If nothing else, we should be traveling through time right now. Chen Tian thought silently. Definitely, after all, for the first time, and now he couldn't be sure what kind of time they would end up in. Just when several people have different thoughts. Roar. Everything that has just been experienced seems to have disappeared at this time. Things that were distorted in the vision before began to gradually take shape. Roar. Above an endless desert, a brilliant and gorgeous white light galloped from the horizon, leaving a white trail above the ground. Everywhere that white light passed, there was a sharp and piercing sonic boom. There is also a strong air flow born out of thin air, rushing in all directions, sweeping up the dust and fog that covers the sky, and the mighty and rolling endlessly. That white light, in just a few seconds, has already crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. From the barren desert, I came to a jungle full of tall tropical trees. Rumble. Until now, this white light suddenly stopped. Three figures gradually emerged. It was the three Chen Tian. The Flash Barry, Alan and Hunter the Speedster stood on either side of Chen Tian, their eyes quickly surveying their surroundings, acting shocked. They had just seen a speed far beyond themselves, and they were so fast that they couldn't see anything around them. All the changes that came after were beyond their comprehension. Now, finally able to keep their feet on the ground, the two even felt their legs a little soft. Which is it? Barry. Alan looked up at the little sunlight casting through the thick foliage of the plants. Hunter, the speedster on the side, also looked at Chen Tian at the same time. And Chen Tian didn't answer them. He clearly knew that just now, they were not only moving in space. It's across time. Now Chen Tian and the three of them, if nothing else, should be back in time. I don't know about this place either, but Chen Tian took a deep breath, and at the same time raised his head and looked at the surrounding plants. The oxygen concentration here is very high. The file size of the leaves, the height and thickness of the branches, far exceeded the file size that should exist in modern times. Even grass that grows on the ground is at least 1 meter long. And the flash berry. Alan and Hunter the speedster, IQ and knowledge reserve are not low. Hear Chen Tian's words. Look at these strange plants and landscapes around. Then think of everything that the people have just experienced, and what comes to mind at the same time. Quote. Quote. Hunter the speedster was a little shocked for a while, and some thoughts appeared in his heart, but he was not sure if it was true. Right at this time, roar, heaven and earth suddenly began to blow roar's howling wind, blowing the huge trees around several people to swing continuously. At the same time, above the sky, a large shadow is cast. There was also a sound that resembled birdsong. When everyone looked for prestige, they saw that in the sky, a huge bird and beast with a strange head and membrane wings flew over. The bird and beast were several meters long, and there was not the slightest feather on its body. This is Barry. The moment Alan saw this huge bird and beast, he was immediately shocked. Roar, his eyes were round, and he seemed to be a little unable to believe his eyes. Hunter, the speedster on the side, also raised his head, his eyes were straight, and he could not speak for a long time. Roar, until this huge amount of birds and beasts leapt over the heads of several people. This is a pterosaur. Only then did Chen Tian take a deep breath and slowly speak. Roar, after the pterosaur flew overhead, there was a gust of wind behind him, blowing towards the location of everyone. Because the Flash and Speedster Hunter were wearing uniform tights, they were not affected. But Chen Tian, dressed in his regular clothes, was blown so that his hair fluttered, and his robes were hunting. You, take us through time. Only after the wind gradually subsided did Hunter look at Chen Tian with a trembling voice. Is your divine speed power already so powerful? Although he had heard that divine speed force could go back in time and space, it was impossible to be as relaxed as the teenager in front of him. Without making any adjustments, he directly mentioned two people and traveled back tens of thousands of years. What, are we traveling through time now? Barry. When Alan heard this, he immediately fell into shock. Can the speed force still travel through time and space? Although it was the first time he heard the word Shensuli, he also quickly understood the common ground of the existence of several of them. Immediately I understood that the ability I had that could increase my speed was called God's speed force. He was also shocked that such an ability could travel through time and space. Barry. Alan was rapidly surveying his surroundings. He actually traveled through time and space, and sighed at the strength of Chen Tian. At the same time, I can't help but think in my heart. If the speed force can really travel through time and space, then can you travel back in time to change the tragedy that happened to you before? The speed force is so amazing, it's not just about running. Chen Tian replied, also with some emotion in his heart. It turns out that traveling back in time and space is such a magical thing. He also experienced such a thing for the first time. And after stopping Chen Tian's words, Barry, both Alan and Hunter the speedster fell into a brief silence. How does it feel in your mouth? Surpassing the speed of light is a simple thing. At this time Barry, Alan couldn't help but glance at Chen Tian and asked, so, do you have a way to go back now? When Chen Tian heard this, he paused. To be honest, since the speed of God can travel through the past, then naturally there is a means to return to the future. But now, he has just obtained the power of divine speed. And it is also the first time to travel through time and space. Whether or not we can return to the original era is not necessarily stable. However, Chen Tian has another ability, dimension teleportation. His means of shuttling between DC and Marvel, since he can travel through different worlds, can naturally travel through different timelines. And this dimension includes the dimensions of space and time. Even if Chen Tian is not skilled enough to use divine speed power to travel through time and space now, he can completely use dimensional teleportation to send himself back to the future stably. It's easy to go back, Chen Tian said slowly. In that case, although the current experience of traveling back tens of thousands of years is very interesting, I still think we should go back now. Barry. Alan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If you go back, of course, you can, but before I go back, I need to solve some trouble. Quote. Chen Tian spoke slowly, his tone very calm. At the same time, he set his sights on Hunter the Speedster. You were eyeing my divine speed before, right? His tone was soft, and there was even a gentle smile on his face. In addition, what he did not say was that this speedster would cause a lot of trouble in the future. And the other party has divine speed, even in the super ancient. When various ancient creatures were rampant tens of thousands of years ago, they naturally have the ability to live. Meantime, maybe one day in the future, his divine speed power can also evolve to the level of traveling through time and space. There is already the potential to cause trouble. So, Chen Tian wasn't ready to take him back. Hunter the Speedster is also a person with rich experience, and the moment Chen Tian's gaze is on him, this guy has already felt strong hostility. Roar! He was not hesitation, and the surface of his body instantly flashed a dark blue arc. The speed of God was urged to the extreme by him. Hunter the Speedster turned and ran, the dark blue luster burst out, and the surrounding air was rippled out of rounds. A brilliant blue luster instantly dragged out a long and tortuous blue trail in this jungle full of super ancient tall trees. But in an instant, Hunter the Speedster had already rushed out thousands of meters away. And then, a white light flickered in his field of vision. Chen Tian stood in front of him and raised his hand forward. Burst. Everything happened so quickly that by the time the speedster reacted, it was too late to slow down or turn a corner. The yellow-skinned boy in front of him just stood in place. Hunter the Speedster was as if he had actively hit the opponent's hand with his chest. Skin, muscles, sternum, lungs, spine. Instantly penetrated. Chen Tian's blood-stained, white hand like white jade protruded from behind his back. Ahem. Hunter the Speedster felt his body temperature and life force rushing down the big hole in his chest. His eyes were already pupils, covered with dense bloodshots, and he opened his mouth to say something, but he was blocked by the blood foam rushing up his throat. Chen Tian slowly withdrew his hand from the other party's chest, his eyes full of indifference. Sorry, I can't keep you. Poof. Hunter the Speedster's body softened and slammed into the ground, his eyes had lost all brilliance, and he couldn't hear what Chen Tian said. Gollum. Barry in the distance. Alan looked at the other party's fallen corpse, looked at Chen Tian, who looked indifferent, and swallowed spit in his ears, echoing what the latter had just said in his mouth. Fortunately, I am not Chen Tian's enemy. Quote. Barry. Alan thought with some gratitude. Chen Tian's strength has completely exceeded his imagination. The other side. Chen Tian raised his head, and the white arc on his body flashed. Roar. In an instant, he crossed a distance of thousands of meters and burst into Barry. In front of Alan. Ready to go, he said lightly. Good, Barry. Alan took a deep breath, he was now a little resistant to Chen Tian. After all, the scene just now, even for a physical witness, was a little too brutal and bloody. Then, Chen Tian put his hand on Barry. Alan on his shoulders. The reason why he stayed in Barry. Alan didn't look at the identity of the Flash. I want to verify one more thing. What's wrong? Barry. Alan felt Chen Tian's gaze and stopped at his own body in doubt. I'm also a little afraid that the other person will do something terrible. Don't be nervous, I'm just thinking about something. Chen Tian noticed the change in his mood and immediately chuckled. I'm not a red-eyed butcher. Barry. Alan swallowed and nodded, and then weakly found a reason for the fear. I was just thinking about the wonderful experience of shuttling just now. Chen Tian glanced at the other party and raised his eyebrows. Wait for a better experience. In fact, what Chen Tian wants to verify is whether he can teleport with other people. If you can, there will be a lot more room for maneuver to establish the mutant country in the future. Thoughts fell. Chen Tian slowly closed his eyes, and he felt that he was in the DC universe, leaving a few coordinates. Gotham, Metropolitan and Central City respectively. 3 coordinates clearly appeared in Chen Tian perception, and then the flow of time in these places was also felt. Ready, let's go, Chen Tian said, his hand stretched forward, and the space in front of him was like a piece of drawing paper, which he grabbed and wrinkled. Then, Tirla, the space was torn open by Chen Tian through a dimensional space channel. This spatial channel can not only connect different spaces, but also contain different times. Let's go. Chen Tian looked at Barry. Alan glanced, then pressed the other party's shoulder and walked into the spatial passage together. When the two entered it, the space passage was closed. DC Universe. 10,000 years later. Center City. The space rippled, and then the figures of Chen Tian and the Flash appeared out of thin air on the outskirts where they had appeared before. It's back. Barry next to Chen Tian. Alan, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. As for Chen Tian's face, joy also appeared. Dimensional teleportation, you can bring people in with Barry. Alan said goodbye after separating. A bold idea appeared in Chen Tian's mind. Although there is no suitable Li Hao ability in the DC universe for the time being, it can be worth a special trip for him to copy. But he's not ready to go back to Marvel yet. He was ready to go to the Black Robe Pickets. Previously, I felt that I was not skilled in dimensional teleportation, and I couldn't accurately shuttle to the world of Black Robes. Now he felt the time was right to give it a try. After all, there are many super abilities in the world of Black Robes, as well as the infamous Homelander. That is, many American comic fans often say that vile fellow countryman. His ability is similar to Da Chao, and it is not very weak, and can be copied and superimposed on the body. Anyway, no one will think that there are many abilities, not to mention that Chen Tian's ability is infinitely superimposed, and the ability is strong enough after waiting. You can recklessly copy in various worlds and constantly superimpose and become stronger. Thinking, Chen Tian calmed down. He was traveling through the world outside of Marvel DC for the first time, and he didn't know if he could succeed. With it, the space in front of him wrinkled, and then the folded and broken space gradually tore apart, instantly generating huge amounts of suction to suck Chen Tian in. Roar! Next second, the entire alley was empty and fell silent. Meanwhile, another universe beyond DC. I saw that on the street of a prosperous city, a figure walked out of Chen Tian, who walked out with some uncertainty. Hoping to find information about the Black Robe Pickets, I didn't expect to come out and look up to see an iconic character. A building has a portrait of 6 huge amounts of 6 on the advertising space, the most conspicuous and in position C. It was a man dressed in a tight-fitting cape. The man in the portrait has a stiff and kind smile on his face, giving people a very kind and friendly feeling. The cape is emblazoned with the Star of America, symbolizing that he is a heavyweight of this country. This person is the representative of this country, the current society. Homelander. Between the bustling cities, large and small streets crisscross the city, and the traffic is endless. Didi. Chen Tian stood in front of a tall building and looked up at the 6 huge figures in front of him. The traffic behind him seems to have encountered a jam, and all the vehicles are moving with great difficulty, and the impatient horn is constantly heard. This universe is in the morning at the moment, and it is estimated that it has encountered the morning peak. Everything seems to be no different from other ordinary universes. However, this universe is the universe of the Black Robe Pickets. Chen Tian slid over the portraits on the 6 huge frames hanging in front of him, laughing silently. In this world, there are a group of artificial superhumans, and then a company has created this group of people into a national idol that everyone admires. However, what is not known to the public is that these superhuman beings who are all in the spotlight actually have an extremely unbearable and dark side. The Black Robe Pickets have 2 worldviews, one is comics and the other is film and television. The former is much bloodier and brutal than the latter. Chen Tian judged by the frame in front of him that he was coming to the world of film and television at the moment. In fact, from the beginning, he had the idea of coming to the world of the Black Robe Pickets and copying the ability of the 6. However, Chen Tian finally chose the DC universe. No way, the attraction of Da Chao Clark is too great. But now that the super capable is owned by me, it's time to harvest Homelander's ability. Chen Tian looked at the blonde man with a bright smile and thought silently. Although Azu is only a low-grade version of Superman, he can become the strongest existence in the world, and his ability is not weak, plus the copied ability can be superimposed. Who thinks they have more ability? At this moment, although Chen Tian can continue to grow stronger by relying on the power of his bloodline as long as he bathes in the sun, while absorbing the energy of the fixed star, it does not prevent him from copying more abilities to increase the speed of his strength enhancement. Since this is the case, he naturally wants to maximize the efficiency of everything. Now I, in general, can be considered strong, but I have not completely reached the point of complete invincibility. Chen Tian began to silently assess his situation. Although I now have super divine speed, basically, except for the high-dimensional existence, enemies at the same latitude at my speed cannot leave me. But the frontal combat effectiveness is not enough for me to face all existence. Thinking of this, he smiled. You can escape, but I don't want to be a rat who can only escape. Time to go. Immediately, Chen Tian collected his thoughts and turned away. Then, he walked slowly through the streets of the city against the still congested traffic. All the way through, you can see that this bustling city is full of superhero photos that are regarded as full-name idols. One of the most visible and common is Homelander's billboards. After all, before everyone else knew about this guy's quirks and inner darkness, both appearance and ability were the strongest of all superheroes. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, and the expression on his face was slightly complicated. But in the end, the superhero in the black-robed picket team is artificially manufactured, and there is also the Havoc company that operates for profit behind him. Existences that are originally born for profit are certainly not comparable to those who choose to become superheroes because of the justice in their hearts. He was thoughtful, and while passing by a newsstand, he bought another newspaper. Judging by the news above, the transparent people are still there. Butcher the Butcher has yet to begin his revenge plan for Homelander. That is to say, in the eyes of the vast majority of people in this world, the image of these superheroes is still positive. Chen Tian muttered, and those who know their dark side are almost dead. Airplanes. Airplanes. A roaring engine suddenly approached Chen Tian's location at high speed. Chen Tian raised his eyes. On the road next to him, although the morning peak has been alleviated to a certain extent, there are still many vehicles. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a car to travel on the road at such a fast speed. Wait for him to raise his head. Sure enough, I saw a black Jeep ignoring pedestrians and driving frantically on the sidewalk. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Turn on supervision and see several people driving with hoods on their faces and guns. At the same time, in the trunk, there were also a lot of banknotes and gold. The 6 people in the car seemed to be robbers. Chen Tian muttered, but in a city, there are obviously 6 superheroes, but they will still choose to rob desperately. Rumble. Just when his mind had just settled, a figure that fell from the sky crashed from the sky, fell down, smashed on the ground, and stopped in front of the car. This is a woman. Wear brown leather clothing, shoulder pads, hand armor, headbands, and a black war skirt. Long chestnut-colored wavy hair flutters in the wind. Bang! This woman appeared too fast, the car could not react at all, and directly crashed into the other party. Then, the vehicle was hit and stopped, and the entire front of the car was dented and twisted. The seemingly slim woman stood in place without being affected at all, that is, she didn't even waver in her steps for more than half a minute. Chen Tian looked at the other party's back, smiled slightly, and recognized the woman's identity. Black Robe Picket World, Queen Maeve, one of the Super 6. Meanwhile, battle detected, rewarded, Super Defense Queen Maeve. In Chen Tian's mind, the prompt sound when the copy was successful. His body was then based on the body of steel, and all the skin musculoskeletal increased some density. About a fifth of an improvement. Chen Tian was not surprised. After all, Maeve was the second combat force of the Black Robe in the later stage. Closest to Homelander. In terms of defense, it is estimated that it can also withstand the existence of nuclear bombs. The other side. Queen Maeve noticed Chen Tian, who was standing motionless in place, thinking that the teenager was frightened. Scared? It's okay, now I'm here. Quote, she had a kind and bright smile on her face, and her voice was gentle and pleasant. I have to say that the other party can be selected by Havoc and become a nationally renowned superhero. In addition to ability, there are also reasons for appearance. Bang! But before Chen Tian could say anything, several robbers in the opposite car had pushed open the door and staggered to leave. Queen Maeve didn't frown when she saw this, and was about to go up to block it. Roar! A blue and red figure fell from the sky with a billowing wind, blocking the robbers in advance. Zoo. Homelander ideographic period. The robbers looked at the blonde man in front of them, their faces frightened and their voices trembling. We were wrong, please. The robber just wanted to exit and beg for mercy. Airplanes. Homelander's handsome face was smiling, and her eyes were shining with a brilliant red luster. 2 red beams swept by. The upper half of the heads of those robbers was swept into slag by the beam of light wrapped in billowing power. Boom. 6 corpses with only half of their heads left smashed to the ground one after another, and red blood gushed out from the remaining half of their heads, spreading to the ground in a blink of an eye. Battle detected. Rewarded. Homelander. Battle detected. Reward. Flight. Homelander. The other side. Chen also successfully copied the other party's ability. The heat sight is also superimposed on the heat sight obtained from Dachau. Quote. He felt it. Homelander's hot sight is not lost to the young Clark. Well, it was a right decision to come to Azu to copy ability. It can reduce my promotion time a lot. Quote. Chen muttered, setting his eyes on the corpses of several robbers lying on the ground. Glancing at Homelander again. These guys' heads are pierced by the hot sight, and they are worthy of being cruel fellow villagers. Unfortunately, the police are likely not to kill. Robbery is commonplace in America, and the police will never shoot and kill unless forced to do so. Now these poor bugs have encountered Homelander and directly penetrated the brain. And Homelander noticed Chen Tian's gaze, and a kind smile suddenly appeared on his face. Don't worry, with us here, the problem has been solved. You look at me, do you want to take a picture with me? I have no problem. He is an extremely narcissistic guy who cares a lot about the way the masses look at him and enjoys everyone's adoration of him. It is also because of this that he will be hindered by Havoc. Not interested. More than Homelander imagined, Chen Tian shook his head in the face of his initiative and enthusiasm. Queen Maeve next to her was shocked when she heard this. Even if others don't know Homelander, she knows her teammate. No one dares to talk to him like that. And Homelander's cold reaction to the teenager in front of him was equally incredulous. Are you sure? In his azure eyes, an imperceptible malice and killing intent suddenly swelled. Dare to give him so faceless. Such an ordinary person in front of him, Homelander can kill as much as he wants. As long as he wants, no one can stop him. Homelander, we still have a press conference to attend, but we can't be late. Queen Maeve observed the words, and at the same time knew Homelander's character, and immediately stood up when she realized that something big was not good. Let's go, otherwise we'll stay on the street, and there will be a lot of passers-by coming up to watch later, and we won't have time to waste here. Speaking, she kept hinting at the other party with her eyes, here is a big public, don't get out of control at will. Hearing this, Homelander looked at the crowd around him who had already gathered around him, and the gloom under his eyes became heavier and heavier. Still, he forced a smile and greeted Roar to the crowd. Don't worry, we are here. Words fall. Homelander then flew away from the scene with Queen Maeve, and before leaving, he couldn't help but look back and take a deep look at Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked at him calmly, smiling wordlessly. Thought, the villagers are really narcissistic and naive. What a giant baby. Before his thoughts fell, Chen Tian was even more dumbfounded. No, Homelander is a giant baby. The lack of family care at a young age made him feel like an Oedipal and like to breastfeed. There used to be a lot of people discussing a problem. If Homelander had also grown up under the tutelage of Kansas farmers, would there be a psychological distortion? Chen Tian shook his head, he felt that it would still be distorted. Because the reason why Chow Clark is righteous is that he has an innate sense of justice. Subsequently, Chen Tian looked at the figure in the sky, he would not let go of any opportunity to copy Homelander, and then the white divine speed on his body flashed, and the figure flashed and disappeared instantly, easily keeping up with Homelander. Everyone around was sucked in by Homelander, and they didn't notice the disappearance of the people around them. A few minutes later, in front of the Havoc Company building. Because today's high-profile Superman 6-person group is going to hold a press conference, the front of the building can be described as a sea of people. It's not just journalists and media of all stripes. There are also countless fans of the 6-person group, all of whom have also come specifically for it. Before the press conference began, I already felt the enthusiasm of these people like fire in the room. A press conference followed. The 6-person team takes turns. Everyone who spoke on stage caused a burst of joy. The content is nothing more than that they will do whatever it takes to protect the peace of this world, please continue to support them. After the fifth Queen Maeve is gone, Homelander finale debuts, slowly floating down through the air. Homelander, Homelander. The atmosphere of the scene was even more ignited to the extreme, and the sound of joy broke out like a sea of joy. Feeling such a reaction, Azu immediately smiled. I deserve the world's attention, he thought smugly. And Queen Maeve gave a complicated look at the kind-looking Homelander, and then got off the stage first and walked towards her jeep. Got into the back seat of the car. She had just sat down when she suddenly frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Turning his head, he looked. Why are you here? Chen didn't know when, he had already sat next to her. How did you get up? Queen Maeve's face changed drastically, and she questioned in a deep voice. She didn't notice when the teenager got into the car. That's how it came up. Chen laughed. You get out of the car quickly, or Homelander will find you and you will die. Queen Maeve couldn't help but urge. Chen smiled, unmoved. Well, it's not for you to get off here, let's get out of here first. Queen Maeve glanced at Homelander on the stage and suddenly felt a headache, and opened her mouth to urge the driver. She did not want to see innocent people killed. On stage, Homelander noticed Queen Maeve's car opening, and was dissatisfied. This woman actually dares to leave the scene early when I am still there. However, because the press conference was not over, he did not immediately chase it. The other side, Queen Maeve asked the driver to drive the car to a remote alley. You can get out of the car now, hurry away and don't get spotted by Homelander. Then he began to urge Chen again. However, Chen remained unmoved. Seeing this, Queen Maeve was anxious and took a deep breath. I really don't know what you are thinking. Then, she opened the car door with a speechless expression, and directly chose to start with Chen. Don't blame me, it's all for your good. And then, Queen Maeve's pupils were shocked, and she found that she couldn't pull Chen at all. No matter how hard she exerted her strength, she only felt that she was pulling not a person, but a 10,000-meter high mountain. Are you so afraid of that giant baby? Chen smiled and immediately took Queen Maeve's hand from himself easily. Seeing this, the latter subconsciously wanted to resist, but unfortunately, even if he used all his strength, it was useless. Queen Maeve's eyes suddenly turned a rich color of shock. Who are you? Is it also an ability? The other side, battle detected, reward, super strength. A chime sounded in Chen head. Feeling the power of physical strength, he gained a lot of increase, and he couldn't help but sigh. Queen Maeve is worthy of being second only to Homelander's combat power, but it's not bad. Quote. But no matter what kind of power you have, I still don't think you'll be Homelander's opponent. Queen Maeve took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and looked at the teenager in front of her seriously. You better leave quickly, I don't want you to lose your life because of a few words. Tread. Then, on the roof of the car, there was a sudden soft collision sound. It seems that something has fallen to the roof of the car. Then, a voice that Queen Maeve was very familiar with and very frightened came down. Maeve, who are you talking about? When Queen Maeve heard these words and fell from the roof of the car, all emotions disappeared in a flash, leaving only nervousness. This voice, it's Homelander. The thought did not fall. She heard the sound of her body stepping on the ground, and when she turned her head, she saw Homelander's clearly smiling, but gloomy face appear outside the car window. Quote. The moment Queen Maeve saw the other party, her pupils suddenly shrank, and her already stiff face suddenly turned white. Although she and Homelander are just the official CPs formed by the company, they do not have much emotions in each other. Even disgusted with Homelander. But she also knows that Homelander is a very possessive guy, extremely jealous, and even if they are not really together, they will not tolerate other men approaching her. And not long ago, this good-looking teenager next to him had offended this man with a small belly. Queen Maeve can already be sure that Homelander will not let Chen go easily. Maeve, why are you so afraid? Homelander noticed the expression of the woman in the car, and the gloom between her eyebrows dissipated somewhat. He liked these people who knew their bottom line, afraid of their feelings. Then, he noticed Chen beside Queen Maeve, and his face suddenly darkened. It's you. Although Homelander meets countless fans every day, he still remembers Chen at once, and the gloom on his face gradually thickens. Maeve, what do you mean? How can you be with this kid? His eyes were unkind, and he glanced back and forth between Chen Tian and Queen Maeve, questioning in a deep voice. Queen Maeve panicked. She knew that Homelander was angry now, and not only Chen Tian next to her could not escape, but even herself would be implicated. Homelander will use various means to suppress and torture those disobedient teammates. After all, Homelander is not only the strongest of all superheroes, but also the most famous and has the most fans. So, he has privileges in many places. Even most of the time, even the company had to listen to him. However, before Queen Maeve could answer, Chen Tian took the latter into his arms. I'm a huge fan of Queen Maeve. Homelander, you're so despicable, she can't let you have it alone. He felt Queen Maeve's body tremble and a smile on her face. Chen Tian's move is to provoke Homelander and make him take full action against himself. What the hell are you talking about? Homelander, believe me, I have nothing to do with him at all. He suddenly came to the car for some reason. When Queen Maeve heard Chen Tian's words, she was so panicked that she began to struggle while eagerly opening her mouth to explain. If Homelander doesn't believe me. If Homelander believed his lie, the consequences would not be something Queen Maeve could afford. But her strength could be Chen Tian's opponent. No matter how hard she struggled, Queen Maeve was just held in her arms, and there was no room for movement. Outside the car, Homelander looked at the scene in front of him through the window, but the corners of his mouth suddenly rose upward, but the smile that appeared looked far from the usual kindness, viciously twisted, and extremely penetrating. Maeve, I think you'd better get me off now. The expression on his face suddenly converged, gritting his teeth to show obvious anger, and every word he said seemed to squeeze out between his teeth. As for you, hurry up and get out of here. Suddenly, whether it is the atmosphere inside or outside the car, it has instantly dropped to the freezing point, and there seems to be a murderous force-like substance which is constantly spreading. Click. The driver in the driver's seat, under the impact of this atmosphere, also looked shocked, pushed the open door and wanted to escape. As an ordinary person, he was immersed in such an aura, and he could no longer bear it. His face was pale, and his legs were trembling. Unfortunately, the driver's foot just stepped on the ground. Next second, airplanes. In the air, the crimson luster suddenly flickered, and the terrifying power rolled and spread out in all directions. Two crimson beams of light with extremely high temperature burst out, directly smashing the head of the driver who wanted to escape into pieces. Bone stubble, minced flesh, brain flowers, blood and other fishy liquid splattered everywhere, smeared the door that had just been pushed open, and slowly faded along the door to the ground. Poof! A headless corpse that still carried the temperature slammed into the ground, making a muffled sound, and the temperature dropped rapidly. See this scene. HMPH. Homelander snorted coldly, and the red luster shining in his eyes slowly dimmed. He is now the idol of all mankind, the name of the savior of the earth, but he has been trembling and painstakingly for many years to get the title. In addition to company executives and teammates, he couldn't let anyone else who knew his true face live. The name Homelander does not allow for the slightest smear. You saw that too, right? The result of provoking me. Quote. Then, Homelander slowly put his eyes on Chen Tian. In fact, although he just said to let the latter get out quickly, he did not intend to simply let the other party go. After all, Chen Tian had already offended Homelander. And now, after seeing Homelander kill people, Chen Tian is naturally labeled as mortal. Inside the car, Chen Tian watched Homelander do it, not only raised his eyebrows. Just because you see your less glorious side, you directly start killing. Sure enough, he deserves to be a despicable fellow countryman. And Queen Maeve saw Homelander becoming more and more angry, and her body trembled more and more, and her voice was filled with crying, please let go quickly, if this continues, we don't have to think about living. Quote. I said, Homelander is no match for me, it's okay, just trust me. When Chen Tian heard this, the smile on his face was even thicker, and not only did he not let go, but he even tightened his hand. Queen Maeve knows that Chen Tian is competing with Homelander, but she doesn't want to be implicated. But it really can't break free. So she had to plead with a pleading gaze, begging Homelander to believe in herself. Maeve, I know you've been angry with me lately, but definitely not in this way. Homelander outside looked at the two of them, his forehead directly bruised, and once again showed a twisted smile. You know, you're just embarrassing yourself like this. He didn't know Chen Tian's details. Therefore, in Homelander's eyes, the other party is just an ordinary person without any ability. Queen Maeve, as an ability, wants to break free. It is simply easy, and there is no need to be so difficult. Now, get out of the car immediately so that no one gets hurt. Quote. Homelander's face still maintained a twisted smile and spoke in a deep voice. But Queen Maeve knew that such a Homelander was really angry. If you continue, you will not only be targeted by the company, but you will not even be able to save your own life. As a result, she burst out with even greater power. Want to struggle? Which thinks. This time Chen directly let go of his hand. Feeling the disappearance of the restraints on her body, Queen Maeve didn't even have time to think much, and directly burst out of her speed, turned into a residual image, and rushed out of the car. She came to Homelander, looking at the latter with pleading eyes. Trust me, it's really not my idea. Quote. I'll talk about it later. Homelander directly and roughly pulled Queen Maeve behind him, and then looked at Chen. A pair of azure eyes gradually lit up with a red luster, and the temperature around them increased by several degrees. Boy, I think you should know who you've provoked. The smile on his face became more and more distorted, his facial features were extremely hideous, and he gritted his teeth. Even the neck and forehead highlight the beating green tendons. Queen Maeve behind him couldn't help but tremble when she heard this, knowing that Homelander was going to kill again. She opened her mouth to dissuade, but in the end her body trembled and she couldn't say anything. She knew that everything was to no avail, and no one could stop the angry Homelander. The only way to blame is that the teenager in the car can't think of it. No matter how kindly he dissuades, he still has to go against Homelander. I've done my best. Queen Maeve couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The other side, Chen was still sitting safely in the car, facing the angry Homelander, his face full of indifference. Homelander is a weakened version of the superpower at best. And although he also copied the ability of the young super. But in addition, he copied the abilities of many others, whether it was super strength or super speed, which, when stacked together, was not a problem against Homelander at all. Moreover, now he still has the divine speed power that is close to the peak. That's why Chen is so indifferent. Who did I mess with? When he heard Homelander's words, he shrugged his shoulders, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A giant baby wearing blue tights, with a grown body and a mature brain, right? At the end of the day, he's here to replicate Homelander's ability. But Chen has no good feelings for what the other party does, whether it is his personality or thoughts. Therefore, when facing Homelander, he does not intend to deal with Homelander in as gentle a way as possible. And with Chen words, Queen Maeve's body tightened. Her entire back was covered with cold sweat, and she looked at Homelander a little nervously. Although this is also the evaluation she feels in her heart, which is very suitable for her moody and reckless teammate, she never expected that someone would dare to say this in front of Homelander. This guy still dares to say it, she thought with some fear. And Homelander was also stunned when he heard Chen words. Everything around fell silent at this time, and a strange aura filled the air between the three people. Next, one giant baby. Homelander kept repeating this phrase in his own mind. Still not a word, but he still clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body began to tremble violently. The red light in his eyes became more and more dazzling in a flash. Fark. In the end, Homelander was like a volcano that had been brewing for a long time, and all the anger erupted in a roar. Rumble. Two beams of light wrapped in terrifying temperature and energy burst out. As a result, the surrounding air rippled with visible to the naked eye. Powerful hot air currents raged through the alley. The ground, which was originally a little wet, turned dry in an instant. Rumble. The jeep that Chen was riding in was instantly blasted out by the raging red energy wave for several meters, and it exploded with a bang. Flames churn, countless car parts splashed everywhere. The surrounding dust and fog are everywhere, churning endlessly, and soaring into the sky. When Queen Maeve saw this, her body trembled and she sighed regretfully, but in the end she could not save this person. At the same time, he carefully glanced at Homelander in front of him, and his shadow became deeper and deeper. And the other side, Homelander looked at the vehicle in front of him that had been directly blown into pieces, and the red light in his eyes slowly dissipated, and the look under his eyes was indifferent. The expression on his face was illuminated by the fire of the explosion of the vehicle in front of him. Let Ashley handle this. After he opened his mouth to say a word, he pulled Queen Maeve and turned around to leave. However, two people have not yet taken a few steps out. Pedaling, trample, tread. He suddenly noticed a steady footstep sound in the pair of churning black fog behind him. Homelander, you really dare to be a coward. A mocking voice immediately reached Homelander's ears. The person who spoke was Chen. Ha! Homelander heard the other party's voice, was slightly stunned, turned around and saw Chen walking out of the intact sky flames. Queen Maeve was also stunned when she saw this. This guy got a hot shot from Homelander, and he didn't die. Later, she noticed that Chen was not dead, he was safe and sound, and even the clothes on his body were not affected by half a minute. The bottom of my heart was even more shocked. Homelander looked at Chen with a smile on his face, but he couldn't laugh anymore, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that you are not an ordinary person, no wonder you talk to me like that, underestimate you. Meanwhile, he also began to understand that the teenager in front of him seemed to know his own details. Homelander realized this, and his expression became more gloomy. I originally wanted you to die easier, but now. He paused, then growled, I'm going to slaughter you as a super criminal. The voice just fell. Roar. Homelander's figure, who was originally standing in place, burst into a terrifying afterimage of a high-speed movement, rolled up a turbulent air current, and rushed towards Chen. Queen Maeve wanted to stop it, but Homelander was too fast for her to react. I could only feel helpless and watch Chen being killed. No way, even if Chen is really extraordinary, he can't resist Homelander. No one is Homelander's opponent. Queen Maeve closed her eyes a little unbearably. The other side, Chen looked at Homelander who was rushing towards him, and he didn't rush to dodge. After having the power of divine speed, his nerve reaction speed has soared. Now although the other party is in a high-speed action that exceeds the speed of sound, all the movements have become extremely slow in his eyes. Even the details of the pore on his face being blown by the airflow can be clearly seen by him. Then, battle detected, reward, super speed, Homelander. Chen mind suddenly sounded the sound of copying ability. He felt his speed increase again. The next moment, Homelander has rushed ahead. Chen smiled lightly at this time, and without even using his divine speed, Homelander passed by him on the side of his body. Quote question mark exclamation mark. The latter's pupils were suddenly locked in disbelief. It all happens in an instant. The next moment. Rumble. Homelander was shocked, and did not react at all to crash directly into the Lou Street house. Bang! At this time, the entire building suddenly shook, and it was instantly covered with dense cracks. Followed by, boom! The whole building could not hold on, and directly disintegrated into countless pieces, losing its shape and collapsing. Countless rubble fell to the ground, and the thick dust and fog churned up into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The ground also trembled violently for the first time, and because of the collapse of the entire building, constantly trembled. Boom! Time. People near the street, hearing this movement, rushed out directly, screaming and crying and escaping. Run around. On the other side, there were also many attracted and onlookers watching this scene. Chapter 91. Queen Maeve. That's Queen Maeve. Is she here to catch criminals again? So beautiful. I don't know if I can see Homelander here, he is the strongest superhero in my mind. Those passers-by who were attracted by the explosion just now noticed Queen Maeve standing not far away. For the national idols that can be hot today, naturally everyone knows it. One by one, their faces immediately showed extremely excited expressions, and they talked about it, and even took out their mobile phones to shoot. And Queen Maeve, who was standing across the street, looked at the scene of the collapse of the building, and stood directly in place in shock. I couldn't get back to my senses for a long time. This teenager, who looks like he has nothing special except a handsome and beautiful face, actually avoided the impact of Homelander. You must know that the distance between the two of them just now is only a few meters. At such a close distance, there is no possibility of nonsense, even Queen Maeve herself is completely unsure of avoiding Homelander's impact. Quote. Quote. Queen Maeve looked at Chen, who had escaped Homelander's impact, and wanted to stop talking. Although the Super 6 also has super speed heroes, the locomotive is actually not much faster than Homelander. Not Homelander's opponent at all. Right now, the boy in front of him not only has super strength stronger than himself, but also has strong defense and speed. It's just incredible. Just when Queen Maeve was stunned and shocked in place. Roar. On the opposite side, Chen Tian's figure suddenly flickered vaguely, and it appeared directly beside Queen Maeve. How? Who do you think is stronger now? Chen Tian stretched out his hand, put it on her shoulder, put his mouth close to the latter's ear, and asked softly. Queen Maeve came back to her senses when she heard this, and glanced at the teenager who was close at hand. Roar inhaled the air with a faint body temperature, and his chest was pounding. For a while, he couldn't say anything. Chen Tian saw that the other party had been speechless because of shock, but he also felt normal. Because in this world, no matter who it is, Homelander's power has become an unassailable stereotype. The other party will be deflated under his own hands, whether it is Queen Maeve, or the rest of this world. It is completely unexpected. It reminds me of the old saying, there are people outside the world, and there is a heaven outside the world. Chen Tian thought in his heart with emotion. At the same time, this sentence also applies to myself. This is rumble. Across the street, the building that collapsed in the middle of the ruins of the ground exploded a large pit, and all the stones covering it were blown into dust and smoke. Homelander's eyes were red and slowly floated from the pit. At this moment, his usually elegant cheeks are already stained with dust, and his meticulous hairstyle has become disheveled. The uniform on his body was also stained with filth. The whole person looks far from the strongest superhero who has just been on the top and is under his control on weekdays, and he is quite embarrassed. Homelander's chest rose and fell violently, as if he had been stimulated by the loss he had suffered under Chen Tian. Heavens! Is this Homelander? How did he become so embarrassed? What experiments are you doing? After all, Homelander is an invincible existence. When the passers-by around saw this scene, they were all shocked, and they let out incredible exclamations one after another, and at the same time pointed their phones at Homelander in unison. They were obviously a little confused for a while after seeing this scene. I couldn't figure out why the mighty Homelander was the way it was. And the startled roar sound in their mouths was naturally heard by Homelander, who had extraordinary five senses. Homelander then looked around at the surrounding crowd, suddenly becoming more and more annoyed, and his teeth were about to be crushed, but he immediately forced a smile. He then pointed at Chen Tian. This guy is a super criminal. Quote. But rest assured, I'll subdue him soon. When the onlookers heard his speech, they immediately raised their hands and cheered him up. Homelander! Homelander! And avid fans shouted hoarsely, Homelander, you are invincible. We believe in you. However, Chen Tian, who was standing opposite across the street, had a disdainful smile on his face. You better take care of yourself first. His volume wasn't loud, but it clearly fell behind Homelander. When the latter heard this, the smile that had just been squeezed out on his face immediately became a little unbearable. Maeve, what are you waiting for? The criminal is standing next to you, don't you hurry up and catch him. With anger, he shouted angrily at Queen Maeve beside Chen Tian. Queen Maeve heard Homelander's words, and then looked at the crowd that had gathered around her, and also understood that for the sake of the company and her own reputation, she had to do something to Chen Tian no matter what. As for how to deal with it after caught, let's see it when the time comes. Thinking, Queen Maeve's eyes froze, and she immediately raised her hand, ready to grab it to her side. Where to think? She was just about to start but found that the people around her had quietly disappeared. Where are you going? Row as Queen Maeve is ready that Chen Tian is extremely fast and she can't catch it at all, but the other party's moving speed is still beyond her expectations. Quote. Then, Queen Maeve heard a disdainful snort above her head. When she looked up, she realized that Chen Tian had floated above her head. You still fly. Queen Maeve was shocked when she saw this scene. You know, in the world of black-robed pickets, flying is an extremely cherished skill. The super six-person group created by Walt as only Homelander himself can fly. She couldn't have predicted that this beautiful teenager would have this skill. Queen Maeve raised her head and looked at Chen Tian blankly, as if she realized something. This is simply a replica of Homelander. Homelander across the street also realized this after seeing Chen Tian rising from flight. The other party's ability seems to be similar to their own. Impossible, I'm the only one. Rage's emotions suddenly surged madly under his eyes, and his entire face became extremely hideous at this time. Homelander is an extremely narcissistic person, so it is naturally impossible for him to tolerate others being like himself. The anger that was already churning in his heart was like being poured with oil at the moment, almost swallowing his whole person. Homelander let out an extremely low roar in his throat, and his feet suddenly exerted force and stomped the ground. Rumble. The ground of more than 10 meters around him was directly trampled by him and collapsed into a deep pit, and the cobweb-like cracks spread out in an instant. And his whole person directly turned into a cannonball-like afterimage and rushed towards Chen on the opposite side. Roar. The air within a radius of 100 meters was violently pulled by his figure because he suddenly burst out of all his speed. The endless turbulent wind torrent dispersed in all directions in an instant, like the raging waves of the angry sea. Most of the leaves on all the surrounding plants were blown off alive, and all pedestrians were blown back a few steps. Even on the ground, those slightly smaller stones were blown by the fierce wind formed by his forward rush. Ah! Homelander hurried forward, his eyes fixed on the indifferent-faced flight boy in midair. All the expressions were at this time hideous to the extreme. In the throat, there was a low roar. At this time, the whole body seems to be transformed into an unstoppable cannonball, carrying a terrifying destructive power that wants to destroy everything. Indomitable. It is necessary to directly blast the person in front of him who embarrassed so many people in front of him directly into smashes. Roar. In an agitated mood, Homelander actually broke through its original limit speed in an instant. The speed, which was already extremely terrifying, actually accelerated again. The air around it was knocked out of a ring-shaped air ripple because of his sudden speed change. You're dead. Homelander didn't expect to be able to make such a breakthrough under such circumstances. The bottom of my heart is even more confident. However, roar. Chen, who was already close at hand, suddenly burst into a flash, his figure turned into a blur, and shifted 1 meter to the side. It was so dangerous, but it seemed very easy to avoid Homelander, this time full of confident shock. Roar. After rushing over, Homelander immediately turned around and stopped his momentum in midair. The surrounding air was stirred up by roar whistling ripples because of his forcible stop. This guy, ability is really similar to me, and, as if his ability is even stronger than me. Homelander looked at Chen, and the irritation in his heart was already churning. The latter's display of ability made him feel a powerful threat. Kill you. Homelander's killing intent has never been expanded. There is a warning in my heart, then we must destroy this guy, otherwise our status in this world will be greatly threatened. After all, when two people with the same ability appear, then the public will definitely support the stronger side. Fall of thought. Homelander's pair of eyes already shone with a terrifying red light like fire. Along with all the skin around the corners of the eyes, a lava-like luster glows. He directly released his heat sight to the maximum power. Rumble. Two energy stirring, like two vicious dragon-like red beams, instantly with endless high temperature, piercing the air and shooting towards Chen. The space everywhere I passed was sparkling and fluctuating like ripples. Two red beams of light seemed to be able to shatter everything. Next second, coincidence. Chen smiled easily, leaned forward slightly, and his eyes glowed red. Rumble. Two red beams of light that were not inferior to Homelander immediately burst out in his eyes. The beams on both sides collided together in an instant. Boom, one by one, terrifying energy colliding with the sound. Waves of sound waves instantly spread out at the collision of energy. Suddenly, the place of collision gathered endless majestic energy. High in the sky, there seems to be an extra red sun. The terrifying high temperature instantly dispersed, raising the temperature of the space within thousands of miles around it by several degrees. Those who watched around only felt that they were not in the outdoor street, but placed in some kind of steelmaking stove. The skin of countless people was instantly occupied by burning pain. Hair and clothing emit a burning odor. Together with the leaves of plants on both sides of the road, they are slightly curled. Back off. In the sound of pain roar, those people who rushed over to see the excitement suddenly had no other interest and quickly ran back. Nearly a piece of street was illuminated in a charming red color when two red beams collided together in the sky. Boom, one by one. Furthermore, there are more rounds of aftermath, that above the sky, spreading down. Everyone's clothes and hair, and those leaves blowing dance. It's too similar. Queen Maeve looked up at this scene in the sky. Her eyes were reflected red, and she couldn't return to her senses for a long time. This is too similar. Moreover, it seems that the ability of that teenager will be a little stronger. As for the masses who only run far away at close range, all the rest of the crowd in the nearest few streets were attracted by the confrontation between Chen and Homelander in the sky. Look, it's Homelander. Who is the one who is fighting him? How can there be an ability exactly like Homelander? Moreover, it seems that the young man with an oriental appearance obviously has the upper hand. How is that possible? Homelander still has a day to prevail. Who is that teenager? At the same time, all kinds of questions and discussions also broke out in the middle of the group. Even nearby reporters rushed over as soon as possible. Someone with the same ability as Homelander, he even suppressed the former. Such a thing is undoubtedly great news for the world. So, this scene was quickly rebroadcast on various platforms. At the moment ideographic period. Havoc Corporate Broker's office. Ashley Barrett sat in a chair eating an apple. The news that suddenly popped up on the TV caught her attention. How is that possible? She looked up and saw the picture on the screen, and her expression suddenly became nervous. In the picture, it is Homelander's eyes that release heat sight and collide with another person's heat sight. Have you seen the news now? She was so nervous that she immediately called the Public Relations Department to inquire about the situation. Ashley Barrett, the agent of the Super Six, now sees Homelander wrestling with another super ability. Nature knows the seriousness of the matter. What's more, that person is too similar to Homelander's ability. What's more, Ashley Barrett doesn't know each other. Boom. The other side. Over the city. Chen and Homelander are still eyeing the bottle. It's just that the former's expression is indifferent and seems to be very relaxed. The expression on Homelander's face became more and more vicious, and his body trembled, appearing to be extremely difficult. I won't lose, he thought through gritted teeth. However, the next second, Chen burst out suddenly, and his eyes burst out into more turbulent beams. Rumble. All the energy seemed to roar like a surge, unstoppable, easily crushing Homelander's hot sight into scattered starry spots. It hit Homelander directly. He was instantly shocked, and the whole person could no longer maintain flight and fell to the ground. Roar. Next second, Chen figure flashed and came directly to the sky above Homelander. A whip slashed down. Rumble. Homelander, who was already falling, seemed to be smashed by a 10,000-meter giant mountain in his entire body. The falling body even dragged a long afterimage in the sky. He himself was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing to the ground. The ground cracked, like a meteorite falling. Rumble. In the earth-shattering roar and explosion, sound waves were everywhere, strong winds were scattered, and the dust and fog that covered the sky were slowly blown away. On the exposed ground, Homelander smashed out a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. Countless underground pipes were smashed and cracked just now, and a large amount of water suddenly gushed out, forming a large and small fountain and wetting the ground. Chen expression was indifferent, floating high in the sky, condescending to look down on everything below. The light cast by a blazing sun overhead created a light edge around his body. The whole person clearly did nothing, but projected a powerful momentum that no one could shake. It is like the god of war descending on Earth. However, the entire city, both live and via live streaming of those who followed Homelander's battle with the teenager, fell silent. These people were in unspeakable shock. They looked at the strange and powerful figure, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Homelander, actually defeated. No one dares to believe this fact, they find it difficult to accept. The invincible Homelander of the six-person group is so powerless to backhand. Lost. You know, before this moment, no matter who is in the eyes, including Homelander's own heart, he has never dared to imagine that Homelander, named Invincible, will have a moment of defeat in his hands. Not to mention this huge amount of disadvantage, embarrassing fiasco. Who is this strange teenager? Why can he have such great power? Studied but cannot comprehend. In the hearts of more people, even a trace of despair was born. After all, Homelander is the embodiment of justice in the hearts of the vast majority of ignorant people, guarding all from sin. However, Now that he has lost, does it mean that peace is about to be broken and the end is coming? The gloomy atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire city. And Queen Maeve, who was still standing in place, closest to Chen Tian, looked at Homelander deep under the ground, and then looked up at Chen Tian. A glint flashed under his eyes. Chen Tian's strength far exceeded her expectations. In the previous contact, Queen Maeve only felt that this teenager might only have some specialties in strength. Maybe in the face of Homelander, it's still not enough to watch. However, the fact now is that Chen Tian hung Homelander in all directions, and the latter was not his opponent in any way. Doesn't that mean no one can limit this teenager? After Queen Maeve's thoughts came here, she suddenly had a new idea in her heart. In fact, in addition to her concern for Homelander hoping that the other party will not affect her career, the remaining feelings are only disgust and fear. After all, Homelander is a guy who acts too brutally and has no humanity at all. Even Queen Maeve has thought more than once that if she has ability, she must get rid of this abominable fellow. Unfortunately, before that, everything could only be confined to imagination. And now, she sees new hope, the other side. In that hideous pit between cities, Homelander, armed with both hands and feet, crawled out from under the broken ground in great embarrassment. His heart was filled with anger against Chen Tian. But the violent impact just now also made it a little dizzy. Even if it barely climbed out, it could not launch an offensive for the time being. Roar! Roar! Homelander stood a little weakly in place, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath and scanning the surroundings with a vague perspective. I saw countless people gathering together to watch themselves. Homelander, how can you lose? He couldn't beat that kid he had never seen before. It turns out that he is not as strong as we thought. Too weak. Suddenly, Homelander's ears were heard as the crowd discussed with each other. In a trance, those words of concern were all filtered by him, leaving only the mocking voice that sounded to him. And those faces full of worried looks have turned into a look of contempt and ridicule. Homelander's face became more and more ugly in an instant. Shut up, I'll kill him. I am the strongest, I'm the only one. He roared. The voice that roar shouted in his throat turned into sound waves like substance, spreading out in all directions, and the tall buildings full of cracks suddenly collapsed partially. Boom! Huge rubble hit the ground, smoke rolled up, and the ground trembled. Homelander came to his senses, staring at Chen Tian with red eyes. At this moment, the other party is floating in the air, looking at himself condescendingly. And the eyes of the people around him looking at Chen Tian were also full of fear. This person, shouldn't he want to destroy our city? Homelander, can you still beat him? These words came to Homelander's ears again. Ah, he roared, the anger that had accumulated in his heart for a long time, the contemptuous gaze of Chen Tian's overlook, and the fearful discussion of the people around him, instantly ignited. He will not tolerate anyone and take away the glory that should belong to him. I, Homelander, am the one who should be above all else. Boy, die. The expression on Homelander's face suddenly became hideous and even distorted, and his two heads suddenly burst out, instantly stepping on the ground. The already fragmented ground was directly shaken into powder at this moment. Boom! Homelander had already crossed the distance of thousands of meters and rushed in front of Chen Tian in an instant. The fist wearing red gloves suddenly clenched. The murderous intent in his eyes is as explosive as substance. Rumble! A punch burst out, and even several sound barriers were generated on the fist surface. Shave! In the piercing sonic boom, Homelander's fist was already carrying a terrifying force that could shatter even 1,000 meters of mountains, and it bombarded Chen Tian menacingly. The trajectory of the fist was blasted out of a vacuum channel. With this punch, even the diamond will be smashed into powder. Die! Homelander opened his mouth and drank. Boom! However, his punch that burst out with all his strength was easily received by his hand that had always been white as jade and had slender 5 fingers. Roar! With the fierce wind created by Homelander's punch, at this moment Roar whistled towards Chen Tian. The clothes on the latter's body were all hunting. But in Homelander's opinion, the fist that should have caused huge damage could not even make Chen Tian's body shake. Quote ... exclamation mark. He was horrified in his heart. It's just that the mouth has just opened, and the words have not yet come out. The next moment, Chen Tian held Homelander's fist and suddenly pulled it back. The latter suddenly felt that he had encountered a distance that was impossible to resist, and was pulling his body and falling forward. With that, Chen Tian's knees were already raised. Roar! The air that could not block the front as much as possible was suddenly dispersed by his knees, forming a terrifying wind that rushed madly around. Boom! The moment Chen Tian's knee touched Homelander's abdomen, even all the air within 10,000 meters vibrated violently. With a bang, a circle of aftermath wrapped in endless wind suddenly spread out. The huge amount of impact generated an endless surge of wind, blowing all the trees on the ground to the point of almost toppling, and even some trees that were closer to each other had been uprooted by the wind. Even the cars parked on the side of the road were pushed to move a short distance. Fortunately, those onlookers before were too terrifying because of the previous collision. It has retreated to a relatively safe range. Rao is like this, in the face of the oncoming huge wind, everyone also had to lie on the ground or grab a nearby weight to barely stabilize their figures. And those pictures captured by the camera are also blown by the wind, uncontrollably shaking. The other side, Homelander only felt a severe dull pain that was enough to tear his internal organs, which instantly spread from his abdomen to his whole body, making him feel that his body was almost falling apart. He hadn't felt pain for more than years. At this moment, Homelander's brain directly fell into a blank, and his body froze in midair. Before he could react, he resumed his actions. Syllable. Chen Tian's hand had easily grabbed the back of Homelander's neck. Roar. Wait for the wind in the city to clear. The crowd of onlookers on the ground looked up again and saw Chen Tian like a doll, grabbing Homelander, who had lost his resistance and his body was weak. The audience was in an uproar. Nope, Homelander can't lose. How can this be? Superhero, which represents justice, cannot be so embarrassed. Fark, I can't accept all this. As our city finished. Time, grief, despair, dazedness. All kinds of negative emotions began to spread rapidly among all the people who witnessed the outcome of this battle. And Queen Maeve was overjoyed when she saw this scene, and Homelander in the eyes of passers-by as a righteous existence. A hero who can save anyone from fire and water. But she understood Homelander for what he really was, and now that she saw him defeated, her previous thoughts were even more certain. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Now Homelander is no longer invincible. This teenager proved everything to her. Meanwhile, Havoc Corporate Public Relations. Ashley. Barrett looked at the picture on the big screen in front of him. His brows were like two earthworms, tightly twisted together. Walking back and forth anxiously, a pair of eyes could almost breathe fire. Where did this strange guy come from? Where did it come from? Fark, she questioned the others loudly, her expression twisted and her spit flying. Sorry, we didn't find any clues about this teenager. The subordinates held the tablet and answered this sentence, the expression on their faces was nervous. Such a response obviously made Ashley more irritable, and her whole body was shaking. Waste. It's all waste. Momja Fark. After a violent roar, she directly grabbed the tablet in her hand and slammed it to the ground. Why haven't the police cordoned off the scene yet? Then, she began to point to the live broadcast screen on the screen and cursed. Also, why haven't these news live broadcasts been cut off? Are they all trying to oppose us? Havoc? We pay so much tax every year, do we all feed the dogs? Her assistant looked at Ashley with a puzzled expression. Homelander's usual accumulation of heat is too high, and now when it comes to such a thing, no one wants to miss it. The assistant said weakly, and as he spoke, he also stole a glance at Ashley from time to time. Whatever the cost, it must be cut off. Ashley now ignored all this, and continued to scold unreasonably. Also, the scene must be blocked, and no one who sees the truth with their own eyes is allowed to leave. Then, several figures pushed through the door. Exactly the rest of the Super Six. The locomotive, the Divine Sea, the transparent man, and the color of the whole body wrapped in a black uniform. After entering the door, Zhan Shi looked at the defeated Homelander on the screen and thoughtfully. And when Ashley saw the arrival of several people, she immediately grabbed the locomotive's shoulder. You first give me the Homelander to me immediately and bring it back from that person, you can't let him continue to be exposed in public. That's an opponent that even Homelander can't solve, how can I snatch someone from him? The black locomotive, dressed in a blue and white discreet uniform and wearing sunglasses, looked very embarrassed when he heard Ashley's request. Several Shanghai people on the side also nodded, deeply agreeing. However, Ashley took a few steps forward and poked her finger at the locomotive. Use your speed to do this. Between words, her attitude was very tough, and there was no room for maneuver in the listening. Be confident, you are the fastest man in the world, you just bring back a person, you can definitely do it. Quote, quote. Words fall. Seeing that the locomotive was still about to stop talking, the expression on her face became darker, even gloomy. The good words have been said, don't force me. Okay, I'll go. Seeing that the other party's attitude became dangerous, the locomotive was forced to nod his head, and then turn to leave the room. Then, the good-faced Deep Sea asked, then what can we do? Although sometimes, they also don't like certain things the company does. But I can also understand that this time the stakes are high, and it is likely to affect my future. You guys hurry up and do something that can divert people's attention. Ashley took a deep breath. Can't let them continue to pay attention to this matter. Quote exclamation mark quote quote. When several people in the deep sea heard this, they nodded emphatically. In the face of the current situation, there is no room for shirking responsibility. Subsequently, the remaining superhumans also hurriedly left the room, ready to do something for themselves. Meanwhile, the defeat of Homelander will naturally not only be paid attention to by some people. Coupled with his battle with Chen, the scope of the impact was too wide. If it weren't for those who really didn't have the conditions. At the moment ideographic period, almost everyone is watching the live broadcast, or just watching. And in a quiet, dim, cramped little room, a man with sunken eye sockets and a thick beard also sat in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast of the event. Seeing the screen, Homelander was deflated in Chen Tian's hands one after another. The corners of his mouth were always curved. It can be seen that the man is in a good mood. And this man, impressively Billy Butcher, those superhumans in the future, and the worst enemies of the Havoc Company. That's it, teach this beast a lesson. Seeing Chen Tian smash Homelander into the ground, his eyes twinkled and shouted. Well done, it's better to start a little heavier and slaughter this bedbug directly. Seeing Chen Tian on one knee making Homelander lose his mobility, he couldn't help but stand up, and his whole body trembled with excitement. That's why Butcher hates Homelander so much. It was because the latter had raped his wife, causing her to disappear. This made him begin to understand that he hated Homelander, and at the same time made him understand that these so-called superheroes are national idols at the same time. In fact, every one of them stinks inside. It can be said that almost no one of the six-person group shaped by Havoc is clean. Over the years, when everyone else was worshipping the Super Six, Butcher has been secretly hatching plans to take revenge on Havoc and Homelander. He must destroy this group of sanctimonious scum. And now, someone actually helped him out first. How could he not be excited? And after Butcher stood up and excitedly shouted a few words. On the screen, Chen Tian, who was floating in the air, moved, carrying Homelander's figure bursting, turning into a fierce wind and rushing towards the Havoc building. Countless people below noticed the iconic building in the distance. Queen Maeve also noticed. She was shocked. This guy is going to the Havoc building. That's the superhero headquarters, inside the Walt Corporation building. In a closed, dimly lit monitoring room, dozens of solemn-faced staff members are staring intently at the hundreds of screens in front of them, and the pictures on these screens are divided into dozens of small screens, projecting the large and small streets and corridors in the city. It even includes corners that no one would notice on weekdays. This is where the Walt Group monitors criminals and superhero. Even all corners of the country are being monitored. Ashley. After Barrett explained the other superhero tasks, he stepped on the urgent steps of Wind and Fire, walked out of the office, and rushed to the monitoring room. Click. With a solemn face, she twisted open the closed door of the monitoring room. Oh my God. The guy holding Homelander actually rushed towards the company building. Ashley had just pushed the door open when she heard the head of the monitoring room stand up uncontrollably, his voice trembling in startled roar. What? When she heard this, her pupils shrank, and she raised her head to look at the screen. I saw the figure of Chen Tian flying towards the Watt building at high speed in the largest picture. The figure suddenly burst out, but in an instant, it had arrived outside the Walt Company building. The strong wind brought by its high-speed action even caused the camera set up by the company to tremble uncontrollably, and the picture flickered. Ashley had been mighty before, like a cat that had been biting indiscriminately, and after seeing this scene, the whole suddenly stiffened, and all the aggressive momentum was reduced by half. Even uncontrollably began to feel flustered. How could this guy directly target our Watts company? Ashley was anxious. This strange guy in front of him has the ability that even Homelander can't handle. If he really plans to make a move towards the Watts company, then I am afraid that there is no way to stop it. Except for Ashley, all the staff members who saw this scene in the monitoring room also turned pale and their eyes shook, looking very scared. If he were to attack our entire company, we would all die here today. Quote, quote. Homelander is still in this guy's hands, who else can stop him? It's over. Time. All kinds of panic sounds began to echo throughout the monitoring room. Calm down. Calm down. Right at this moment, Ashley, as a company executive, was the first to react, loudly suppressing the atmosphere present. Don't worry. Although the other party is a super ability, he must still have weaknesses. Although she is also panicked now, as a person who has seen all kinds of winds and waves, in other situations of panic, it is up to her to calm the hearts of people who have panicked. Aren't we going to have 5 other superheroes besides Homelander? Things haven't reached a completely irreparable situation yet. Ashley shouted roar, seemingly to calm the current panicked situation in the monitoring room. However, her voice did not fall. Boom. On the screen. Chen pinched the back of Homelander's neck and stared at the Walt Company building for a few seconds. He directly exerted his power in an instant, and directly smashed the ladder into the square in front of the Watt building. Rumble. Suddenly, the explosion sound that was enough to roar the heavens and earth soared into the sky, turning into a substantial sound wave and dispersing in all directions. All the glass on the surrounding buildings was easily shattered by these shockwaves, and they fell to the ground. The floor of the square was directly smashed and collapsed by Homelander's body carrying a strong impact. Dense cobweb-like cracks instantly spread around the square. Countless rubble splashes, the ground shakes. All the staff in the Watt building could clearly feel that the entire building was trembling violently in the deafening roar. Ashley stood in the constantly shaking room, and the panic in her heart surged up again. Connect me with the rest of the Super Six. Call them over to deal with this guy. Fast. Quick. She couldn't care about any leadership demeanor, and directly looked hideous, and let out a hoarse scream. Meanwhile, in front of the Walt Company building, it has become the center of a deep pit. The surrounding area attracted many onlookers. The movement just now can be said to attract all the attention within a radius of 10 kilometers, and many people are cautiously standing in the distance, hiding behind the bunkers and looking towards the center of the square. I saw the center of the pit. Homelander slowly stood up in embarrassment. At the moment, his whole body was covered in dust, and he looked embarrassed. But in the end, although Homelander is no match for Chen, its physical fitness is at least able to withstand the existence of nuclear bombs. It is easier than not to fall. Homelander scolded secretly, noticing the probing eyes around him, and couldn't care too much. He shook his head and found that his vision was still blurred, and there was no other way, so he had to shake his body and walk out of the pit. Roar. Then, the figure in the sky suddenly turned into an afterimage that ordinary people could not see clearly, wrapped in a fierce wind, breaking through the air and falling fiercely towards the square. Rumble. The ground, which had already been fragmented, collapsed several meters down again under the impact of this figure. Thick smoke and dust swirled and spread. The ground trembled even more fiercely. Ah! Homelander let out a low roar from the impact of the figure. I only felt that my body was once again hit by a terrifying existence of incomparable power. The unparalleled colossus hit his chest. Even though Homelander was ready to dodge the moment he heard roar overhead, he couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, he was stomped on the ground by the figure that fell from the sky. You're still too weak. Chen looked at Homelander, who was trampled on, and spoke lightly. Quote. Homelander clutched the other person's foot on his chest and tried to lift it, but found that no matter how hard he used, he couldn't do it. Even roar sucking became more and more unsmooth, and for a while, he couldn't say a word. Only his face became more and more distorted, staring at Chen Tian's chin with red eyes, gritting his teeth. The other side. Chen Tian bowed his head and said a word to Homelander. He slowly raised his head and looked around indifferently. What about the other superheroes? Why don't you come out? The so-called national idols are actually soft eggs, right? Chen Tian's tone was very contemptuous. If not, then come out and fight. His volume is not loud, but he can easily spread out, clearly falling into everyone's ears. Majestic. Those onlookers were immediately shocked when they heard Chen Tian's words. This person actually dares to be so domineering. Dare to declare war with all superheroes. Where does the confidence come from? But even Homelander is not his opponent. Will other superheroes be his opponents? Shit, he's here to destroy the world. Everyone mumbled incredulously. And inside the Walt building, Ashley, the head of the company, saw through the screen the scene of Chen Tian stepping on Homelander, declaring war on all superheroes. It's even more frightening. What exactly is this guy's purpose? Is he really going to ruin our Watt company? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Then, boss, I went to the place, but I didn't see the person and Homelander at all. Went to contact other superhero staff and answered the locomotive's phone. He had already taken Homelander to our company building. You hurry back to deal with him. Ashley urged immediately. What? He is already in front of the company. How fast? The locomotive hesitated when he heard this. He also just arrived at the place where Chen Tian and the two fought before. So, Chen Tian's speed is not inferior to himself. Do you want me to deal with him? The locomotive thought of this, and suddenly became a little entangled. Your speed is the fastest in the world, no one can compare to you. Don't worry. Ashley heard the locomotive's reluctance and immediately reassured. Go and bring Homelander back. Otherwise, the entire company will be irreparably affected. The locomotive, you don't want your things to be spread out. Opposite side. Got it, I'll go. The locomotive was fierce when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth. Roar. Both feet suddenly erupted, and the whole person turned into a high-speed afterimage, carrying a strong hurricane and rushing towards the company building. Strong and powerful thighs, galloping on land. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Walt Square and saw Chen Tian standing there, and Homelander on the ground. Roar. The locomotive looked at each other and took a deep breath. The next moment, roar, the whole person burst out with all its speed and rushed towards Chen Tian. He had also seen the picture of the other party's shot before, so he decided that if he didn't break out at full speed, he couldn't say that something would go wrong. Airplanes. Nervously, he suddenly found that his speed had risen to another level. It's a lot better than the original. I'm really the fastest. Didn't catch up with me. The locomotive was pleased, and most of the tension in his heart disappeared. At the moment Chen Tian had not even made any moves. Saving Homelander is a breeze. Thinking, he had already stretched out his dark-skinned hand to Homelander on the ground. However, then, the locomotive only found that Chen Tian on the side was smiling, slowly turned his eyes, and aimed at him. Roar. Next second, Chen Tian's figure flashed, and he disappeared directly. Where did he go? When the locomotive saw this, it instantly felt like it was in an ice cellar, and it was cold all over. Even he couldn't see Chen Tian's movement at all. Just now, the other party seemed to have disappeared directly in front of his eyes. He was horrified. Nope, I'm not the fastest, he's faster than me. The locomotive understood the real situation in an instant. Run. Thereupon, the only thought left in his mind. Roar. The locomotive, which was already full of fear in his heart, immediately chose another direction and rushed out violently. Look no further at Homelander in front of you. Inside the building. Fark. Locomotive, what do you mean by this? Ashley saw this scene through the monitor and couldn't help but scold. At the same time, the tracker on the side shows that the locomotive has run a distance of nearly 10,000 meters. Not true. Then, only then did Ashley notice that Chen Tian was also missing. Roar. The next moment, Chen Tian reappeared in place, holding the dying locomotive in his hand. What? Ashley Roar couldn't help but suck. Turning to look at the tracker of the locomotive, the tracker that had been moved to 10,000 meters away in the hair room had returned to Walt Square in just a blink of an eye. Fark, he's more powerful than Homelander. And the speed is faster than the locomotive. So what else can I do? What else can we do? Ashley's heart was about to jump out of her chest, and her face couldn't be whiter. She felt that things were far beyond her control. A sense of powerlessness called despair gripped her neck and made it difficult for her to speak, and roar sucked. As for all the surrounding monitoring staff, they were also shocked, unable to speak for a long time, stunned. On Walt Square, when Chen Tian lifted the locomotive, he flashed back into place again. The rest of the Super 6 members just hurried over. They looked at Homelander, who was trampled on the ground and couldn't resist in embarrassment, and the locomotive that was carried in Chen Tian's hand like a rag doll. They all froze in place. Shen Hai's hand holding the steel fork trembled uncontrollably, and his pupils flickered. Land was not his home turf. Now that even Homelander and the locomotive have fallen, he is no match for this strange teenager. The transparent man's voice was full of panic, and although his figure could not be observed with the naked eye, the location of this guy could still be determined. Because the ground on which the transparent man stands has become a wet piece. As for the color wrapped in the black uniform from head to toe, he did not say a word. Just keep staring at Homelander at Chen Tian's feet. In effect, he is a replica of Homelander, specifically designed to prevent the latter from getting out of control. Now seeing that Homelander is not Chen Tian's opponent, then there is no doubt that Zansei will naturally not be. And Queen Maeve's face was both amazed, and her eyes also flashed. But after seeing Chen Tian's indifferent gaze, it turned into endless fear. Because looking at Chen Tian's posture, it is obviously aimed at the entire Watts company. And Queen Maeve, who is part of the company, knows that no one can organize Chen Tian. Then, Homelander, who was lying on the ground, looked at several of his teammates and saw his embarrassed appearance. The resentment in my heart has even flowed to the extreme. Because in the past, these people were all afraid when facing themselves. But now he has become a pitiful worm in their eyes, he can't bear it, so he screams indiscriminately. And then, boom, stunned by Chen Tian, then he threw the locomotive in his hand to the ground. In the process of capturing the locomotive, Chen Tian had already copied the other party's super speed. And now, looking at the few superheroes on the opposite side, who were frozen in place, he began to feel bored. It seems that the entire Black Robe picket team is only a few people to see. As for the rest, it's not worth me to copy. Chen Tian frowned, his thoughts slowly flowing. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth. That's not right, I'm temporarily limited by my thoughts. Chen Tian thought a little excitedly, doesn't the Black Robe picket have compound number 5? I can mass produce super soldiers and then have them fight against each other, so I can't replicate them indefinitely. He thought of the Dachau and the Hulk farm plan he had conceived before. Now, it can be carried out in the Black Robe pickets. Although Wu Hao's compound production is limited and the success rate is not high, it is completely worth a try. The more Chen Tian thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. Immediately, he set his eyes on the Watt building behind him. Meanwhile, all the cameras around the Watt building, after noticing Chen Tian's movements, also focused on him. What does he want to do? Ashley. Barrett looked at Chen Tian's slightly excited gaze on the screen, and suddenly only felt that his body was stiff, his whole body trembled, and his scalp was numb and creepy. Inside the monitoring room of the Watts building. On the largest screen in the middle is Chen Tian's calm face, his eyes looking at the building indifferently. What exactly does this guy mean? Ashley. Although Barrett was only across the screen, she still felt that her body was penetrated by the cold gaze. It seemed that an extremely fierce beast was staring at herself just a few steps away, and a dangerous breath spewed out from its mouth and nose, enveloping her. Ashley instantly felt that she was doused with cold water, and her body was already covered with dense cold sweat, and her hands and feet were shaking. The situation is not good. There were only a few words left in her mind, and her pupils shook wildly. Then, in the doorway came a neatly uniformed black man, his pace not hurried. The elegance and indifference of every move is incompatible with the atmosphere of panic around them. He is none other than Edgar, the current president of Walt Corporation. Ashley is calm, things are not so bad now. If the other party wanted to be unfavorable to our Watt company, he would have directly done it a long time ago. Edgar has a gentle demeanor, a calm and organized tone, and has the magic of soothing people's hearts in every word. It seems that Chen Tian at the door of the building did not pay too much attention to it. Or rather, it is not seen as a threat. The owner. After Ashley heard the other party's words, she was so nervous that she couldn't think about her thoughts, and she suddenly relaxed a lot. Also figured out the joints in the matter. Truly. If Chen Tian really wants to destroy the Watts company, he can just do it. Judging from his current performance, it is estimated that there are other demands. There is still room for redemption. The rest of the employees, after hearing Edgar's words, were also much more relaxed. It's just that Edgar himself, after speaking, looked at Chen Tian on the screen with a solemn expression. The words are as correct as he said. But what does this person want? Head. Quote. Then Ashley came up and reported in a low voice. This person came out of thin air, and there is no way to find out the other party's origin, and there is no way to deal with him. After saying this, Ashley seemed to have found a relieved. Now I finally don't have to bear all the pressure on myself. And Edgar waved his hand, his tone was already calm. Let me go and have a good talk with him, don't worry. Quote, quote. As long as you are not an extreme person, there is room for negotiation. Meanwhile, Chen Tian also looked through the entire building through supervision and set his sights on Edgar. And I heard the conversations they had just had. I immediately felt funny in my heart. Talk to me. I'm not a homelander, and I'm not at the mercy of others because of their words. He thought silently. However, the idea I just thought of can be used by the Walt Company. The new idea that sprung up in his mind just now was to use compound number 5 to build a super soldier processing factory. Although not as good as before, Chen Tian already had the idea of building a kryptonite Superman processing plant. But comparatively, there is still a long way to go from the realization of the latter. After all, Chen Tian's strength has not yet reached the point of arbitrariness. However, the former, based on Compound 5, is currently fully achievable. And the world of black robe pickets can just be a good location. As for the Walt Company, it can provide sufficient resources for his plan. It can be called perfect. In this case, it is really necessary to contact the other party. Chen Tian thought about it, thinking of Jinhee, who he controlled with his spiritual ability, and it seemed that his world would have one more partner. Then, his thoughts fell, leaned over and grabbed Homelander on the ground, his feet lifted off the ground. Roar, immediately flew easily into the air, easily broke through the bulletproof glass on the top floor of the Walt Company, and entered its office on the top floor. Those people around the square were shocked when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, this young man who had never seen it before, actually relied on himself alone, and directly hit Homelander and the locomotive and lost his ability to act. And the other superheroes were also shocked in place by him, and did not dare to take any action at all. In this world, can there be such a strong existence? The appearance of Chen Tian completely broke the perception of these masses that the Super Six were completely invincible. What is he flying to the top floor of the Walt Company for? Is it to cooperate with the Walt Company? Time. Various speculations spread among the crowd. The other side. In the monitoring room of the Walt Company, Edgar and all the other staff were watching Chen Tian's movements. After all, the other party is a person, a ruthless person who can overturn all superhumans. Every next move could determine the survival of their company. And on the screen, Chen Tian looked up at the camera deeply after mentioning Homelander. Others found nothing strange, but Edgar felt that the other party's eyes were actually looking at him. Then, looking at the screen, after Chen Tian entered the top floor of the building, he immediately understood that it was not an illusion just now. This strange and powerful teenager is actually telling himself that he is waiting for him on the top floor. Could it be what I just said? He has already heard. Edgar couldn't bear to guess in his mind that definitely no one could give him an answer. No one knows what kind of ability the other party has. But, in any case, just go and meet first. He took a deep breath, did not hesitate, directly took a few subordinates, and rushed all the way to the top floor. Edgar knew in his heart that whether the Walter Company lived or died next depended on the next negotiation. Subsequently, Edgar took several right-hand men, including Ashley, called elevators, all the way to the top floor of the Watts Company building. As soon as the door opened, he saw the teenager who had brought panic to the whole city, standing with his back to the gate, looking down at the city at his feet. And not far from him, the homelander who was brought in has regained his senses and mobility, and has not cleaned up his sludge. Edgar. The moment he saw Edgar, he lowered his head in shame. Homelander, who has lacked affection since childhood, actually has a strange affection for Edgar. Although he is real, he is extremely perverse and tyrannical, doing many things, and will only follow his own interests. But when it comes to Edgar, Homelander is eager for the former's approval. It seems that in his heart, Edgar, who controls a company and stands at the highest point to give the shots, occupies a position similar to that of his parents. So, Homelander has been cooperating with Watt's work schedule, in addition to enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by himself. At the same time, there are reasons to hope for Edgar's joy. But now the situation has become the unbearable it is now, and Homelander naturally no longer has the face to face Edgar. As for Edgar, who pushed through the door, after taking a look at Homelander, his gaze didn't stay any longer, and he cast his gaze on Chen, trying to calm his tone. Friend, I don't know your origin, but I know that you are waiting for me. Although the scene is very ugly now, I know that this is the result of your subordinate's mercy. I want to know what you want, or rather, what can we give you at Walt Company? Although Edgar is very unhappy with Chen situation as it is now. But the reason in his heart still made him speak in a gentle manner. As for Homelander, in fact, in his mind, he is just a tool to achieve the company's goals and performance. If you want to say that Edgar has any feelings for the other party, it can only be said that the manager of the pet store has feelings for the pets he raises. If the pet behaves well, it will naturally like it more. If you don't behave, you don't even want to look at it more. Definitely, Edgar's relationship with Homelander, Chen doesn't care. Nor will I feel any grievances for Homelander. After all, Chen himself didn't like Homelander, this cold-blooded and violent guy, at all. He also set his sights on Edgar. When looking at the other party to himself, no matter what his inner emotions are, at least on the surface, he is calm and unfazed. Even when he just spoke, his tone did not change in the slightest, as if he was not facing some danger, but an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. This guy is really an old fox. Chen laughed silently. However, there is no such deep city, and it will not hold the Walt Company, the largest company in the world. Then, he took a step forward, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, although Edgar desperately wanted to step back in his heart, he still tried his best not to make any moves. If it weren't for Chen observation, others wouldn't have noticed Edgar's body at all. In fact, he had just tensed up for a moment. Subsequently, he slowly said, I'm here to give you two choices. Quote, one is that the Walt Company surrenders and works for me. And another one, which is to make this company disappear from this world. Speaking, a slight smile appeared on Chen face. Which one do you choose? Quote, .. exclamation mark. The moment Edgar heard Chen words, his face suddenly turned blue, and his body still trembled uncontrollably. He also thought that he only needed to pay some price to solve this trouble. Where did I think that the other party's appetite would be so big, and he directly wanted to let the entire Walt Company use it for him. As a capitalist, Edgar is naturally unwilling to give up everything that has been accumulated so hard in the face of such a problem. After all, in his opinion, letting the Walt Company out of control is no different from killing him directly. As for Homelander on the side, when he heard Chen words, his expression also became ugly. In his eyes, Edgar is an existence that needs to look up to himself and obey in order to get a trace of recognition. How can it be so insulting to others? Just for a moment. Homelander had already made his decision, but Van Edgar showed no objection. He will continue to fight Chen no matter what. However, next second, things went beyond Homelander's expectations. Where he can't see, the mind abilities spread and directly enveloped Edgar. The original resistance to Chen in his heart disappeared in an instant. In its place was fear, the powerful fear of Chen, which instantly filled all of Edgar's thoughts. And the desire to survive is also magnified to the extreme at this moment. Quote, .. The composure and elegance that Edgar had always maintained was instantly shattered by the fear that surged up like a frenzy, and his legs were soft, and he knelt down directly. I'm willing to surrender. As long as I can live. His forehead also fell to the ground, and his voice was panicked. In his eyes, Chen Tian's figure has become a tall existence that can decide his life and death at will. Edgar, Homelander next to him, looked at this scene. His face was dull, his pupils were shaking, and his heart was even more filled with shock. I couldn't get the recognition of the other party if I was dead or alive, but I didn't expect this Oriental teenager to be able to do it easily. And now Edgar doesn't just recognize Chen Tian, it's surrender from the bottom of his heart. Then, Homelander ideographic period. Chen Tian's gaze also swept over Homelander. He thought about it and felt that Homelander was brutal, but there was also a certain usefulness. If you can, there is no need to kill the other party directly. I also give you the same two options. His eyes were indifferent, and he slowly spoke, surrender, or die. You, Homelander, who was in shock, heard Chen Tian's words and immediately prepared to explode. Although he has been pursuing Edgar's approval, it is only similar to seeking the approval of his elders. This does not mean that he is willing to be inferior. Although Chen Tian is indeed stronger than him. But, psychic fluctuations flashed. Although this guy is stronger than me, but, but he's really strong. I can't resist at all. Homelander's original anger subsided and was replaced by boundless fear. The Chen Tian in his eyes suddenly changed from a powerful opponent to a ruthless death god who could take his life at any time. And Homelander's heart also broke out at this time with a strong desire to survive. If you want to live, you have to surrender. His body trembled, and he slowly knelt down. I want to live, I want to live. I surrender to you. With his knees in contact with the ground, Homelander couldn't resist Chen Tian anymore. Nope, I can't. Suddenly, Homelander's heart suddenly erupted with a sense of resistance, and he didn't want to submit. However, when he raised his head and met Chen Tian's cold gaze, his thoughts were once again filled with fear. Homelander didn't resist this time, her forehead against the ground. Chen Tian looked at him and thought silently. Compared to Edgar, an ordinary person, Homelander's mental resistance is still stronger. No wonder the headshot woman can't kill him. Then, Chen Tian smiled lightly, but compared with superbrain and mind ability, it's still almost. Thoughts run out. Chen Tian looked at Edgar. Okay, get up and clean up the mess outside. When Edgar heard this, he quickly got up obediently. Yes, boss. At the same time, my heart is happy. Now that Chen Tian has become a member of the company, the negative impact of the previous war can easily be eliminated. At most, tell the outside world that our new superhero is testing power. Thinking, Edgar walked out of the office with a beaming face. I don't realize that my thinking has been subtly changed. Homelander, for his part, is full of contempt for Edgar. I actually wanted to be approved by this kind of guy before. He thought, looking at Chen Tian. His eyes were full of fire. This is the man worth following. Chen Tian didn't care anymore. Immediately asked Ashley to take herself to the underground laboratory where compound number 5 was stored. After going to the lab, he saw rows of jars of compound number 5 appearing in front of his eyes. This requires a needle. You can build a super soldier. Chen Tian's eyes gradually lit up and muttered, every super soldier can provide me with ability to copy. The future is starting to get interesting. This moment. The ambition in his heart is infinitely magnified. I heard that you have now become the real person in our company. Just when Chen Tian looked at the rows of compound number 5 in front of him, he felt a slight expectation. The door of the laboratory behind him was pushed open again. Queen Maeve's voice came from behind. Chen Tian glanced back at the other party. I found that under Queen Maeve's eyes, although she also had a little fear of herself, it was not at all as strong as anyone else. The same can be said. He chuckled. Queen Maeve looked at Chen Tian and took a deep breath. It's hard to imagine that at this moment, this young man in front of him, who looks beautiful and has a kind smile like the big boy next door, has only shown the momentum of a matchless king not long ago. And she also had a short relationship with Chen Tian before she was powerful. Knowing that this teenager is actually, when he does not make a move, he is not so murderous. Only then did he dare to come into contact with Chen Tian. Otherwise, at the moment, all the others up and down the company were left with an absolutely powerful impression of Chen Tian. In addition to awe, there is only awe. Then what will I call you roar in the future, boss? Queen Maeve hesitated for a moment and spoke. To be honest, I don't like calling it roar. Just call me Chen. Chen Tian teased. Definitely, if you want to call me master, I have no opinion. He likes to joke in a relaxed state in a non-combat state. However, the speaker does not intend to listen to the intention. If you like, master. Although Queen Maeve knew that Chen Tian was not so unapproachable, she was not entirely sure whether the other party's words were a joke or an order. So, she pursed her mouth, her eyes flickered like water fluctuations, and her pretty face turned red and she opened her mouth playfully. Chen Tian paused when he heard this. He can feel the emotional fluctuations of the other party and naturally knows the misunderstanding. However, it seems that he does not reject others calling him so he acquiesced. Queen Maeve saw that the young man acquiesced, and also felt that she had done the right thing. As for calling the master's words, anyway, the other party is strong, she is willing. At the same time, Queen Maeve also began to wonder how the other party made Homelander and Edgar submit, and stopped talking. Do you know where your ability comes from? Chen Tian didn't feel her thoughts, and asked instead. When Queen Maeve heard this, she turned her head to look at compound number 5 that filled the basement, and all kinds of mixed emotions were suppressed and fell into silence. She definitely knew she was the product of the lab, but what made all of superhero a gift from God? Seeing this, Chen Tian walked over and pulled out a can of compound number 5 from the test bench and held it in front of his eyes. It seems that you know the efficacy of this thing. If this thing can be distributed directly to the world, wouldn't everyone be able to have super ability? His eyes reflected the green liquid in the test tube, and he said thoughtfully. This won't work. Queen Maeve immediately became anxious and explained out loud. Not everyone can withstand the effect of compound 5. She looked at Chen Tian and hesitated, afraid that her speech would overstep and anger Chen Tian. Go on. Chen Tian didn't care, and motioned for her to continue. Moreover, even if the experimental subject can withstand compound number 5 and will not die as soon as it is injected, the product produced may be deformed. Queen Maeve took a deep breath and continued to speak. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. I know this thing is not stable enough, just casually said. Compound number 5 is not like the Marvel World Super Soldier Serum, which basically has no side effects in the later stage, and can be said to have achieved the ultimate perfection. If the injection is for a child, the success rate is higher. Queen Maeve added at this time. Chen Tian sneered, I don't joke about children like other animals in the Walt Company. He thought for a while, and then said, Maeve, you go and tell Edgar to prepare an experiment with resources to participate in the clinical testing of drugs, this is what I mean. When Queen Maeve heard Chen Tian's words, she was immediately a little moved. Maybe this person is really different from the people he has come into contact with before. Thinking, she immediately said goodbye to Chen Tian and turned to leave. And Chen Tian looked at the other parties departing back, pondering in his heart whether to bring the super soldier serum to the black-robed picket. This will definitely help improve compound 5. He fell into thought and muttered. At that time, the two mixture will complement each other, which will definitely speed up my mass production of super soldiers. Quote. The more Chen Tian thought about it, the more drama he felt. Moreover, the technology of the black robe world in the biological field is obviously stronger than that of Marvel Earth. After all, an existence like Homelander that can physically resist nuclear bombs can be made. With a more stable super soldier serum, after being used as a sample, it will definitely accelerate the research and development of Compound V and stability. Looks like I'm going back to Marvel to get the super soldier serum. Chen Tian immediately determined his next goal. In fact, Chen Tian did not think about this matter before, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough at that time. And now his strength is not what it used to be. Even if he doesn't talk about anything else, just saying that he has divine speed is enough for him to obtain most of the things he wants. However, before I go back to Marvel, I have to deal with the other shareholders of Watts. Chen Tian's thoughts came to this and smiled. After all, to be able to become a shareholder of such a behemoth and firmly hold his position, it can be said that all those old guys are old foxes. Quote. Let's keep them all under control. Thinking. Chen Tian pushed open the door of the underground laboratory and walked towards the top of the Walt Company building. Meanwhile, Marvel World, drenched manor. The evening sky and the remnant sun turned the clouds into the sunset, and everything in the manor was bathed in gold. Everything seems so quiet and beautiful. Today is the weekend. Several children in the manor have rare time of their own. Laura plunged headlong into the gymnasium, honing her fighting skills. After working with Chen, in addition to the last month or so, there have been countless large and small battles in the past time. And although she likes the calm life she has now, she is always worried that one day she will continue to encounter scenes that require fighting. Moreover, I can't always let Chen protect me, I can protect him. Laura faced the metal puppet she had asked Wolverine to create for her. Her eyes were firm, and the wolf claws on her left and right hands flashed with cold light. As for Wanda, he is seriously preparing his newly learned Oriental food, hoping to surprise Chen when he returns. Pete's words shut himself in his room, not knowing what he was drumming and writing. There is also Logan and Charles, who are sitting quietly in the living room on this TV. A look of years of tranquility. But, as night falls, the light dims. Outside the estate, poof, several anesthesia needles, after shooting from the muzzle, silently stuck to the neck of Jin and the bodyguard arranged by Jin at the same time. Everyone fainted at the same time and collapsed to the ground. Head, I'm ready. All the exits of the manor have been blocked by our people. Hawkeye, who led the team, saw that all the bodyguards had been successfully solved and connected to the communicator. Well, no one knows when Chen will be back. Be careful. In the communicator, Nick Fury's somber voice. After all the informants, exploration, S.H.I.E.L.D. determined that Chen had disappeared for 2 days. So, Nick Fury does not hesitation orders to start a plan to capture Charles. And Hill Agent, not surprisingly, refused to carry out this task. So the burden of leading the team fell on Hawkeye Barton. Received. Hawkeye took a deep breath, glanced at the illuminated villa, and closed his relationship with Nick Fury's newsletter. Get ready to get started. The squad communication channel opens. In this operation, S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared 14 10-man task forces. 2 teams blocked the garage exit. The rest of the team surrounded all directions of the villa. Not for long. All the members of the contingent had already touched the front door of the villa, as well as under the windowsills. Do it, Hawkeye ordered. Boom, boom. Half of the people stayed outside, and the other half of the contingent members attacked at the same time, breaking through doors and windows. Click. The entire villa, at the same moment, fell into darkness. It turned out to be hidden in the electric box, and Pitra, who was full of panic, got off the electric gate. This is what Logan arranged for him and Wanda to hide here. The other side. The moment when all the lights fall into darkness. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team members did not panic too much, because everyone was equipped with night vision goggles and could see the situation clearly in the dark. Meanwhile, standing at the corner of the staircase on the second floor, Logan, who had a solemn face, had already clenched his fists, and the metal wolf claws that flashed with cold light slowly stretched out. As early as the S.H.I.E.L.D. people approached, he had already noticed it. However, considering the large number of them, and the open field was caught on fire, it was more difficult to face, so they chose to wait for the other party to enter the house and solve it one by one with terrain advantages. These mongrels. Logan cursed secretly in his heart, but the whole person calmed down. Now that Chen has not returned, the burden of protecting others has come to him. He can't be impulsive at will, and he has to seize the opportunity to strike again. Trample, trample. In the room, the footsteps of the contingent members cautiously exploring began to sound. They are literally a blanket search, not sparing any corner at all. Just as the first 5-man squad was about to go upstairs and walk to the staircase, Wolverine moved. After these few days of recuperation, the speed of the old body that burst out in an instant was not inferior to its peak. Swish. The wolf's paw flashed a cold light. The first person to walk to the staircase was directly cut off half of his head, and he couldn't even react at all. Blood was like a fountain, spraying everywhere and staining the stairwell. Hit. The rest of the contingent reacted and simply did not have any more opportunities to communicate. Only one shouted roar, and the others raised their guns at the same time and shot hard upstairs. Blah blah. Suddenly, several rifle muzzles flashed with fire, illuminating the surrounding several meters, and the bullets rained down. After deftly avoiding the rain of bullets, Wolverine grabbed the gap and fired again. Ah! He roared lowly, like a bloodthirsty wolf, unprecedented, vowing to protect the present calm. Swish! The wolf's claw flashed in the air again, directly cutting the necks of the 3 people in one breath, and the 3 heads flew up. 3 streams of blood like a fountain sprayed wildly from their bodies. However, Wolverine cut the back of the necks of 3 people in a row, and the strength and speed were inevitably a little lacking. When the wolf's claws swung at the last person in the squad, the outburst was no longer enough. Ah! The man dodged and only scratched his shoulder, without killing him with a single blow. The 5th man screamed and turned to run. Burst! Only then did Wolverine erupt again, stabbing the wolf's claw into the back of the opponent's head. Blood-stained claws bulged out from the other party's open mouth. In less than 3 seconds, Wolverine had already killed 5 people in a row. AJ. Wolverine is still old. Roar! Roar! After a moment's outburst, he visibly felt a little tired and gasped. Burst! An arrow with a cold light burst through the air in an instant. It was Hawkeye, who was standing outside the villa, who made a move. Wolverine reacted, trying to dodge, but still being shot in the shoulder. The arrow of the drug that suppressed the power instantly permeated his body, amplifying his exhaustion. Wolverine felt her own strength, visibly weakening with the naked eye. Grab him! This mutant mongrel! The other members of the contingent immediately rushed towards him like a wave. The leader of the people, a rifle butt directly smashed Wolverine. Several people cursed in unison and raised their feet, constantly stepping on him. Freak! Those who dare to kill us! Angry scolding. Wolverine wanted to fight back. However, these are specially trained task forces, and the physically strong, suppressed Wolverine is no match for so many people at all. He can only protect his head with his hands and carry the attack alive. Ah! Right at this moment, a small figure in the corner, waving its steel claws and roaring towards the crowd. In a flickering of cold light, it actually penetrated the chests of 2 people in a row. Laura, run! In the middle of the beating, Logan saw the little figure rushing out, and he was immediately worried. But Laura couldn't help but watch Wolverine get beaten. Hissed and continued to pounce on the others. But there were too many Rangers in the room. She was just about to jump up, when she was smashed by someone rushing behind her. Logan's voice was hoarse, but it didn't help. Huh! At this moment, the Wanda and Pete brothers and sisters, who were hiding in the electric box, were also found, were roughly tied up, and thrown to the ground. And Charles, Hawkeye gave instructions outside the villa. I won't allow you to do that. Charles, who appeared on the 2nd floor in a wheelchair, also felt angry at this moment. Immediate activation of the mind ability. People who want to control S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when most people were really controlled by him. In the crowd, 2 figures with special helmets rushed out, and ran in front of Charles in a few steps. Burst! A tranquilizer, directly into the neck of the old man who did not have much strength. The mental fluctuations that spread throughout the villa disappeared in an instant. Humph! An old immortal mongrel actually dares to resist. The 2 task forcesmen, who wore special helmets and could protect themselves from psychic fluctuations, snorted coldly. Directly lifted the thin old man and walked down the stairs. Nope. Logan's eyes were red when he saw this, but he felt a deep powerlessness in the midst of countless stampedes. Boom! In the end, he was directly smashed by the butt of a shot by the people of the task force. Thereupon, everyone was captured from the manor by S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Mission accomplished. Chen did not appear. Hawkeye saw this, and then dared to breathe a sigh of relief and reported to Nick Fury. The other side. By the early morning of the 2nd day, Chen finally finished everything in the world of the Black Robe Pickets. This initiates dimensional teleportation and returns to the world of Marvel. There were fluctuations in the space in front of him, and the space channel opened. After he entered, he instantly returned to the villa room of Drenched Manor. Chen noticed that the manor was empty, and his face changed abruptly. He rushed all the way down the hall to look at the coagulated blood, scratches, and bullet holes on the stairs. Chen eyes slowly circulated with a strong killing intent, and a pair of fists clenched tightly. Who did it? A crescent moon hangs high. Silence shone white light on the thick sea of clouds. High in the sky and between the clouds, a Quinjet is like a black goshawk spreading its wings, breaking through the sky. SHIELD Director Nick Fury was sitting upright in the cabin, his face indifferent, wearing a blind patch on one eye, and a solemn light in the other. Across from him, the emaciated old man reclined in his seat, wearing a collar and falling into a coma. Nick Fury's eyebrows twisted slightly, and he looked at Charles's thin body from top to bottom. If it is placed in the outside world without prior notice, I am afraid that no one will think that this ordinary old man, who can't even stand up, can actually be as dangerous as a nuclear bomb. Chen Tian, you. Nick Fury took a deep breath and murmured. Head, it's almost there. Then, some of his subordinates came to report. Okay, I see. Nick Fury nodded, stood up and patted Charles awake. Charles, do you know me? Then he asked as he sat back. Charles was slapped, coughed twice, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the corner of the other person's mouth with a disdainful smile. I've never had an impression of sinister villains. HMPH. Nick Fury naturally wasn't emotionally pulled by such a simple provocation, and just snorted coldly. Logan Howlett said you died a year ago, but we know you guy is still alive. It's just that thinking that so many mutant are dead, you should always stop for a while and don't bother to care for a while. When he said this, Charles's face began to look a little ugly. Nick Fury's brows furrowed deeper. I didn't expect that you guys didn't know the honesty at all, but you actually dared to come to New York City and even live. Charles, you have to know if the 547 is 10 years ago, New York City. Oh, there is no place for you under the whole sun. The ugly expression on Charles's face suddenly calmed down, and his cloudy eyes looked at each other. I was born in New York City, and when you were still drinking milk, I was ready to go out of society to build this country. I've seen the whole city prosper, and I've even been part of it. He tried his best to maintain a calm tone, but he still trembled a little. I have done no less than anyone. Why should I set foot in this city again? But it is a sin. Nick Fury still looked at Charles with an indifferent expression, and when he raised his brows, he could see 3 wrinkles appear on his smooth forehead like a marinated egg. In fact, although the age gap between the two seems to be very large, the real age difference between the two parties is no more than 10 years. This happens thanks to Nick Fury had injected an anti-aging agent, which was derived from the serum of super soldiers. Since you said to build the country, then do me a favor. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and suddenly the corners of his mouth slowly outlined, showing an expression that looked like a smile. Clean up all the mutants in the world, so that not only the country, but the whole world will be grateful to you. Finish talking. The smile under his eyes grew thicker. No way. Charles was so excited when he heard this, he struggled to sit up straight, but he couldn't afford to lie back. I had to glare at Nick with angry eyes. Fury, there's no way I'm going to do anything with you. What's more, now that the brainwave strengthening machine is broken, no one can do such a thing. You're dead with this heart. Charles almost yelled at the last word, only to find Nick Fury looked at himself with a smile in his eyes. He felt something in an instant, and suddenly he only felt that his strength was being drained, and his already weak body was even weaker. Sure enough, it's the smartest brain in the world, I think you should know. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows and said in a smug tone, SHIELD has mastered the most powerful technology on Earth, and there are many things you can't imagine. As he spoke, the smile on his face disappeared, threatening every word. Maybe there are some things you don't want to do, but it's not up to you. Charles's body was already weak, and the other party's words turned into a heavy hammer that smashed his heart, making him unable to speak for a long time. A great sense of sadness suddenly emerged and engulfed him. Charles, who has lost his powers, is physically weak and unable to move, and he can't control anything except the thoughts in his mind. Roar. Then, the entire Quinjet began to fall downward, passing through the clouds in a blink of an eye, and falling to the ground as soon as it fell. Charles, we've got to the place. Nick Fury smiled and glanced at the paralyzed old man in front of him, stood up and walked ahead. Several subordinates behind him immediately moved Charles to a wheelchair and followed behind. Click. The door of the fighter slowly opened. The scene of a ruined campus was reflected little by little on Charles's old and cloudy eyes. Xavier Genius Academy, a place he was all too familiar with. Now goodbye after a year of absence. While familiar, there is also a difference. Ruined, old, ruins everywhere, everything stained with the traces of time. Charles was in a trance for a while. It was as if in his eyes, the now dilapidated academy had been restored to its former intact appearance. Under the sun, every color of the entire college is radiating hope and vitality. The garden is full of green grass, and countless mutant children with smiling faces and hope are studying and playing on campus, looking forward to the future. Nick Fury glanced at Charles and didn't say anything more. Take a step ahead. The subordinates pushed the old man's wheelchair to follow. As several people delved deeper and deeper into the Xavier Genius Academy, they saw more destroyed buildings inside. The expression on Charles's face became more and more radiant. He looked at the buildings that had been either covered with moss, or covered with cracks, or simply collapsed into ruins. In my mind, I think of these housing facilities, which were originally intact. Long time gone, he thought. Charles, welcome back to Xavier Genius Academy. Nick Fury's deep voice suddenly cut in, interrupting the old man's memories. They had already arrived at a round iron gate. Charles looked over Nick. Above Fury's head, he saw the X-Men logo printed on the iron door. He fell silent. At this moment, countless memories crossed his mind again. What happened in that scene? There were also familiar smiling faces. How many years ago? Before he established the college, he was determined to create the perfect home for mutant and fight all his life. Let those mutants who come into this world not be born with only a dark cloud of cold eyes. All people should have the opportunity to face the sunny day and face the sun. You can also look up at the stars and chase your dreams. All of them. Charles thought that even if he burned himself, he would break the mountain of prejudice in people's hearts. He gave it all, but in the end, it was exchanged for sadness. Click. The iron door opens. The lighting system in the basement behind it has been repaired. Looking inside, the white light was brightly lit, extending all the way to the circular iron gate at the end of the passage. Charles knew that was where the brainwave strengthening machine was. Nick Fury, mutant will never disappear from this world as you think. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming serious. I won't do anything for you, you don't even have to think about it. Now mutant is completely different from before, she has new hope. There was no hope before. Saying that, Charles suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, I am also looking forward to the day when mutants' freedom will come, so I cherish my life now. But if you really want me to do anything, I'd rather die. After speaking, his tone became extremely solemn again, and his words were sonorous. Are you talking about hope, Chen? I admit, he's a tricky guy, but not lawless yet. Nick, the expression on Fury's face also sank, and his eyes were terribly cold. As for whether you are willing to cooperate or not, whether you are dead or alive. Charles, I'm sorry to tell you. Laugh at. An agent pushing a wheelchair behind Charles suddenly took out a bottle and sprayed a cloud of mist at him. It's all up to you. Nick Fury was condescending, watching indifferently as Charles was shrouded in the fog, and the latter's eyes, which were still rational, gradually began to become confused. Logan. Charles only felt that his mind was beginning to become dull and confused, and everything in front of him was cluttered. Everything in the field of vision began to distort and shake. It seems to be separated by a constantly shaking water. Even the ears seemed to be immersed in the water at once, and the sound heard became extremely distant and inaudible. And then, Logan. Charles found that the person standing in front of him was Wolverine Logan, and he spoke in surprise. In his heart, he always felt that Logan Howlett should not be here now, but because of the chaos in his mind, he didn't think much. Charles, we couldn't stop here. Logan in his eyes slowly spoke, we have to save mutant, otherwise all mutant will be slaughtered in the future. Now it's all about your ability. Charles looked dumbfounded and nodded, good. Quote. You're supposed to do your best, right? Nick standing in front of Charles. Fury had a smug smile on his face. For mutant. Charles said blankly. Well, for mutant. Nick. The smile on Fury's face grew. The mist that the person who just shield spewed at Charles is actually a psychedelic fog that can make a person fall into a fantasy realm. Make them fully trust the person in front of them. This psychedelic mist may not have much effect on the physically powerful mutant. But in addition to Charles's mental ability, his original physique is no different from ordinary people, and now he is so old that even ordinary people can't compare. It can be said that it is easy to deal with him. Follow me. Nick Fury saw that the effect was good, and his heart that had been nervous suddenly relaxed a lot at this time. Even thinking that he could solve Chen Tian's big problem next, he even moved faster. He walked in front and led Charles and a man in a wheelchair into the basement. As for the others, they all stayed outside under strict guard. Boom. Stay until Nick Fury after they entered the basement. The heavy steel door in the basement suddenly closed heavily. He walked forward, sitting behind him under the agent and pushing the dull-looking Charles to follow all the way. The door with the brainwave strengthening machine in front of him is getting closer and closer. From now on, there will be no mutant in this world. Nick Fury looked at the iron gate in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but think. The other side. A van escorted by a number of vehicles in the compartment of a van on the road to S.H.I.E.L.D. Logan Howlett barely regained consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he felt that he was in severe pain everywhere, and his hands and feet were bound to death. He felt that there were already a small number of super healing factors in his body, and wanted to go to repair the injuries on his body. But he was stopped by a collar around his neck that could stagnate mutants' powers. Ah, don't hit me, don't hit me. As Logan cried out in pain, he suddenly heard a boy crying for mercy full of fear. Pete, Wanda. He narrowed his eyes and gradually began to adjust to the darkness in the carriage. Wanda and Pete were seen chained. The latter is stuck to the wall at the moment, his face twisted and tearful, as if he is afraid to the extreme. As for Wanda, although not as exaggerated as her brother suggested, she still hugged her knees tightly, her face pale, and she curled up there shivering. Are you awake? Then, Laura's slightly weakened voice came from the other side. Logan turned his head to see that Laura in the corner was also wearing a collar, and her hands and feet were bound by chains. The little wolf cub's eyes are still full of ruthless feelings at the moment, gritting his teeth, and trying to break free from the chains from time to time. Unfortunately, the chains tied to Laura's body are even thicker than her arms, and even if the power is not suppressed, she may not be able to break free. Not to mention wearing a collar now. At this moment, Laura's power is completely an ordinary little girl. What about Charles? Logan sighed secretly that the situation was not good, and then looked around to see that there was one person missing. Grandpa Charles, taken away by a bald head wearing a black eye patch. Quote. Wanda heard the question and replied weakly. S.H.I.E.L.D. What is this trying to do with Charles? Logan heard that Charles was taken alone, and suddenly panicked. At that time, some people thought of using the latter's ability to hunt the global mutant through the increase in brainwave strengthening. Even at that time, it was almost succeeded by those people. All mutants were threatened with death. Fortunately, this operation was stopped and did not succeed. Otherwise mutant would have been extinct long ago. They wouldn't be trying to use Charles against Chen, would they? Logan was on his mind and suddenly thought of the idea. A bunch of garbage, Chen will tear them all to shreds. Laura's eyes flickered, confident in Chen Tian. Wanda was worried, won't something wrong with Chen? Pete, on the other hand, is immersed in his own fears and does not engage in any topic. He wanted to hurry up and have someone to save him now. And Logan took a deep breath after making a guess. His face was complicated. If you really want to use Charles to do something, not only Chen, I'm afraid we will suffer. Immediately he looked helpless again, and said with a bitter smile, now I can only see if Chen can come back in time. I didn't expect that in the end, I still want him to clean up the situation. Quote. In a word, the expressions on the faces of the two girls fell silent, and the expressions on their faces began to become complicated. If they could, they really didn't want to be a burden to Chen Tian. Boom. Frick. Right at this time, several people in the carriage suddenly heard the sound of something smashing in front of the vehicle. Then, the entire carriage shook violently. Meanwhile, there was also a series of sharp brakes and the sound of wheels rubbing against the ground. Logan could feel that the van transporting them seemed to stop. What happened? Boom. Frick. Logan and several children were talking when a violent noise suddenly came in from outside the car. Immediately afterwards, the entire carriage shook violently with a series of sudden braking sounds. At this moment, the few people whose hands and feet were all bound had no room to resist, and they swayed and fell backwards with the car body. Is Chen here? Although Wanda hit the carriage uncontrollably with his head in the process of shaking, his eyes, which were originally completely spiritless, widened in expectation. Except for her, everyone in the carriage thought of this possibility, and they all raised their heads expectantly. Knowing that the car body stopped steadily, there was a sound of opening and closing the door from the cab. Then came the fierce arguments between men and women. Not him. Laura, who originally seemed to smell food and raised her little head and her eyes lit up, immediately lost interest, resumed her listless appearance, and hung her head. Pete kept chanting Chen Tian's name, which originally seemed to him to be an extremely terrifying existence. But now, he misses each other very much. It seems that the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are in conflict with each other and are not satisfied with the current approach, and it seems that the organization is not monolithic inside. Logan Howlett sighed slightly after making sure that the person outside was not Chen Tian, and then kept thinking of a way to get out. Meanwhile, outside the car, the convoy escorting Mutant was stopped by several black SUVs. The Hill agent headed by the latter looked at the person in charge of the escort convoy. His eyes were slightly cold, and asked in a deep voice, "I think I have the right to know who is arrested here." "Definitely, Chief Hill, this task was supposed to be carried out by you." The head of the convoy smiled. Now in the carriage are the famous Wolverine, and the experimental subject X-23 of the Akali GMO Institute, as well as two little guys who illegally smuggled in. I had warned Nick before. Fury, why did he still do it? Hill's whole face immediately darkened when he heard the other party's answer. She heard such a combination of people escorted in the car, and immediately understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had attacked Chen Tian. Time die. That fool is really clever. Hill couldn't help but scold secretly. Obviously, after her contact, it can already be concluded that mutant Chen Tian is not a person who loves war. Later, Hill also looked up relevant information and learned that in Chen Tian's past experience, in many cases, he was actively attacked by others. Under duress, Chen Tian will fight back. All of this shows that this powerful mutant teenager is actually a person who is willing to live in peace. But by now, S.H.I.E.L.D. has completely fought with Chen Tian, right? Nick Fury actually arrested all his companions. When I think of this, Hill couldn't help but look at it again and close the wagon of Logan and the others. There was a pang of worry and irritation in my heart. The best strategy to face Chen Tian should be to try to avoid actively provoking the other party, and should not use any thoughts without complete preparation. How Nick Fury would be so impatient and completely reckless. I obviously told him already. Hill's good-looking eyes were suddenly full of anger, and his brows were tightly wrinkled together. She is a woman who thinks independently and believes in her own opinions. Definitely also has a strong enough ability. Therefore, he later became the Speaker of S.H.I.E.L.D. For Nick Fury's obstinate approach of not taking into account the opinions of others made her heart full of displeasure. Then, that sir, we are now on the mission of the chief. If you have nothing else to do, sir, can we leave? The escort leader looked at Hill's increasingly ugly expression, paused, and then slowly spoke. After all, although they executed the bureau chief Nick Fury's mission. But Hill in front of him is also a figure in the limelight in S.H.I.E.L.D., with many fans, and if they can, those of them who do things below do not want to be easily offended by either side. So the attitude of the person in charge of the escort showed itself very well. Roar, I don't embarrass you, go ahead. When Hill heard the other party's words, he let out a long breath and then waved his hand. At the end of the day, regardless of her mood right now, whether she supports the ongoing plans of S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. But Nick, as the director, Fury still has higher authority than her. Although the Hill agent has the right to refuse to perform the task, he cannot casually intervene to stop the task that the other party has ordered to have already begun. As for the entire escort convoy, they only followed orders. Many things, in fact, are not what they think about. Hill had no interest in embarrassing them. Yes, sir. The escort officer breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Hill let them go. Then continued to get in the car, drive the vehicle, continued to pull Logan and others to continue in the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, I can only say that I hope you don't regret your decision today. Hill stood in place, watching the escort convoy slowly drive away. The light of the eyes and the mood are indescribably complex. She always felt, Nick. Fury's actions this time brought unspeakable calamity to the entire shield. I hope it's not my delusion. The moon in the sky slowly sprinkles moonlight towards the world. Obviously the moon is gentle, and he is also wearing autumn clothes. But Hill Agent still inexplicably felt that tonight seemed a little cold. The convoy continued to move forward. Sensing that the body continued to move, Logan took a deep breath and tried to break free of the chains on his body. However, even if he was bruised and gritted his teeth because of his strength, he had no chance to break free at all after being suppressed by his strength. Boom! He slammed into the compartment in anger and then lay weakly on the floor. Now Logan blames himself in his heart. Not only can't take care of a few children, but even he can't help himself. In this way, when Chen was about to leave, he told him that he could rest assured to hand it over to himself. I'm really useless, Logan muttered in frustration. His eyes were already red. Chen will come to save us. Laura's eyes flickered, looking at Logan, who was lying on the ground, and slowly spoke unwaveringly. Yes, Chen is so powerful. As long as he comes, there is no problem at all to rescue us. Pete also spoke eagerly at this time. I don't know if I'm comforting Logan or myself. As for Wanda, he couldn't help but wonder what if Chen encountered any danger in order to save them. Everyone reacted differently. Inside the carriage, except for the hum of the engine and the constant shaking for a while, it was temporarily quiet. Long after, oh, Chen, Logan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, I hope. But then again, after learning that Charles was taken alone by S.H.I.E.L.D. men. In fact, in Logan's heart, he already does not have much confidence in the next life. According to Pete Wanda, after he fainted, Charles was taken in the exact opposite direction by S.H.I.E.L.D. men. Logan is familiar with the direction Charles was taken away. Naturally, it's Xavier Genius Academy. It's not just Charles's life's work there. It is also the birthplace of X-Men, and the place where Wolverine Logan experienced many honors and disgraces. It's just that now that time has passed, it is estimated that it has completely turned into ruins, and the only thing left is probably a brainwave strengthening machine specially built for Charles. The S.H.I.E.L.D. mongrels seem to want to use Charles to exterminate mutant. When Logan thought of this, he closed his eyes in pain. Charles's nemesis Stryker did just that, and he almost succeeded. What happened at that time left an indelible shadow in the hearts of all mutant. It can be said that when Charles uses the brainwave strengthening his own mental ability, and then trying to erase all mutant consciousness. Everyone has already faced Deadman once. Fortunately, Stryker's plot was later dismantled. But that terrifying sense of near death is what Logan is no longer willing to face. If that's the case, I'd rather Chen never come back. Logan took a deep look at the Wanda siblings, as well as Laura, but still didn't speak. Perhaps this time, if the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s conspiracy really works. Even if Chen came back, he would not be able to return to heaven. The other side, Drenched Manor, Chen, who was expressionless, slowly walked out of the already empty villa. However, although he looks very calm now, he can feel the murderous intent in his eyes and body. Whoever dares to touch himself will have to pay a terrible price. And just after Chen walked out of the villa gate, he looked around the manor, not only narrowed his eyes, but the terrifying murderous machine under his eyes was churning. At this moment, the entire manor has been cordoned off for most of the time. There are also many police officers who are busy pulling up new boundaries. These guys, Chen glanced at them, his face was cold, and walked in the direction where the police were. Roar, there is a wind blowing. Blow the heaven and earth under the night a little cooler. A policeman noticed the strange boy coming out of the manor. His face immediately became nervous. It's been blocked. No one is allowed to enter. Stop and identify yourself, the policeman immediately shouted at Chen. Judging from his attitude, it seems that he does not know the specific identity of Chen. But it is also clear who lived in the manor before. However, Chen was unmoved by his rebuke. Still walking forward slowly, the expression on his face became more and more cold. Click. Stop. Identify yourself, or we'll shoot. Then, other policemen were also attracted to Chen Tian's attention, and their faces suddenly changed greatly, and more than a dozen people took out pistols at the same time and firmly locked the latter. What's going on here? Chen Tian's face calmly swept over the nervous faces of all the policemen, and he asked coldly. There is an extremely dangerous mutant here, which is now blocked. A policeman said with a serious expression. Now please prove that you are not mutant's evidence, and then get out of here. Otherwise we have the right to shoot directly. Chen Tian slowly raised his eyes, and the anger in them almost turned into substance. This is my home. His voice was cold. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the wind that had been blowing gently around me seemed to have stopped. All the police officers paused for a moment. Everything is eerily quiet. Some policemen's faces changed drastically, and he scolded angrily, "It's a mutant monster. Here comes mutant." There were also policemen shouting at his companion roar in the distance. Bang bang. More people, but directly shot without hesitation. More than a dozen pistols facing Chen Tian erupted flames almost at the same time, and dozens of bullets carrying huge kinetic energy rotated and condensed into a large barrage, directly breaking through the air and landing towards Chen Tian. Boom ding ding tee. Chen Tian stood calmly in place, and the bullet fell on him, as if it hit the steel, making a sound of metal clashing. Immediately after, countless bullets on his body, impacting, twisted and shapeshifting, fell to the ground one after another. Fark, this monster is not afraid of bullets. When some policemen saw this scene, their pupils shrank in fright, their bodies shook wildly, and they unconsciously took 2 steps back. You're surrounded, hands up. Then, dozens of policemen in the distance also noticed the movement just now and surrounded this side. Nearly 100 policemen all held guns, like a black tide, directly surrounding all directions around Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked at those black holes with cold eyes, glowing muzzles. He took a step forward. Invisible psychic fluctuations instantly spread out, enveloping all the policemen. The next moment, those policemen, who were obviously nervous to the extreme, suddenly found that their bodies had lost control. Under their blinding gaze, the body actually automatically pointed the gun in his hand at the colleagues around him. Bang bang. Suddenly, at the gate of the manor, there was a dense burst of gunfire like firecrackers. Nearly 100 policemen were almost dead under the mutual fire of their colleagues. It turned into a corpse with a hole in the center of its eyebrows and a horrified face, overlapping each other and falling to the ground. The ground within a radius of more than 10 meters was soaked with blood in just a few seconds, emitting heat and a strong smell of blood. Demons. Devil. In the pile of corpses, there were also 3 people who were already stained red with blood. They seemed to have survived for the time being because of the number of policemen, not an even number. The bodies of the 3 policemen were still unable to move, and could only control their faces, looking at Chen Tian in extreme fear. Chen Tian's gaze swept over gently. Psychic fluctuations diffuse. The 3 policemen instantly shut their mouths. Bang, bang, bang. 2 of them shot at each other, and the remaining 1 shot himself. Poof. 3 more bodies fell to the ground. Airplanes. Then, Chen Tian noticed a car parked not far away, suddenly started, directly stepped on the accelerator to the end, reversed and turned around, ready to run. His brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes instantly turned red. Rumble. 2 crimson beams of light wrapped in a huge terrifying temperature burst out. Bang. The car had just driven out a few meters, directly under the ultra-high temperature, blown to pieces, and the parts with flames flew wildly. Then, what happened? Several policemen in charge of blocking the lower garage heard the movement and ran out. Roar. Suddenly his eyes flashed. A strong wind came from the surface. The figure of a teenager flashed directly in front of them. Burst. Chen Tian gently raised his finger, and the blood in the bodies of several policemen immediately turned into countless spikes, puncturing all their blood vessels. All the skin and eyeballs of these policemen immediately turned into oozing blood red, bleeding from the 7 senses, falling to the ground with a bang, and dying of anger. Now with the blessing of a new bloodline, his natural ability to control water has also evolved considerably. Dealing with at least 3 or 5 ordinary people at the same time is not a problem at all. Chen Tian solved all the police officers outside the manor. Only then slowly walked to one of the people, and opened the clothes of one of the policemen with a cold face. There is a proof in it. printed with the logo of the bald eagle. Chen Tian recognized this as the shield logo. So his eyes were gloomy, and he said coldly, "Nick Fury, it seems that you have been living too long. Xavier Genius Academy, underground secret room. The passage has been maintained and repaired by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, the walls were covered with dust and cobwebs, which were simply cleaned up, and the entire ground did not cause dust. The lights on the ceiling have also been repaired, illuminating a cold white light. Replace Nick Fury, Charles behind him, and the staff pushing the ladder, cast large black shadows at their feet. The door of the passage of the secret room was already closed when they entered. At this moment, in the surrounding environment, there are only a few people left with the sound of roar absorption, wheelchair rolling, and footsteps. Logan, we're going to get better at mutant in the future, aren't we? Charles, who was in a wheelchair, still stared blankly. In front of Nick Fury's back, falling in his eyes, became the young Logan Howlett. Definitely, as long as you help mutant through this time, everything will be fine. Nick Fury looked back and said, "Well, I will do my best." Quote. Charles nodded emphatically. The future of mutant, but what the old man had been fighting for. Soon, a few people came to the deepest part of the basement, to the door of the brainwave strengthening machine. Nick Fury looked at the X-Men door number hanging on the iron door, couldn't control his excitement, and took a deep breath. One step away. Just take a step forward, and the mutant in this world will completely disappear. On Earth, there will be no more moths that threaten human safety. Charles, quick, he couldn't help but look back and urge, now as long as you go in and turn on the brainwave strengthening machine, you can perfectly solve the mutant crisis. Good, Charles heard. A deep glance at Nick in front of him. Fury nodded again. At the moment, Nick Fury sees him as a young Logan, and he feels that he is helping the future Logan to save mutant. Because of the fog of illusion, Charles always wondered if something was wrong. But if you think about it deeply, you will find that you think about chaos again, and it seems that all this in front of you is very reasonable. How could Logan be bad for mutant? So I have to cooperate with him to save mutant. Thinking, Charles pushes the wheelchair under his seat, approaches the brainwave strengthening machine door, and scans the retina of the eye through the combination lock. Welcome back. The door opens slowly. Professor X recorded the beep in his own gentle voice. Quick, Nick Fury couldn't hold back the emotions in his heart and urged again. Then he strode to the center of the brainwave strengthening machine and took the helmet placed on the ground in his hand in advance. Seeing this, SHIELD's assistant also quickened his pace and pushed Charles in front of the other party. Charles, the rest is up to you. Nick Fury took a deep breath and handed out the helmet of the brainwave strengthening machine. Logan Charles took the helmet and called out softly to Roar. He suddenly felt that everything in his vision began to become more and more blurred, and even his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he wanted to close his eyes uncontrollably. Quote. He looked at the young Logan in front of him who looked at him expectantly, and said weakly, "I'm so sleepy. I don't think I should do this." "No, it's something that has to be done, Charles, you can't stop." Nick Fury said as he narrowed his eyes. "Logan, I'm starting to become unaware of you. Are you really Logan?" Charles suddenly felt that the figure of the young Logan in front of him began to slowly blur, and seemed to be slowly turning into a figure with a black bald head. He also began to doubt whether what the other party let him do was worth believing. How so? Nick, when Fury saw Charles's reaction, he suddenly became a little anxious. "I didn't expect that they had already come here." The latter suddenly began to disagree, and began to reject what he asked him to do. The S.H.I.E.L.D. members on the side immediately opened Charles's eyelids and examined his two eyes separately. Head, it should be because the measurement of the illusion fog is not enough. After all, considering that Charles has Alzheimer's disease, plus he is already old, he did not use the maximum dose. The S.H.I.E.L.D. member immediately explained. Plus, quote. Nick, when Fury heard this, his face turned black as charcoal, and he really spat out a word coldly. Quote. Quote. The S.H.I.E.L.D. member hesitated. "If you increase the dose, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on Charles. His body was so weak, and Alzheimer's would have damaged the brain. If you increase the dose, maybe after this time, he will directly become dementia." Nick Fury directly ignored the other party's words, twisted his brows and said, "Plus, don't let me say it a third time." In his opinion, this action is to eliminate all mutants in the world, including Chen Tian. And mutant, Nick, also Charles. Fury naturally didn't plan to stay. If you increase the dose of illusion fog, you can turn the former into dementia at the same time afterwards. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? So, Nick, Fury doesn't have the slightest hesitation. Yes, boss. As for the member of S.H.I.E.L.D., hearing that his own director had spoken like this, he naturally would not say anything more, and interestingly, he took out the illusion mist again and sprayed it towards Charles. The purple mist rolled and enveloped the opponent's head, and then it was inhaled by him from his mouth and nose. "Charles, are you ready?" Nick, Fury asked. Charles looked up. Logan's figure, which had been blurred before, became clear again, and he no longer doubted what the other party said. "Ready," he said. Immediately, Charles put the helmet of the brainwave strengthening machine on his head. "Good, Nick." Fury looked happy when he saw this, and went all the way to the machine switch at the door. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. member, after seeing this scene, he cleverly walked out of the door and closed it by the way. Boom. With the moment the door of the machine is closed, Nick, Fury also turned on the brainwave strengthening switch. Suddenly, the huge white spherical space began to vibrate violently, and white light was transmitted from all the walls. Magical invisible fluctuations emanated from Charles. "Yes, you're doing great, Nick." Fury looked at the perfectly functioning brainwave strengthening machine and showed a satisfied expression. "Go on, find out all the brain waves of the mutants that still exist." The other side, the convoy escorting Logan and others has arrived in the basement of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Come down, you mutant." The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. all know that their former colleagues led by Phil Coulson have been wiped out. Therefore, when facing Logan and them now, they naturally do not give any good face. At the moment, Logan and Laura are both wearing collars that limit ability. Except for the bones in the body, which are still hard adamantium, the other parts are no different from ordinary middle-aged uncles and little girls. As for Wanda and Pete, they have not yet undergone the Hydra Mind Gem experiment and have not achieved ability. Now they are two ordinary boys and girls, and they have no strength to resist. Several people were violently pulled out of the car by S.H.I.E.L.D. on all fours. Yay, Laura, as she was pulled down, also tried to resist, opening her mouth to bite the other person's hand on her shoulder. She bit so hard that she directly bit the man's hand through the skin, bleeding a hand. "Ah, you beast," the member of S.H.I.E.L.D. screamed in pain and threw Laura to the ground. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his foot to step on her. "You dare." Seeing this, Logan quickly struggled desperately to break free of the hand that grabbed him, threw himself in front of Laura, and was blocked. Boom. This kick is clearly aimed at the little girl Laura, but it is still stepped on very hard. Logan, who was restricted in his abnormal ability, was hit hard in the abdomen, and he couldn't help but see the darkness in front of him, and his body shook. "Find death." The member of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately became even more furious, and immediately raised his foot to continue stepping on. Then, "Don't waste any more time, send them over quickly." Sitwell, who was actually affiliated with Hydra, walked quickly over and stopped the member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes. Seeing this, the member of S.H.I.E.L.D. retracted his feet indignantly and took a bite to the side. Meantime, S.H.I.E.L.D. in the office on the top floor of the Tribaloid Wing building. HYDRA's branch leader hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce is staring at the surveillance footage in the basement in front of him, smiling. "Tisk, I didn't expect the famous X-Men Wolverine and X-23 to be captured by S.H.I.E.L.D." He was excited, and his mouth couldn't help but mumble. Eyes scanned back and forth over the frame, the taken Logan, Howlett and Laura. The corners of the mouth that showed a smile rose more and more. As a matter of fact, after receiving the news that Logan had been captured, Pierce had been secretly happy in his heart. These two mutant genes have helped them a lot in Hydra's super soldier program. If you can add Wolverine's ability gene to the super soldier serum that is about to be completed, at that time, the finished product effect will definitely be able to go to a higher level. Therefore, as soon as the escort convoy was brought back, he asked his assistant Sitwell to secretly send Wolverine and X-23 away. Definitely ideographic period. It can also be seen from the surveillance screen. In order to let the news that Logan and Laura were quietly transferred, they were detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. as late as possible. So, along with Wanda and Pete, who were captured with them, were also transferred by Sitwell. HMPH, I've been in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, it's not in vain. Pierce couldn't bear it in his heart and thought proudly. Yet at this very moment, roar, roar, the airflow outside the three-curved wing building suddenly became agitated. Pierce was clearly at the top at the moment, only to find that countless things were violently slapping against the closed window. The branches and leaves of trees, all kinds of clothes, bottles, miscellaneous small furniture, toys. Like a raging storm, it hit his window one after another. The bulletproof glass window crackled. What's going on? Pierce's attention was naturally attracted by such movements. He is now on the top floor dozens of stories high. How can there be so many messy things, blown up by the wind? Thinking, Pierce stood up and walked to the window. Look up. Fark, what the is this? His pupils shrank suddenly, his brows tightened, and he couldn't help but startle roar. See right now. The sky above the three-curved wing building is still a scene of a silver moon like a hook, staining white clouds. However, at the junction of the sky in the distance, there is a strange black line, and the thick dark clouds that gathered together at that time are rushing towards the location of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom! Between the rolling of that thick dark cloud, you can see the terrifying thunder light roaring and flickering in the clouds. Now, with Roar's roaring thunder, even heaven and earth trembled. What is that? Pierce felt his voice tremble uncontrollably, and looked at the ink-soaked black cloud in the sky, only to feel an indescribable horror coming from the surface. The strange black line at the end of the sky divided the sky into two distinct sides, one white and one black. Meanwhile, the black line in the sky is rushing madly at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly soaking the originally clear night sky into a black haze. Roar! The fierce wind outside the window became more and more terrifying at this time. There were more and more things brought by the wind, and even stones were entrained in it, crackling and frantically hitting the glass outside the three-curved wing building. Even the bulletproof glass has been beaten to the point of giving birth to a crack. Thundered. Pierce blinked again, only to find that the black line had suddenly crossed the roof of the three-curved wing building. The entire sky that was directly as far as the eye could see was dyed into a dark sky like thick ink. Click. The thick razor suddenly tore the sky fiercely, and the sound of thunder falling from the sky even made people feel that the heaven and earth were trembling, and their whole person was also shaken from the inside out. The people of the whole city hurriedly ran to the buildings to take shelter from the wind while looking up at the sky. Click. Another Lily's Dow illuminated everything in heaven and earth with a white lightning flash. Thunder echoed. Everyone in Wadu was trembling. What's going on? Is the end of the world coming? Fark, I feel like I'll be killed by this terrifying lightning bolt in the next second. It's terrible. Countless people felt the taste of despair at this time. The other side. Not true. This is by no means a natural phenomenon. Weather monitoring, there is no foreshadowing. Pierce, on the top floor of the three-curved wing building, immediately realized that something was wrong. Next second, he saw a figure with red eyes in the sky, and it was breaking through the air and speeding towards this side. Roar! Where it passed, the flickering thunder and lightning were even denser and more terrifying, like thousands of thunder snakes dancing wildly, and the power seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth. There is even a rolling wind sweeping and dispersing, which seems to be able to smash some. The people in the city, the moment the figure appeared, felt that their blood was almost solidified, and they instinctively gave birth to extreme fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was as if in front of that figure, everyone was a small ant that could be destroyed by turning their palms. Completely insignificant. Who is this person? I can't roar, suck it. So it's not the end of the world, but the wrath of the gods. Quote. At this moment, countless people felt endless coercion, pressing towards them from the heavenly firmament, directly overwhelming them. They almost wanted to bow down, just begging the angry gods not to spread their anger on them. Roar! Just on the ground everyone raised their heads and looked up. The figure, bathed in countless shocked eyes, made a piercing and sharp tearing air sound, and descended. S.H.I.E.L.D. three-curved wing building. He quietly stared at the building in front of him, and the murderous intent emanating from his body was like a terrifying wave, shrouded in the building in front of him. The entire three-curved wing building seemed to be unable to bear it, and it actually began to tremble. Waldo. In the sky above the SHIELD headquarters three-curved wing building, there seems to be a backlog of thick dark clouds that have not dispersed for thousands of years. Boom. In the deep space, endless electric snakes flashed, illuminating the night like day, terrifying thunder roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth, and black clouds tumbling in turbulent strands of amazing arcs. Everyone in Wadu felt that at this moment heaven and earth were about to fall, as if the end of the world was coming. And they all know that these terrifying changes all stem from the figure standing above the sky. Inside his well-proportioned body, which seemed to be just ordinary, it seemed to contain an abyss titan that could shatter everything with 1 foot. One after another terrifying coercion, the monstrous waves-like substance continued to disperse in all directions, enough to suppress everything. And Pierce, who stands on the top floor of the three-curved wing building, is undoubtedly the person who can best appreciate the coercion of this figure. At this moment, the well-proportioned figure was floating less than 10 meters away from him, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind, and his clothes swaying in the turbulent air. The backlit face was unreal, and a pair of eyes that bloomed red looked down at him condescendingly. ... Pierce raised her head and looked at it, and suddenly felt that a big invisible hand pinched her heart fiercely, and her body was cold, the blood in her body was counterflowing, and her scalp was numb. Then, the office door was pushed open, and Sitwell looked nervous and rushed in with his footsteps. The people in the laboratory detected that the magnetic field of the entire Wadu had a huge fluctuation. At the same time, there is also a terrifying energy source, hovering above the building, and the energy in that energy source is almost endless, extremely exaggerated. What do we do? He said a lot in one breath, and then he noticed Pierce's back stiffened in front of the window. Sitwell shouted doubtfully, roar. For a while, I didn't know if this leader of his own had found something. He didn't expect that the terrifying energy source was floating in front of Pierce's eyes. The latter has no other thoughts at the moment, to think about other problems. He only felt that the red eyes that looked from outside the building shot out a substance-like gaze to lock himself in. Endless energy. Who the hell is this person? When Pierce heard Sitwell's report, the horror in his heart spread to the extreme. At this moment, he only feels that he is just a bug floating in the wind and waves, and he will be crushed into powder if he is not careful. Incomparably small, incomparably humble. Click. Then, a thick lightning bolt suddenly spawned in the sky, once again illuminating everything between heaven and earth as bright as day. Meantime, electric light also reflected on the face of the mysterious figure. It was a young face with a mighty anger. It's you. Pierce recognized the identity of the other party, his pupils shrank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The owner of that figure is Chen. Pierce thought of Nick Fury's encirclement of Drenched Manor, as well as Wolverine and others who had just been transferred by his own order. Immediately realized that the other party's purpose of coming here must be related to that matter. At the same time, I was even more shocked by Chen Tian's strength in my heart. In fact, knowing that the other person's ability is a copy of someone else's ability, Pierce thinks the same way everyone else. That is, as long as Chen Tian is given enough time, he will definitely be able to grow into a terrifying existence with shocking strength. However, he also did not expect that it would be less than 2 months since Chen Tian was exposed to SHIELD. The latter can already grow to this point. Horrifying. Next second, Pierce's thoughts just fell. Roar. The figure in the sky suddenly swooped down, and the action brought a majestic fierce wind all the way to the road, and it seemed that the space was torn apart at this time. Boom. The sturdy bulletproof glass, the moment it touches the opponent's body, seems to be not much stronger than the surface of the water. It was easily exploded into tiny glass shards and scattered in all directions. Roar. Meanwhile, the hand, which had always been as white as Jade's 5 fingers, had already stretched out and easily grabbed Pierce's neck. Knock it straight into the wall of the office. Boom. With a heavy muffled sound, the entire wall was dented by his back, covered with dense cracks. The ground trembled and the dust filled the air. Pierce only felt that his internal organs and nowhere on his body were trampled back and forth by the mammoths, and it hurt everywhere. Poof. Even his body had obviously been strengthened, but under the impact, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Charles, where did you go tied up? Chen Tian slowly increased the force on his hand, raised Pierce high against the wall, and asked with an indifferent gaze. Head. Sitwell next to him saw this scene, and only then reacted in the shock of the impact just now. But just Roar shouted, and after feeling the coercion on Chen Tian's body and coming towards him round after round, he froze in place, no longer daring to speak, and did not dare to move. Completely instinctively, he could not continue to move, and could not make any sound. And Chen Tian's eyes have been staring coldly at Pierce in front of him. On the surface of the eyes, a layer of red luster is constantly circulating, the color is getting stronger and stronger, and the temperature around it seems to be increasing. After he came here, he felt the position of Wolverine. Charles was found to be nowhere to be found. So I asked the question just now. The other side. Pierce was alone under Chen Tian's positive pressure, and he was even more shocked, and his whole body trembled. Charles was taken too. Under the pressure of terror, he slowly opened his mouth with difficulty, originally wanting to directly confess to the Xavier Genius Academy. But it can only be said that Pierce is worthy of the elite that Hydra chose to lurk in S.H.I.E.L.D. and has not been detected. Faced with an endless sense of oppression, he suddenly thought of Nick. Fury seems ready to use the brainwave strengthening machine against Chen Tian. Moreover, according to the nature of that bitter nag, after catching Charles, I am afraid that he will only start the machine as soon as possible. According to the estimate of the time they were just transported to Wolverine, I am afraid that the brainwave strengthening machine has been almost prepared. Immediately, Pierce turned around. I don't know. It can only be said that the person who knows you best is your enemy. At the moment inside the basement of the Xavier Genius Academy, Nick Fury has turned on the brainwave strengthening machine and let the controlled Charles begin to erase the mutant in the world. But, inside the three-curved wing building, unfortunately, Pierce underestimated Chen Tian. So, Nick Fury brought Charles to Xavier Genius Academy, right? Chen Tian suddenly spoke coldly and smiled disdainfully. He used the brainwave strengthening machine to deal with me. It's ridiculous. Between words, this action taken by the other party is full of contempt. Nick Fury is ridiculous, I admit it. Quote. Pierce squeezed the other person's hand around his neck and forced a smile, but I really don't know what he's going to do. Just as his voice fell, airplanes. Above the deep space, a huge spiritual fluctuation, like a wave that can overwhelm the entire world, suddenly poured down, covering every corner of the entire Wadu. Even ordinary people who are not mutant, at this moment, can feel the air around them, trembling constantly. And with the spread of this psychic fluctuation, inside the basement of S.H.I.E.L.D., Logan and Laura, who were being escorted by HYDRA's people to nowhere, suddenly cried out in pain. It's Charles. Logan fell directly to the ground uncontrollably, his body spasmed involuntarily, and painful blue tendons were highlighted on his neck and forehead. At this moment, he felt that there were countless invisible drills, which were being brutally inserted into his mind, stirring fiercely. It seems to stir its consciousness directly into pieces. Logan has experienced this feeling, and it is Charles's psychic shock to erase consciousness. Something is wrong. If Charles doesn't stop, he'll kill all the mutants, and Logan knows that. The previous impact of X-Men alone took away Iceman, who has Omega potential. This time it is the impact of the brainwave strengthening machine increase. Laura's performance on the side at the moment was no different from Logan, and she was also curled up on the ground, hissing in pain. The little face turned red, his facial features were distorted, and he was tortured. What's wrong with you? Wanda and Pete panicked when they saw this, feeling extremely worried about them. As far as Hydra's people were concerned, seeing this, they could not understand the situation for a while, and did not forcibly twist them up. After all, the above order is to go to the laboratory intact. The other side, in the office on the top floor of the three-curved wing building. Chen Tian naturally felt the spiritual impact rushing towards the inside of his skull. Has Charles been controlled? Sensing this, his reddened eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowed, and he took a step back and let go of the hand that was pinching Pierce's neck. Trample. Pierce finally broke through the restraints and landed on the ground. Ahem. He clutched his reddened neck and coughed violently and gasped, his bloodshot eyes protruding outward, staring at Chen Tian with joy. Although Pierce, as an ordinary person, is not attacked by psychic shock, But the spiritual fluctuations in the surrounding air are too rich and surging. Even if he was not the target of the attack, he could feel the mental fluctuations that enveloped the entire building. Chen Tian, weren't you crazy just now? Now you're dead. Pierce looked at Chen Tian, who was frowning, and couldn't help but snort coldly. Nick. Fury has successfully activated the brainwave strengthening machine. It won't be long before you mutants die. Speaking provocatively, he also cracked his mouth with some regret and showed a twisted smile, but unfortunately, you people are all good experimental subjects. Living bodies are much more useful than dead bodies. But don't worry, even if you die directly, we Hydra will make good use of everything in your body. Sitwell, who was nervous before, also relaxed when he saw this. If you can contribute to Hydra after death, you are worth dying. He couldn't control his emotions a little, showed an exaggerated smile, and said excitedly. No way, although the current actions are obviously suspected of being a villain. But the oppression that Chen Tian gave them just now was so terrifying that all their dignity was lost. And at this moment, the situation is reversed, and Chen Tian can't even save his life in their eyes. Under such ups and downs, the inferior nature of human nature is reflected. Both of them seize the opportunity to ridicule Chen Tian and take the opportunity to get angry. Pity. Next second, the triumphant sarcasm of the two people came to an abrupt end. Although Chen Tian frowned, he did not show any painful expression. His gaze swept over Pierce and Sitwell contemptuously. As I said, this thing doesn't work for me. Chen Tian's tone was calm, and he shook his head gently as he spoke, completely eliminating the impact caused by the spiritual energy that overflowed around him. No matter how turbulent the ubiquitous spiritual energy in heaven and earth, it could no longer affect him in half a minute. The reason he was able to do this is simple. Although Chen Tian does not have the blessing of the brainwave strengthening machine, he has a new integrate bloodline containing the Krypton bloodline. And after having this bloodline, he naturally has the super brain that only Dakao has. Super brain with super computing power can make the owner have extraordinary brain power. You can even master a completely unfamiliar language in seconds of conversation. And the increase brought by the super brain to Chen Tian's mental ability makes it easy for him to resist Charles's mental ability. How? When Pierce and Sitwell saw this scene, they seemed to turn into two screaming Jungwon, and then they were suddenly choked by the rooster by the neck, and they couldn't say a word at all. The distorted expressions were frozen on his face, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Nope, nope. Pierce and the others did not dare to accept the reality, shook their heads and began to retreat, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably again. Impossible. That's impossible. Both of them shouted that it was impossible, but they were ready to turn around and run. Next second, roar. Chen Tian's figure suddenly blurred. But it appeared behind the two in an instant. He was expressionless and spoke calmly. At the same time, a hand was already pressed on the top of Pierce's head. The next moment, burst. Chen Tian's power suddenly exploded. Pierce only felt a huge force pressing on top of his head. Click click. The cervical vertebrae under the skull could not withstand the instant shattering, and the entire skull was pressed into the chest. Poof. A corpse in a miserable state fell to the ground. Spare me. Seeing this, Sitwell couldn't run at all with his legs soft, and fell directly to his knees. Chen Tian glanced at him. Go and release Logan. While speaking, mental fluctuations penetrated into the other party's mind. An order was given. It must be made sure that Logan and several people leave completely and safely, leaving no hidden danger. Sitwell stood up and saluted deeply. Yes. Then he rushed towards the basement of the building. The other side. Chen Tian also floated up after getting the ability of the mind. Roar. The whole person immediately turned into a residual image, burst out at terrifying speed, and rushed towards the Xavier Genius Academy in New York. The sharp roar of roar when it broke through the air fell from the sky. Meanwhile, Xavier Genius Academy, underground chamber. Nick, standing behind Charles, Fury looked around at the perfect operation of the brainwave strengthening machine, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw a smile. Meantime, he could also see that in front of Charles, the points of light representing mutant became more and more dim under the impact of the latter's heart. Now the mutant of the whole world should be silent in pain. Nick, the satisfaction on Fury's face became more and more intense, and he sighed. in a minute at most, there will be no more mutant, this disgusting thing on the entire planet. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose more and more. He's been waiting for this day for too long. This time, all mutants, including Chen, can finally be eliminated at the same time, completely solving Nick Fury's piece of heart sickness. Chen, I don't know such an ending, are you satisfied? He thought of Chen face, and suddenly the smile on his face became cruel again. Dangerous and peaceful guy, as my shield enemy guy, I should pay such a price. However, just in Nick, when Fury felt incredibly excited and emotional. Boom, an extremely terrifying collision sound suddenly came down from the ground. He looked up and saw several violently shaking from the ceiling. Followed by rumble. The shock of the ground became more and more terrifying. The entire underground secret room was cracking, and in the blink of an eye, the entire thick land was actually lifted up by life. Bang! Nick Fury is basking in the joy of being about to achieve the complete elimination of the world's mutant. Just listen to a roaring collision sound transmitted from the ceiling overhead. What happened? After experiencing many things, when he heard this sound, he realized that something was wrong, and his face immediately changed. Frowning and looking up, Charles on the side, because of the effect of the illusion fog, immersed in his fantasy, has maintained a spiritual impact, and turned a deaf ear to the changes in the outside world. Next second, boom, the entire basement began to tremble violently, and a terrifying sense of oppression began to pass from the outside in Nick Fury's secret room. Could it be Chen? He immediately thought of the mutant that he hated himself. It's just that this idea, just born, was killed by Nick Fury immediately vetoed. No, it can't be. Now all mutants should be tortured in the shock of the soul. No mutant can do things at this time, and ability. However, his thoughts did not fall. Rumble. The tremor that had been transmitted before suddenly became more and more intense. Nick Fury immediately felt that he couldn't even stand steadily, and his whole person was crooked. As far as the eye could see, everything shook violently. You know, where they are now is tens of meters underground. Moreover, the source of that vibration is obviously on the surface. Such a discovery made Nick Fury was even more puzzled in his heart, since it was not mutant who would come to the Xavier Genius Academy at this time. Could it be other alien races, or some powerful existence on Earth that they have never discovered, to pour out their anger? Click click. Nick Fury was in a state of doubt. He suddenly heard the ceiling covered by heavy steel plates coming from above his head, and it was in this tremor that a Dow crack appeared. The brainwave strengthening machine, which was originally running perfectly, was forcibly stopped. Buzz. The white light that was originally bright around suddenly went out. The entire room where the brainwave strengthening machine was located fell into darkness in the blink of an eye. Logan. What happened? Charles also opened his eyes, and raised his head with a strong doubt under his eyes. Am I still not doing it? He muttered to himself. I just found an attack target, which also has a strong psychic ability, and my psychic impact will not have any effect on him. What? Nick Fury was shaking violently, holding the door frame next to him and barely standing steady, and when he heard the other party's words, he was even more surprised. Is there a mutant that can reach your psychic attack? Who? He asked on his mouth, but at this time in his heart, there was a faint answer that he did not want to believe. Nick Fury was in the dark, raising his eyes, which seemed to be able to penetrate the ground and look out. He felt a pressure that seemed to be substance, penetrating through the surface all the way to the ground, and then surrounded himself as if it were substance. Shouldn't it? Nick Fury muttered incredulously, his eyes flickering. Boom click. When his thoughts did not fall, the roar overhead became thicker and thicker, almost some terrifying fierce beast was neighing. At the same time, there is also the sound of rocks and steel breaking, showing an extremely dense posture hanging down. Click. Next moment, a white crack spread out of thin air from a thick darkness. Click click. The crack was rapidly expanding, and soon the light projected from it brought a ray of light to the room of the brainwave strengthening machine that had stopped running. Oh shit. Magi Fark. Nick Fury looked at the crack that was still expanding above his head, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils and scold angrily. It seems that someone is on the surface, and the whole land is completely lifted. He immediately realized that something was really wrong. immediately connected the communicator of the subordinates who remained outside. What happened? Ah, Nick. As soon as Fury's voice fell, he heard someone scream and landed overhead. He recognized the voices of the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. The head, Chen is here. Meanwhile, the communicator in his hand also heard the voice of his subordinates, and the tone was full of fear and trembling. Subsequently, the subordinate who connected the communicator did not continue to speak, but turned on the camera. Is he really not affected by the attack of the psychic? Nick. When Fury heard the name, his face became more and more ugly and nervous at the same time. He knew that Chen also had a psychic ability, but logically speaking, no matter what, the other party could not resist Charles with the blessing of brainwave strengthening machine. Thoughts flustered. Nick. Fury cast his gaze on the communicator screen in his hand. Fark. The scene he saw next on the screen almost scared him so much that he couldn't even hold the communicator steadily. See the communicator screen. Chen exuded a billowing breath, plunged his hands into the ground, as if lifting the lid, and pulled up the soil layer above the secret room vigorously. Fark. Nick. When Fury saw this scene, he always felt that everything was under control in the past, and he became more and more flustered, and began to be a little incoherent. The psychic attack blessed by the brainwave strengthening machine really didn't have any effect on him. This situation is completely beyond his imagination. Nick. Fury guessed that Chen who also has the ability of the mind, will have a certain resistance to psychic attacks. But I couldn't guess that the other party didn't even feel the slightest impact. If you S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to provoke me again, there is no need to continue to exist. Nick. Fury's body shook, and Chen cold words that day came to mind. Nope, he's just a mutant. Even if his ability is powerful, how far can he go? Destroy me S.H.I.E.L.D. Impossible. He suddenly began to growl, as if he could suppress the fear in his heart, to deny the possibility of this fear. What about the air combat group? Bombard him for me. Nick. Fury immediately connected to the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. departments. Although in his previous opinion, after controlling Charles and entering the brainwave strengthening machine, Chen was bound to die. But Nick. Fury was still cautious to leave his backhand. When Charles was sent to Xavier Genius Academy, Quinjet was used. And S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared more than one fighter. Roar. With Nick. Fury's growl fell. On the ground, in the sky above Chen head, several Quinjets belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately appeared. They staggered and flew by, making bursts of tearing air sounds. These Quinjets, who had been hovering in the sky around them before, appeared on the battlefield for the first time with the order of the bureau chief. The fighter hovered, like several bloodthirsty goshawks with sharp claws, showing a formidable sense of oppression. Click click. Next second, Quinjet in the sky opened the magazine on the fuselage, and dozens of missiles appeared. Immediately, all the missiles dragged the dazzling tail flame, gathered towards Chen and bombarded away. Boom boom. Suddenly, in the midst of countless booming explosions, the ground around him trembled violently. As the target of the bombardment, the Xavier Genius Academy fell into a vast sea of fire. One after another, explosions and sparks soared into the sky, blooming brilliantly under the night sky. It even released a rolling heat wave and swept away in all directions. Meanwhile, Quinjet in the sky did not stop bombarding because of this. In the first round of missiles, just exploded on Chen. The second round of missile bombardment has already been blasted out one after another. The missiles that were like a rainstorm instantly rushed into the already vast sea of fire. Boom. Next second, within those sea of fire, a second round of explosive sparks bloomed again. Round after round, wave spread madly around, and the ground trembled violently. A mountain of explosive flames that was 100 meters long soared into the sky, shattering the night within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Even standing a few kilometers away, you can feel the heat wave coming from the paving, as well as smell the smell of missile fuel in the air. In the sea of fire, there is even thick smoke as thick as ink, fluttering and swaying towards the night sky. This second, even the ground around the Xavier Genius Academy that was not bombarded spread out dense cracks. As for Chen figure standing in place, he had been completely swallowed by the skyrocketing flames. Mission accomplished. High in the sky, the flightists and several fighters looked down at the scene of flames everywhere. communicated with each other. It is determined that no matter what kind of existence, under such a tragic missile bombardment, it will be eliminated. Immediately, he began to press the communication device to Nick Fury report. However, the voice just fell. Buzz one by one. It soared into the sky, like ink-dyed smoke. 2 points of breathtaking red light suddenly lit up. Rumble. Wrapped in endless power, the red beam of light tore through the smoke from the inside out, and swept over with a roar. In just an instant, it swept over the fuselage of most of the fighters in the sky. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Several fighters made of top-notch materials have exploded into brilliant firework in the air one after another. There was a roar. The flight staff in the fighter also turned into ashes. Fark. What the hell is this monster? Flight's flightist at the front, looking back at his teammates' fighters blowing up into firework one after another, the fear in his heart has spread uncontrollably, and his whole body has trembled uncontrollably. As he stretched out his equally trembling hand, ready to jump on the plane. Roar. On the ground, in the thick black smoke column that constantly drifted towards the sky, a strong airflow suddenly erupted, blowing away all the fluttering dense fog. Meanwhile, a blurry afterimage flickered in place for a moment before disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared on the side of the fighter. It's my turn. Chen Tian's eyes were indifferent, and he reached out and easily grabbed the tail of the fighter that roared through the air flight. Another force, but easily dragged the entire fighter. Even if the engine inside the fighter was roaring madly, it was useless. Next second, Chen Tian directly smashed the fighter in his hand to the ground. Boom. In the violent impact, the entire fighter was on the ground, twisting shapeshifting, and the flightman in the cab was also crushed to pieces by the shapeshifting's cabin. Then with a bang, the fire bloomed, the parts flew, and the fighter exploded into scrap metal. The other side, Chen Tian's eyes burst out red beams again, bombarding the last fighter into fireworks in the air. Rumble. In a flash, heaven and earth were filled with endless firelight, and rolling heat waves dispersed in the strong air current. Those countless charred aircraft parts, with flames and smoke, rained down on the ground. Just a few roar-suck times. The entire Xavier Genius Academy has become a scene of purgatory on Earth. When the thick dust and fog dispersed, the entire land was devastated, and the already crumbling academy was largely reduced to ruins and scorched earth. Inside the basement. Why is that? Fark. Nick Fury watched this scene happen through the communicator in his hand, and the fear in his heart was even more agitated. At the moment ideographic period. It's not just the brainwave powering machine that has stopped working. Even the fighter group prepared by the rear hand could not help Chen Tian at all. Such a situation gave him a sense of powerlessness that he could not grasp anything. There is also a strong aura of death, which is uncontrollably towards Nick Fury poured in. In a short period of time, he actually gave birth to a suffocating feeling that was difficult for Roar to inhale, that is, even his ears echoed because of the excessive pressure. Is this the end of this matter? Chen Tian ruined everything. Nick Fury muttered reluctantly. The body, which should have aged extremely slowly, seemed to be directly 10 years old at this moment. He felt a little weakness in his hands and feet. It was really stimulated by Chen Tian. Then, boom. The shield agent, which remained at the door of the secret room, directly smashed open the round iron door. Head, we have to get out of here quickly, that guy Chen Tian will definitely be here soon. The shield agent also saw everything that was happening outside and couldn't help but speak anxiously. Good. Nick Fury also realized that the situation was not good and could not stay any longer. Nodding, he immediately walked towards the door. The shield agent glanced at Charles, who was sitting in a wheelchair, visibly unconscious. Do you want to take him? Shield agent asked. Nick Fury at the moment was full of hatred for Mutant, and his head did not return. Leave him alone, let this old guy stay here and die. Finish talking. He took a big stride and hurried along the ground secret room, the passage in the other direction. He knew that this underground chamber had 2 passages. Stepping on and pedaling, 1. Nick Fury walked hurriedly, and the shield agent, who remained behind, continued to look back at Charles. Sighed. Nick stepped to follow. Fury ideographic period. At the moment, even in the underground passageway, there was a thick smoke, and the smell of burning could be unconcealed everywhere. Chen Tian, it's not going to end like this. Nick Fury hurried along the passage, whispering to himself with anger. Although the means that he thought were feasible before have been dismantled by the other party one after another, making his whole person a little mental. But at the end of the day, Nick Fury still has a last resort, but it will not be a complete mess. Thinking, he stretched his hand into a shake, touched the red and blue color matching BB machine placed inside, and suddenly felt his confidence again, which improved a few points. Rumble. Yet at this very moment, the passage buried deep in the ground in front of him was directly penetrated by a figure falling from the sky. The ground shook, endless dust rolled out, and a huge crack broke in the ceiling. Chen Tian's figure is already far away from Nick Fury is no more than 10 meters away. Nick Fury, long time no see. He spoke in a deep voice, anger in every word. In the dim passage, a pair of red eyes flashed. Nick Fury suddenly felt his body soaked in fear, and his steps stopped uncontrollably. His eyes twinkled and looked ahead. Half of the face reflected in the faint light there was full of killing intent. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.